point is, since I am now involved with a lot of public policy matters, and very recently, one of the committees has taken me up as an economist. I don't know the E of economics. I said, I have to educate myself to stay, not just to stay ahead of the curve, but to make sure that we are being authentic. And for that, learning is important. Every learning is useful. So the challenge, like I was pointing out, was that students are still comparing themselves to their peers. So when you talk about lack of jobs, there are certain sectors, and everyone wants to go to the same sector. They all want to become consultants. They all want to become hedge fund. They all want to become, work with the HUL and PhD. Nothing wrong with that.
But don't you tell them, for instance, the week that they spend in the villages, I mean, there are problems crying out for solutions, right? I mean, we hear so much about startups. I mean, there are 1,000 startups that you can kickstart, looking at the thousands of problems we have in India's villages, for instance.
Kaveri, peer pressure is an unbelievably potent psychological phenomenon. When you start looking at your peers and you think everyone is doing that, you want to get there.
Right.
And which is why we keep talking about it. So we have now many more sessions. We have career counselors also who come and say, hey, look, you seem to be fine-tuned and suited for this particular kind of a job. You can become an entrepreneur. Now we have started something called the entrepreneurship track. We are promoting students. Our students are now working on live projects with bureaucrats. They're working on live projects with political parties, irrespective of which political party, so that they get a flavor of other things. But through this, I also want to talk to all of those 300 students who are sitting out there. Please remember something. If you are living a life which is based on somebody else's expectations out of you, your smile will stay here, it'll never reach here. You might get a sense of achievement, but you will never get a sense of fulfillment. So please make sure that you're living a life which is based on your dreams. And I'm so glad, Kaveri, that I see so many women in here. Why? It's going to be doubly difficult for you. Every time you want to do something new, there'll be 20 people who will tell you why it should not be done and why you should not be the one doing it. Of them, 10 will be related to you by blood and 10 by marriage. My suggestion to you is, listen to them.
Ignore all of them.
Listen to them very carefully, and then do exactly what you want.
Right. Sorry, the bell's gone off. But Suresh, I want to put a related question to you. We've been talking about students and their learning. Where are the teachers at? Are they as comfortable with change and flexibility, say, as...
It's a great question.
That's a googly.
It's a googly. Yeah. No, I think there has been a way of doing things. We have been used to teaching in a certain way. We have been used to one-way communication, like, classroom-based teaching where you're lecturing to students. This is an attention economy. You are literally fighting for the attention of a student within 2 seconds who is going to be distracted by his or her smartphone.
And smartphones are allowed in your classroom, right?
Yeah, it varies. Some professors may enforce, it's almost impossible to police, right? And so that's a challenge. So the point I'm trying to make is engagement is the new currency, right? If we are able to engage our students interactively, to get them to participate more often, co-create something together with them, they will feel more involved. Now, is that easy to implement in the classroom? Can I get all my faculty to endorse it? Doubtful. It happens. There are quite a few faculty who actually want to do something different. But one thing we have certainly mandated at Great Lakes is at least 30% of our entire experience for the student has to be experiential.
Right.
Himanshu was talking about the rural immersion. We have a program called Karma Yoga, where students spend an entire term in 27 villages around our campus that we have adopted. And we work on a variety of projects like financial literacy, healthcare, variety of topics. And the students are actually, every Sunday they go there, spend time with the villagers, with students or with women. There is a community in these villages called Irulas, They are traditional snake catchers. And the women in these communities are extremely marginalized. They live on the outskirts of the village. So even the main part of the village, they are not allowed to come in, right? And so we have started talking to these women to say that, okay, can we help develop some other skills in you? So we are partnering with, the Rotary clubs to basically do vocational training. We are partnering with small finance banks to help offer them, resources that they can start something on their own. And our students are working on business plans for these women so that they can actually get that done, right? So I'm just saying that, these are examples in which,
things that relate to the country that we're living in and the problems it has.
Yeah.
Just the last question quickly, because we're out of time. One skill that you'd like your teachers to have? One.
Himanshu, go
To
first.
me?
Yes, always. You first.
Humility.
Nice.
Humility. The fact that we know nothing, the fact that there are multiple ways in which education needs to be imparted and learning needs to happen. The humility to understand this.
And I would say curiosity. That always, I think Himanshu touched upon this, that, you can never know enough. That you always need to stay curious and always need to challenge yourself.
Great. Thank you. I hope we don't come back in 4 years and have the same conversation.
We'll have a different one.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I didn't have to ask them.
Thank you very much. If I may please invite Ms. Lakshmi to join us on stage and felicitate our speakers, Professor Himanshu Rai and Dr. Suresh Ramanathan. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause for our speakers, once again, who kind of highlighted the power of empathy and the need of almost the superpower when it comes to upskilling. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. A fantastic photo op right there, also a perfect background for us to set the stage for our next topic, which is India expanding, gearing for the AI leap. Of course, I think over the last couple of days, we've kind of come to understand that we're at this cusp of technological revolution itself, and with AI as the next frontier, the potential that we have for it to transform India's life as we know it, healthcare, economy, agriculture, governance even, is enormous. So through the course of our next session, we're going to be joined by someone who's going to take us through the intricacies of what it means to integrate AI within all of these spheres. We have Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani, who is the head of People Plus AI, a not-for-profit organization that's working on scaling AI for India. Since 2016, he's been actively working on various technical, legal, and policy aspects of the digital public infrastructure, along with Nandan Nilekani. And on this stage, we're about to witness how India is equipping or maybe gearing up for the AI age itself. Shortly, we'll be joined by Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, who will also chair the second half of the session. But before that, if I may request you to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our speaker, Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tanuj Bhojwani, and I run this not-for-profit called People Plus AI, which is funded by Nandan Nilekani. And my own background is that I used to be part of something called the India Stack. So Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, DigiYatra. These have been a recent wave of innovation. Just 1 second. Thank you. It's been a recent wave of innovation where in India, we've come up with some really interesting, what I like to call public interest technologies, which means these technologies are helpful every day in our day-to-day lives. If you've taken a flight, use DigiYatra, your documents in DigiLocker, payments in UPI, these have come from a certain philosophy of building tech, where we realize that more and more our world is going to be digital. In this digital, just like you have roads on the outside and parks and waterways and plumbing that brings water to your house, there is infrastructure. There are key pieces which move data around, give you applications. And the question becomes then who owns and who operates this infrastructure? And India, very wisely, starting in 2009 with Aadhaar and then UPI 2016 and then a lot more initiatives lately, decided that, hey, this infrastructure should be public interest. It should be built in a way that you and I have more control and sovereignty over our data, over what happens to us, how we operate, and not in the hand of some companies outside. And People Plus AI essentially was on a mission to figure out what the same means for AI. It started up about 2 years ago, and I'm just going to walk you through a few slides of why we do what we do. But mostly since this is a conference of young students and I was sitting in the back, I want to talk about what it means for you, right? I want to talk about all of these big ideas are great, but all of that finally, as you're starting your careers at the cusp of, entering the workforce, the question becomes, what does it all mean for me? So I'm hoping that we can spend some time on that near the end. That I'll begin. What usually happens with technology, and especially happening right now with AI, is that there is a certain diffusion of these technologies that is dictated by factors in the industry. So things like finance, there is already people who are using AI for a very long time. Obviously technology, Google, Meta, all these companies are using these technologies. And we end up in a world where really there's a future by default is a humanity shaped by technology. What I mean by that is something like this, that if you have to start a restaurant today, one of the best things you can call it is Thai food near me. Because that's how you search for restaurants, right? So that's an actual restaurant that somebody decided. What it ends up doing if you don't pay attention to your infrastructure, digital infrastructure, is that you go to a beautiful place like that to take a picture of solitude. I have come to this beautiful and I'm alone and I'm connecting with nature. But there are exactly like 30, 40 people like you standing in a line so that each of you can go take that picture, post it on your social media and pretend to be having solitude and alone. This is what a future, where our technology decides the fate of humanity looks like. But what about a future where technology is shaped by humanity, right? Not the other way around. Can we have that future, and if so, how? That's essentially the challenge in front of India right now. I know that this presentation is actually about a year old. It's 8-9 months old. But the content of this, the message of this, we've been saying for about more than a year and a half. And you may have seen this in the news already, where there's a big debate around, should India build foundation models? DeepSeek has come out and it's all over the news today. The markets in the US have crashed. NVIDIA, everybody thought was a golden stock, soaring, 17% down today, last I checked. Erasing about $500 billion of market cap. These are very large numbers and, it seems to be world-changing. But really, the question that everybody is asking is, and what the markets are asking is, who decides our fate? Who holds the key to tomorrow? Who designs this future? And I'm here to tell you that no one person does. You have as much of a role in this. The game is not lost. And let me tell you why I say these things, right? Is building AI in India hard? And the answer is yes. The answer is that it is definitely easier to do it in a country where they have a lot more money splashing around, and if you have a good idea, you can get millions of dollars. It will be harder in India, but it was just as hard in, say, China, where something like DeepSeek comes out, right? It's not impossible, it's just hard, and hard is not a problem. Hard can be an advantage. When it comes down to it, AI is finally just three things: data, models, and compute. And the typical criticisms in India is that we don't have compute, we don't have enough data, or if it is, it's inaccessible, and there aren't any models in the country. But the point is that India will be the AI use case capital of the world. And my argument for this is very, very simple, honestly. The argument for an Adbhut India, a twist on AI, right? Like, how do you make an incredible India with this technology? I think that's where all the value is. What you're seeing right now, what happened today, is a testament to the idea that much like many of the core technologies in your computer, you probably don't know, the servers that you're using, what operating system is working on that, the drivers for your hardware, the chips, whose framework finally won. The internet protocol, there was a time when TCP/IP, the open protocol, versus a bunch of other networking protocols were in the same sort of competition for the future as we see with the models today. There were many, many closed alternatives to like Cisco and others, all trying to say that, look, the internet, connecting all the computers in the world will be the future of tomorrow, and here is our technology, and our networking stack is better than yours, etc. In the long run, right, TCP/IP, Linux as the OS for your servers, when it comes to RDBMS, is the most deployed DB database in the world today is SQLite 3, like billions of instances of SQLite 3. It's an open source thing maintained by 3 people, right? Literally 3 people who just make this database that is used billions of times over. In general, in technology, it tends to go towards open, and then where the value accrues is on top, is on the applications on top. If you think about it, the companies making the core internet, wires, cables, networking, switches, etc., have not created as much value as your Googles, Meta, Ubers, etc., of the internet world. And essentially, that's my point, that when it comes to the West, the way that they will use AI in an already functioning economy, a lot of services already there and sometimes even digital, they don't have the same needs for AI as we do. In India, a lot of people are going to experience the internet for the first time in an AI-first way. You and I can use WhatsApp, can Google, can get what we need out of the internet. A lot of people in India can't. They are either not able to access it because of language barriers, literacy barriers, etc., or not able to access it because somebody has to patiently sit and explain it to them. And nobody has the incentive to put that kind of time. Your AI can be a way for computers to understand all of humanity in any language they speak. It can also be incredibly patient. How many of you have tried using ChatGPT or any of these open models to talk about your problems, right? Like personal problems. Anybody in the students? Yeah? We did a little thing once where we called a bunch of people in Bangalore, where we operate, and said, look, we're thinking about AI and mental health. And I was surprised that out of all the mixers we do and all of these events we do, the AI and mental health mixer had the most number of people, right? 200 people showed up to our tiny office. And so I asked everybody, why is that? Why are you here? Why do you think that a machine can help you with something that is so innately human and deeply personal? And they all had the same answer, that in a moment of either panic or anxiety or sadness, and they didn't know whom to turn to, they picked up their phone, and there was this chat box where they're used to typing everything and getting an answer. And they typed what they are going through, or what do I do right now? And invariably, each of them said that in that moment, I could not have imagined anybody else coming to my help sooner than that little machine on my thing. And I'm convinced that more people need to have access to this magic, right? And this is what I'm talking about. For a lot of us in India, right? Imagine the first time you did a Google search. Imagine the first time you did an Uber, right? It was magical. You pressed a few things on your screen, a car shows up. That experience, more people in India have not had than in anywhere in the West or developed countries, right? And I sincerely believe that that experience means a lot more to Indians and to people who have not experienced it than the people who already experienced some of this, and the incremental sort of magic of AI will be limited. India is ready for AI. We are booming. We have one of the few young populations in the world. A lot of you are going to be ambitious and want to build things. And already we are seeing this in economies like Japan, right? Where they're coming to our country and asking for people to come join them there and work there, and especially on problems of AI. And finally, AI needs India. AI is expensive. And till today morning and the 17% crash, this was the narrative going around, that AI is expensive. It continues to remain incredibly expensive because to get things right still needs you to do a lot of inferencing, even in the new DeepSeek paradigm. And hence, selling ads won't cut it. I don't know if AI will be a transaction economy. ChatGPT, Gemini, these are some of the, so Google is some of the richest companies in the world. They have more spare cash lying around than the GDP of entire nations, right? Even they charge you $20 a month for access to AI because it's expensive, at least so far. So till the time that we get AI that is too cheap to meter, right, these companies will need India because we have the numbers, we have the sheer number of people to whom if you can even add that incredible amount of value that I was talking about, you can charge them a small amount of money, maybe not $20, but maybe $1, maybe like 50 rupees a month that you'd be willing to pay to have all the world's answers in your phone. When you multiply by that the hundreds of millions of people we have here, that is a sizable amount of the market. And therefore, just to summarize, demand exists but is latent, supply exists but needs to be activated, and the business model will move from attention to transaction, which means that we're just a few innovations away from India being a phenomenal player in this space. And I think with models and base models, a place where we had a lot to catch up on, becoming so incredibly cheap and available, once again, like has happened in the past, everything will move to the application layer. It is about how, nobody cares. You don't care if the server that your software that you use or the apps that you use is running on this framework or is running on that, operating system, etc. What you care about is the experience you have. And I think building that for Indians will come from India, because only we can understand their needs. And what was being said in the previous session, right? The problems of, say, somebody in a village who does not have access to clean water, the problems of students here where the competitive environment and the job-seeking environment is very different from the West. Those problems will have to be built, solutions to those problems will have to be built out of here. How I'd like to give you some hope is to go back to that diagram and remind you that AI is just a lot of math. Whatever these fancy numbers mean, you're essentially answering 3 questions. Data, which is what to multiply. Models, which is how to multiply. And computers, which are the multipliers, right? Compute. There are 2 other ingredients that we tend to not talk about when we get this technical, which is the talent, like who decides what to multiply, how to multiply, and how many multipliers to multiply with. And we also don't talk about the use case. Whom does it serve, right? It's as if we build AI, whoever builds AI will control the world, right? This is not the sword that King Arthur pulled out from the rock. It's not the ultimate power. Even after we get to solved AGI, etc., we will still have to figure out how technology diffuses and helps the people. So India's strategy, like I was saying before, and I continue to say this in light of recent events, is that it should be use case led. If you know what you're doing and for whom you're doing it, you can then work your way back up the stream. And we've done this time and time again. We've been a net consumers of technologies like cars. Now we produce world-class cars, right? We may be a little behind because of the economic realities of our country, but let's not forget we're a powerful market. We're a growing market with ambitious people. And already, like I said, India has these pipes that we've laid out that already gives us stuff like UPI, DigiLocker, etc., but gives us access to a lot of our own data and our own interactions with various services, which we can use as fodder for the AI we build. And therefore, I believe that AI is stacked for Bharat, the idea of an Adbhut India, that we can achieve this. In fact, we asked a few people what they'd like to do. And we got some incredible answers of what people can do with AI. And the thing that I wanted to notice is that these are answers that are very India-focused, right? Can we achieve this by 2030? And I think to do this, again, it's not the ChatGPTs of the world or DeepSeeks of the world who are coming and doing this. This is going to be built by, hopefully some of you in this room. Now, I am painting an optimistic picture, right? But I'm guessing that a lot of you will be thinking, what happens to jobs? Now, here is what I have seen myself doing this for the last 2 years. The grunt work of most jobs, and I'll take one specific job, which is coding, to make this a little more concrete. If you were coding both before AI and after this latest generation of AI, you have to appreciate that the efficiency boost or productivity boost, as you may call it, is incredible. For most basic cases, you don't need to write code anymore. You basically tell the computer to write code for you, and then you just fix it, right? You just sort of correct it and make sure it's working fine. I have seen people get incredible speed-ups on software that they've been written for 10 years and have had some of the best minds working on it. Somebody just decided, for fun, to give it to AI and say, can you make it better? And they got like 2x speed up in just doing that. Even with this, I have not found, or what gives me hope is that I don't have panic that jobs will go away. All it means is that what you do in your job will change, right? If your job initially was to do a lot of grunt work, can come up with a code, and then there was some senior engineer who had been through that grunt work who now reviews. What I see is that the starting point of that job now becomes, a young engineer who's doing what a senior engineer would do right at the very start, right? Your ability, I would say that this is an incredible time for people in your age not to be worried. It's actually me and people older than me who are going to find it hard to adapt that should be very worried about our jobs. Because you don't have baggage, you don't have to unlearn the old way of doing things. People who start by learning to use these tools well will not fall into the traps that we currently find ourselves falling into, which we're not using AI when we should be using AI, making us slower than we would be, making us slower than the baseline, entry-level person in these jobs. Personally, I think if you throw yourself at AI, this generation, you have a lot going on for you. You can figure out how to do any job better than even the best in that field, because you will have a lot more iteration. You will learn to go through cycles a lot faster, get feedback faster, and learn what makes you good at your job a lot faster. I'll take questions on this even in the Q&A with Kavri. I just want to sort of put that picture out there. What does it mean for me? This is what I was trying to tell you. Just throw yourself at any problem right now. The world is going to reinvent. I can give you a longer conviction when I meet you outside, but every profession that I can think of is going to have to rethink what it means when a lot of the jobs that we did can be done by AI, companies, professions, etc. You have the chance to figure it out from scratch, like I said, because you don't have to unlearn, and I hope you'll make the most of it, because the one thing I can tell you is that the time from an imagination to an implementation of any idea in the world has been shortened dramatically, and I hope you'll make the best of it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was really very, very interesting. I want to ask you, you've talked to the engineers. What does a liberal arts student say who's just graduated, is looking for a job, thinks AI is a cool place to land?
Yes.
What would he or she have to do to become an AI specialist?
Yes, it's an incredible question. First of all, I want to say this about my own credentials, is that while I studied at IIT Bombay, and if you just look at that, I would fit that bill of IIT, this, that. But I actually, back in 2013, realized I've been living in a bubble and went to Ashoka University, well before it was popular for being Ashoka University, for something called the Young India Fellowship, which is liberal arts, a course in liberal arts. Which I still credit for being able to sharpen my thinking, to look at the world in different ways. And therefore, first of all, I think the liberal arts majors have lesser reasons to worry. Coding is a deterministic job. You can figure out if code works or doesn't work. And those jobs where you have what's called a reward function, verifiable reward function, where something is correct or not is easy to know. Those are jobs that AI is coming for first. So for the liberal arts majors, here's
So the poor liberal arts major who's really troubled when his engineering friend is earning 1 lakh and he's just starting out at a 30 or 40,000 job.
Yeah.
I mean, right now he has a huge complex, right?
Correct. Look, in the long run, I have to say this, that the hardest thing, and that will remain hard, is working with other humans. I've actually written a piece about this called What They Do Not Teach You at the IITs, where I have said this exact same thing, that the hardest thing that I have learned or I have to deal with is other people, right? I can solve equations, I can write code, I can do whatever, but getting people to come together and work towards an objective and try to get it done remains one of the hardest things to do. And it is why increasingly, at the top, all jobs look the same, right? They're in mostly sales and people management. And I think that will remain true even in this world. What I do encourage you to do is to no longer think of yourself as bucket A or bucket B, right? In a time where learning the little tricks and trades, of any job and profession was hard and took time, it made sense to think of yourself as I am liberal arts and I am engineer, and these worlds don't meet. Today, most people, there's somebody I know who recently started a company, they raised some $3-4 million. Person had never written code before, and she is now the technical founder of this startup. Never written code before. Why? Because she just said, okay, I want to make this thing. I'm very passionate about this problem. Let me just do it. Let me ask the AI to write the code, make the product, keep going. So I'd say that's my starting advice, right? The world is trying to reinvent itself. If you think of yourself in a particular bucket, they will definitely put you in that bucket.
Yeah.
If you don't care, then you have a lot of opportunity.
That's right. I mean, when you're looking at the, say you have a liberal arts graduate, I'm sorry I'm going on about that because
please. Yeah.
I think we have quite a few of those, and they're really the most worried. So what would you tell him or her are the things that he or she needs to learn right away?
So I would say just learn, we live in a very, very connected world, right? So first thing is learn to get rid of shame. And like the previous session was saying, right? Learn to listen, but do what you want, right? Do what your intuition tells you. This is a world that I think nobody has a blueprint for, nobody has seen before. And therefore developing your own intuition, developing your own, trust in yourself and following your nose to greener pastures is going to be the most important. The quickest way I can tell you to do that is to try things where there is a risk of failing and then fail a few times, but then get back up and keep going. One thing I do believe will happen in the AI world is that forming companies, doing business, everything will get smaller and easier. So a 2 people or a 3 people company, which just means your college friends,
Right.
2, 3 people you like best, if you can figure out even one thing that people like, or oh, this is missing, or oh, this doesn't happen, you probably today have everything you need to start a company to serve that, right? And therefore I encourage you to try it early when you have less going on, where you don't have dependence, where you don't have so much of a footprint yourself to take care of. Do it now, do it sooner. And maybe it's not for you, but you learn that out rather than living your whole life thinking, what if we did that? What if I could also make as much as my engineering friends? If you just try, I promise you there's a lot of value and learning in that trying.
It was very interesting when you talked about that last slide, having someone, having AI do the actual manual scavenging, the separation. I mean, there's so many issues out there which AI can do, and then we are freed to do what? So those problems, I mean, you've looked at fintech in India as well.
Yes.
What would you say if you were telling somebody, what are the top 5 problems that they could look at right away and look for solutions?
So I think the ultimate truth of nation's economy, if you read this sort of history, long, it's called big history, right? And like you all know, Harari is one of those writers, etc. There's a lot of truth to this idea that a nation's future or whatever happens is its demography, right? So we are one of the younger nations. We are going to have a lot of people who are looking to become ambitious, who are looking to, go from whatever social status they had to a little higher one. And I think around those ideas, there's a lot of stuff to be solved for India, because today there is a penalty to being poor. If you are poor, access to capital is more expensive than for the rich. Obviously, I can take the famous example of how people run away to London when they don't pay their money, but the poor will not be let off the hook so easy. I also think that education, for example, it's a scary world. People will want to have more personalized education. In India, so far, we've still, the IITs and a few other institutions tend to hog that limelight, and everybody else is made to feel less than because they don't get to the institutions. I think systems that break through and allow merit to shine, which with AI we have a real chance of doing. We have a real chance of recognizing when somebody is good at a specific niche as opposed to going through that certification process, etc. I think opportunity and education, jobs is another one where I really think. The third thing that personally even I am doing my best to do something there is healthcare. I really, really think that healthcare is one of those jobs where jobs won't go away. You still want to go to a doctor. You want to go to somebody in a white coat with authority and ask them, what do you think? How do I get better? But at the same time, the amount of information available to us in what is the right thing to do is changing very rapidly. No human being can keep up with it. And if we can make those systems of knowledge be more accessible to people, I think then again, our doctors will turn into specialists. They'll only treat specific cases, right? As opposed to the millions of GPs we have right now. My mom's a dentist, so I really think about this a lot, that she also says that, look, it's very hard to keep up, right? So you go to somebody you trust because you believe they have their best interest at heart, and they do, but they may not still know the best knowledge, right, to treat you well. And I think in a country like India, again, this is very critical because our best doctors, they want to stay in the cities, right? They also want to have a good life, quality of life, work somewhere nice, have their children go to the best schools. But then what does that mean for the billions of people, right, who are living not close to that high urban density center? So I think
It's
healthcare.
very interesting you're talking about more specialists. Yesterday we had a doctor who told us exactly the opposite, that we actually don't have enough GPs and we need to have that. And I would imagine that with healthcare, the last mile in every village would still have to be some kind of trained
Yes.
medical person, whether it's a nurse or a paramedical expert or whatever, or a GP. You still need to have that
Yes.
last mile connectivity, and that has to be a person, right?
Yeah, just to be very clear, I think, I know that if you see an AI person, we think all of us are the same. I am strongly advocating for not eliminating jobs,
Yeah.
right? Just because AI can do it, you'll remove
No, in
humans.
fact,
Yeah.
it can multiply jobs.
Multiply
right?
jobs, exactly.
So let's talk about those opportunities to multiply jobs.
I think you have to look back in the history, like very, very long, and ask, even if all this information was available, where would you not take out the human, right? And I think healthcare is one of those things, especially, right? Like I wouldn't want, even if I knew what to do, how to do it, you'd still want somebody else to do it. Being in a doctor family, I can tell you that doctors are also humans, right? It's not like if I know something, I'll just inject myself or do something. You go to another doctor for treatment because your emotions get in the way. Even these fields that feel strangely technical and like, suit and everybody is professional, there's a lot of human things that happen, right? You don't, like no surgeon will operate on their own relative, right? It's just not going to happen. Why? Because you're human at the end of the day. And you will falter, you will make mistakes. So to your point, yes, last mile we need a lot of capacity, more than we have today. But then to train them up to that capacity will become a much easier job. Because then these people can treat immediate symptoms, they'll also learn on the job. But when it comes to advanced knowledge, diagnostics, etc., instead of making guesses, they can just refer to the AI and they have the quality of diagnosis available to them in the same way that the leading doctor in LA would have. How do we disperse it? How do we take it to the last mile? How do we take it to everybody? Still a very operational, heavy logistics problem that India has to learn to solve. And if one of you has an idea on how to do it and how to do it well, I think there's, again, lots of money, lots of jobs in that area.
Just the last question. What does it do to the nature of jobs as well? Do we become a nation of gig workers? Do we have more Uber drivers, more Blinkit deliverers? And then, of course, you're dealing with lack of regulation, no proper working hours. It's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
But that kind of connectivity which you still need, I mean, you can hail an Uber, but you still need somebody to drive it.
Correct.
So what do you do with that nation of gig workers then?
See, I think you've put your hand on something that, your finger on something that is really, really problematic, which is how much control do you cede to somebody just because they make the technology, right? And they've deployed the technology scale. So Uber used to get the rights, and therefore I might be an independent driver, but that independent driver was just a ruse for Uber to have a certain tax advantages and not have to pay, like you're saying, gig workers, etc. And somebody, an Indian company, saw through that, called Namma Yatri in Bangalore. They started up. It's an offshoot of this another Indian payment company, JustPay. And they went to the auto drivers, they started auto drivers in Bangalore and said, listen, why are you paying commissions? You don't want to pay commissions. We also think you should not pay commissions. We are going to charge you 35 rupees a day total. That's it. And if you take a monthly pack, 750 rupees for the month, so 25 rupees a day. We will just give you those rights. We'll just give you the right, no commission. We won't even come in the middle. You take money from the customer directly. Namma Yatri and then Rapido, which adopted this model, today do more rides than Uber and Ola combined. Because as soon as you offer a better option in which you are not giving people the ability to be a gig worker, those win. And I think this is, the reality of business, that even if an American company comes, creates the market here, if there's an Indian competitor hungry enough, and especially with the price of technology going down, I think we will see a world where we have a lot more specialists and independent people who are choosing to take their talent where they are given the best value for it. I don't think we'll end up becoming a country of low-level gig workers. I sincerely think because aspiration is so high, right? It doesn't matter what social class you're from. You know when you're being looted, right? You can see it. And you will not opt for it. I think the opportunity lies in creating dignified services, dignified options for these people. And I appreciate certain companies like Urban Company which do this.
Yeah.
And they stand up for their gig workers, especially when there are problems, especially like they do stuff like massages, right? A lot of social stigma,
Absolutely.
and people treat them very badly. But Urban Company stands up for them.
Yeah.
And I think that helps them retain a lot. They train a lot. So a lot of stuff we're talking about, skilling, upskilling, you know, like when you get somebody from Urban Company, they are highly professional.
Yeah.
And they have a better shot at earning than others. Urban Company is one of the few places. In Uber, your driver will say, sir, let's turn off the app, transact directly. Urban
Company, they don't do that.
They want to do the opposite. They
Yeah.
like the company. They're like,
Yeah.
no, sir. You please give me rating there, pay me there, etc. So I think that's the answer. If we give them dignified options, I think people will, you know, they will
Lovely. You make us feel much better about AI now. Thank you very much.
you,
And
Kat.
I think a huge round of applause. He's addressed so many of our problems currently. And we wish you all the best. Thank you.
so much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. If I may please invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend our heartfelt appreciation and, of course, a wonderful token of our gratitude to Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speaker who patiently helped us navigate the world of AI, of course, setting the perfect background for us to maybe do some more research, understand the world of AI as we know it, and a little bit of a sneak peek into the positives that we can expect as well. Thank you very much, sir. Also with that, we now take a break for lunch. We look forward to hosting you back here within 35 minutes. Of course, I want to also reiterate that when we come back, we have a lot of interesting conversations. We're starting off with a little bit of history, a lot of mental health conversations, and most importantly, spirituality and the arts. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. as we begin our next session. Thank you very much. Please enjoy lunch.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians, whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Cholas. Of course, through the course of yesterday and the first half of today, we've had the opportunity to look at the digital age quite in detail, but long before that, there was the Chola Empire, and through the course of this session, we have the opportunity to see what it is about their legacy that captivates us still. To take us through this conversation, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Anirudh Kaniseti with a loud round of applause from all of us in the audience, celebrated public historian and award-winning author of Lords of Earth and Sea, a history of the Chola Empire. His extensive research is going to be of great value for all of us. If I may also welcome onto the stage our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar, consulting editor, The Sunday Standard. All we need to know about the Chola Empire, ladies and gentlemen, waiting to unfold here on stage. Over to our session chair. Good afternoon, sir.
I seem to be the history agent here, so I shall follow my karma. Tell me something. Let's start off with the chapter of your book. The title of your book, Who Are the Cholas? I've been a bit superfluous considering it's made in Tamil Nadu. But tell me about things which is not part of general knowledge about Cholas.
I'm tremendously excited to be here. Thank you, Kaveri. Thank you to the Indian Express team for having me. I cannot tell you what a thrill it is, having been working out of Delhi for the last 2 years, to when I came into the hotel earlier today, to see a hall called Rajendra Chola Hall. It's not the kind of thing that I would ever see in North India. So it constantly amazes me how much how much of a role the Cholas continue to play in the Tamil public consciousness. And as Ravi said, it might be a little superfluous to ask me to tell you all something you don't know about the Cholas.
I said tell them what we don't know.
But one thing that really struck me as I was doing the research for my book is the remarkable importance of Queen Sembian Mahadevi, who, as many of us may know, is the grand aunt of the famous Rajaraja Cholan. And I think Sembian Mahadevi is really one of the most remarkable figures, not just in Indian history, but in world history. Yet outside of Tamil Nadu, barely anybody knows her name. The famous Nataraja icon, which today is a symbol not just of Hinduism, but really of India at large. Nataraja was the favorite god of Sembian Mahadevi. And before Sembian Mahadevi becomes the Dowager Queen of the Cholas in the 970s, you very rarely see Nataraja represented in the temples of the Kaveri floodplain. So he was worshipped primarily in Tillai, present-day Chidambaram, but he was not very well known in the Kaveri. What Sembian Mahadevi does in her about decade and a half as the Dowager Queen of the Cholas is she builds 12 temples and makes gifts to many more, not just in the Chola kingdom, but outside the borders of the Chola core territory. And in all of her temples, she includes Nataraja very prominently on the southern side of the Vimana, facing in the same direction as he does in Tillai. And what this does is effectively crystallizes the iconography of the god. It disseminates his image to a very wide constituency of Nada assemblies, village assemblies, Brahmin assemblies, merchants most importantly. And we have this remarkable case, I think in Tirudai Mardur. Of course that renovation does not survive, but we know from earlier records that there was a renovation that was being done by a merchant corporation, the Ainutravar, the 500. And they started the renovation but stopped it in the middle because Sembian Mahadevi introduced this new style of building temples, including Nataraja, and then shoehorned in a Nataraja sculpture, just to show you how this image was becoming more and more popular. And it becomes such a pervasive part of Tamil religion, of Tamil culture, that over the course of the Chola period, over 3,000 Nataraja bronzes are commissioned. And these later get picked up by Western museum collectors in the 19th century. These get picked up by Western art critics like Rodin, the famous French sculptor, and also picked up by Indologists like Ananda Kumaraswamy. And it is because of all of these people that Nataraja ends up becoming the icon that he is. But it all starts with one Chola queen who is barely known outside of Tamil Nadu.
See, Hinduism is one of the most inclusive of religions. So, the empire of Cholas, which spread all the way to Java, Sumatra, Malaysia, the whole thing. So you find many temples, religious relics there. So was there an evangelic aspect to the Chola empire building? Or was it purely a matter of personal conviction on part of Rajendra Chola?
That's an interesting question. For those of you who took the escalators up, there's a spectacular sketch just downstairs on the first floor, a multi-panel sketch called Chola Migrations. And I found this so fascinating because it shows you not just the ship that is taking people to a distant shore, but it's also showing entire families on the move. It's showing people who are taking goats and sheep and like planting bananas. And I think it's important to remember that when we are talking about medieval culture spreading, we're talking about the movement of people. Now, the archaeological evidence of the Tamil diaspora is extraordinary. There is no other medieval Indian diaspora that reached as far as the Tamils did, to the point where in the 13th century, and I talk about this in my book, on the East China Sea, in the Chinese port of Quanzhou, they commissioned a Tamil-style Shiva temple. And you can see to this day, though the temple no longer survives, the fragments of it essentially show Shiva with a Chinese face. Or the Gajendra Moksha, but Gajendra standing on these scrolling, swirling Chinese clouds. It's really remarkable to see how globalized these people were. And there's evidence of these merchant settlements in Sumatra. So Sumatra is one of the islands of Indonesia. It's facing the coast of Malaysia. And on both shores of Sumatra, on the east shore and the west shore, we have evidence that Tamil merchants had settled. And when they settled, they built temples in the Tamil style with Tamil deities, and very often actually importing stone from Tamil Nadu across the seas to make sure it was built in the right materials. Now, I'm not convinced there was an evangelical aspect, simply because these temples were clearly intended to fill a local purpose. They were intended for the community. It was a way for the community to tie itself together. And if you see on mainland India also, something similar was happening in that Tamil temples were community centers for the region. So I'm not sure there's an evangelical aspect to it, but there's definitely a commercial aspect to it, because the fact that these are merchant settlements, and also what is being grown in Sumatra. In the highlands of Sumatra, in the forests, you get camphor. Now, camphor is not something that grows naturally in India. So in Tamil temple inscriptions, when you see camphor being offered to the god, it is being imported by merchants from across the seas. And the really interesting thing is, the coast of Sumatra is very marshy, it's very dangerous. So the merchants didn't want to go around the shore between their ports. They wanted to go into the highlands, so carry their goods from one side of the island to the other side of the island. And the reason we know this is because in the highlands of Sumatra, there is a culture called the Karo culture. So there are indigenous Sumatran people, and their language has 200 Tamil loanwords. And this obviously comes from centuries upon centuries of interaction with Tamil merchants, Tamil priests. So there's a commercial aspect, but not an evangelical one.
Okay, so, there are two, the logic for an empire, it's two. One is to take your culture and transplant it in other geographies. And to empower yourself economically, So I remember reading somewhere, there's one of the British bureaucrats saying, we didn't build an empire by being nice guys. So there is a certain amount of kind of, force which is involved. So where did you do your research? Did you go to Indonesia and Sumatra? All the research was done from here.
So a surprisingly honest admission from that British bureaucrat who you read, I must say. My fieldwork was primarily in South Karnataka and in the Kaveri floodplain. For Indonesia, I relied on archaeological reports and images of the excavation and the artifacts that were found. But yes, I think we must not shy away from the fact that pre-modern empires expanded by violence. If you have to look at the primary sources, if you look at the Chola inscriptions, very often kings provide a list of their conquests. And it's quite interesting because Tamil temples had this unique architectural form. If you have to look at Deccan temples, for example, the walls are not flat. They're very rhythmic. They have recesses, they have niches, they have a lot of decoration on the walls. but Tamil temples generally have flat walls. They're punctuated only by pillars. So this allows for a large open space where every inscription, every gift made to a temple is recorded. And the interesting thing about the Cholas is that whenever they made a gift to a temple, they would first include a small eulogy describing the king's achievements. And usually the main thing that the kings would talk about is their conquests. And because the records on the walls are so comprehensive, year by year you can say, okay, this year the king was claiming these conquests in this temple, but the next year he's in a different temple and he's claiming these conquests. So you can trace out a very detailed map of the activities, and you can see how warfare is almost a seasonal activity. So during the monsoon season, no war is happening, no marching is happening. Then after that you have a planting season where the fields are all prepared, and once the crops have been left to grow, then all the young men get together under the leadership of the king, and then they go to war. And then once that is over, once the campaigning season is over, they come back in time for the harvest. So it's very interesting that you can read the rhythms. This almost like a tide, this expansion and contraction of the empire and of warfare, season by season, year by year.
You know, my ignorance of the Cholas, basically because of Kaveri, you put me here. But I want to ask you about the Cholas, the expansion of Cholas into other parts of the subcontinent. Was there, when there is an imperial expansion, there also, along with it, comes an entire bureaucracy of educators, an entire bureaucracy of kind of culturals, linguists, all of them. So and Tamil is one of the most ancient cultures in the world, one of the most sophisticated languages in the world. I mean, forget about the phonemics. I mean, it's really a lot of spiritual depth, a lot of cultural depth. So was the influence of Tamil spread in the subcontinent by the Cholas?
Yeah, I think that it's a really remarkable period in the history of Tamil as a language, because one can really argue that it's under the Cholas that Tamil becomes an international language, because it is spoken in courts in South Karnataka, it is spoken in northern Lanka, and also we know that embassies came from as far away as Cambodia and even China to the Chola court. So Tamil must have been used as a language of diplomacy. It would not have been ridiculous to expect that Tamil would have been heard in Angkor, for example. And given how far the diaspora expanded, I think it very much supports the argument. But this also brings us to something very interesting, which is I was quite intrigued by how the Cholas managed this very diverse empire. If you were to look at the structure of all other empires before the Cholas, so if you look at the Chalukya and Rashtrakuta empires that I wrote about in my first book, Lords of the Deccan, what happens with most Indian kings is they will go beat up their enemies, they will force them to pay some tribute, they will appoint some puppet to rule in their name from the local dynasty, and then they'll go back. What the Cholas do is very different. They will kick out the local dynasty and they put a prince of their family, and they encourage Tamil merchants to migrate and intermingle with the local culture. So this allows the logistical reach of the empire to spread. Because you have the logistical ability to maintain that connection to your homeland, the Cholas are able to create a truly trans-regional empire, which was very new in South India at the time. It is also the first empire that actually united a big chunk of India's coast. All the major empires before that, if you think of the Rashtrakutas, if you think of the Guptas, the Mauryas, these are all empires of the Gangetic plains or of the Krishna Godavari river valley. The Cholas are a coastal empire. It's a very different kind of polity. In South Karnataka, once again, you see that this intuitive understanding of the temple, both as a religious space and a political space, I think it's a distinctively Tamil concept, arises in South Karnataka after Rajaraja Chola's conquests. So in Kolar, which is about an hour away really from Bangalore, there's this beautiful little temple called the Kolarama temple. Now the Kolarama temple was a small temple, was a mud and brick shrine to the local goddess. And Rajendra Chola has it reconstructed in stone in the Tamil style. So instead of having the local Karnataka style rhythmic architecture, you have the flat walls. And you have these beautiful inscriptions written not just in Tamil but also in Kannada. So there's a very clear idea that both the local Tamils who have migrated and the existing Kannada population have to cooperate and coordinate in the worship of the goddess under the aegis of a Chola officer. And I think that this understanding of diversity, but also the ability to coexist with it, once again is a distinctive feature of Chola statecraft.
So you, of late, history, there's a group of young historians who are trying to liberate history from the strict academic rigors. I would kind of put it cages of stories into which history had been put in, which made it very difficult to read by rote. So a lot of young historians now who are challenging or trying to liberate that kind of history. And as far as the Indian, within the subcontinental post-Islamic, invasion, post-Islamic, it has had an ideological, connotations. Did the Chola expeditions into outside India, was there any ideological, nuances to that? Were there any ideological nuances?
Well, I think there's the ideology of conquest, of course, which animated most pre-modern states. It animated ancient Greece, ancient Rome. Of course, Indians were no exception. But to your broader point, Ravi, about the writing of Indian history, I think my distinguished co-panelists have also pointed out the same fact. I think that the tendency in India is to always subordinate history to one or the other political ideology. And I find that to be a very unjust way of dealing with our past, because it means we're constantly seesawing between accepting some facts, rejecting others, then accepting these facts and rejecting the others. I think that we have to have a more mature and systematic appreciation of the past, in that not all of what we think about the past is going to confirm our ideas and our biases, but the reality of it is always...
We're talking about the Cholas, we're not talking about...
Of course, but I'm talking also about the Cholas, because like many other, like I would say all pre-modern dynasties, I think, have fed into various nationalist ideas in various states. So I come from Andhra Pradesh, that's where I was born, and the medieval dynasty of the region were the Vengi Chalukyas. Now,
what I'm meaning is that, for example, when the Christian empires expanded, and destroyed the Byzantines, all those guys, they had brought in a concept of Christianity, and they spread Christianity. Similarly, when the Muslim empire, invaders came to India and other places, they, completely took over the local people and changed their religion, converted them. But Chola does not seem to have done that. I mean, he might have built Hindu temples. So what differentiates Chola from the other invaders who, intruders who created empires? So, what a lasting cultural legacy.
I think that the distinguishing feature, generally speaking, of the way that Indian empires expanded is that they're very comfortable with diversity. So, as I was saying earlier, in South Karnataka, they are rebuilding the temple and they're continuing to use Tamil as well as the local language. Now, you see something similar happening in Sri Lanka as well. So, in northern Sri Lanka, there is in Trincomalee, which is on the coast, there was a Buddhist monastery. Now, the Cholas were not Buddhists. The Buddhists accused the Cholas of destroying monasteries. This is in the Sri Lankan sources. But if you were to look at the inscriptions of the Buddhist monasteries in Trincomalee, they're written in Tamil. And before they were written in Sinhala, after the Cholas, they're written in Tamil. So clearly, there is a multilingualism that is there in this part of India. There is a comfort with diversity. And so when conquest happens, instead of a replacement of a previous culture, you have a new layer added on to what was there already before. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think it does. The other conquests, whether the Roman Pope's armies or the Crusades or the Islamic Arab invasions of the subcontinent and India, there's a lot of cruelty involved in it. There are people being burnt at the stake, beheaded, or Sikh gurus put on, I don't know, whatever, chapati turns or whatever. But, and if you look at the scriptural, text evidence available at that period, there doesn't seem to be any horror story the Cholas seem to have perpetrated in their, imperialism.
No, I'm sorry, I have to correct you there. I was very disturbed when I read the Kalingatta Bharani, which is produced in the 12th century in the court of Kulothunga Chola, who's one of the later kings, and the atrocities it describes on the battlefield are bone-chilling. It's the way the story unfolds is, of course, a little amusing because it's told from the perspective of the ghouls who live in Kali's court, the goddess Kali, and they're all starving because the Cholas have not fought any enemies for 10 to 20 years. And then after Kulothunga Chola orders the conquest of Kalinga, there's this terrible massacre, and Jayangondar, the great Tamil poet, he minces no words in describing the horrors of the battlefield. So we're talking about oceans of blood, lakes of blood, people lying on the battlefield waiting to be eaten by dogs. No, let me finish. I think it's important for us to remember that conquest is conquest. War is war. Destruction is destruction. Who is performing this? At the end of the day, people are still dying.
I'm not talking about battlefield. Wars are always violent. I'm talking about the other invasions went beyond the battlefield. It went beyond kind of, inquisitions in Goa. It went beyond kind of, torture of, what Vikram had written in the book on Tipu. The horror was visited on the populations to change their kind of cultural gestalt and, make it into, outsiders kind of. That's what I'm asking. Did the Cholas perpetrate horrors on the local populations?
So, I don't think it was a matter of royal policy. I don't think, especially if you want to rule a territory, you're not going to be massacring everyone because you want them to be your subjects.
But the others did, no?
Well, I do see the primary sources that say this, but I want to see an expansion of the archaeological evidence. As I said, when I was talking about the destruction of Anuradhapura, which is something the Cholas claim, the Sri Lankans also accuse the Cholas of destroying Anuradhapura, but the archaeology shows that nobody destroyed Anuradhapura. It was abandoned. So there might be. It's very important for us to understand that primary sources, because they are written by people like you and I. Ultimately, these people have a story they are trying to tell their audiences. Now, to what extent was that true? To what extent were these political claims being made? Is difficult for us to be 100%.
No, not political. I was just purely trying to kind of examine the difference, the civilizational difference. I'm talking from a civilizational point of view, whether how the Cholas, it seems to be they were far more evolved and civilized culture than many of the others who came into the subcontinent.
I think, Ravi, I'll have to disagree with you there. Please look at the Chola primary sources and see. I don't understand.
I'm talking about local populations. That is where it actually matters.
Yes. And
I mean, where the massacres, people of Indonesia massacred, where they turned into Shaivite worshippers, where they kind of, whatever the Buddhist stupas destroyed to kind
if
of,
you look
put
at
temples.
the inscriptions of Rajadiraja Chola, he similarly claims that he attacked Jain Basidis in South Karnataka. This is what he claims. And the Chalukyas also accuse him of doing the same thing. Now, did this actually happen? Difficult to be sure. What we can say is that South Karnataka used to be a great bastion of Jainism. This is what all the temples shows, this is what all the archaeology shows at. But was it necessarily the Cholas who were responsible for this? Or
maybe Ashoka was. That's also possible.
Exactly. So we don't have a decisive answer to
my last question is that, the Cholas were a very powerful naval power. What are the naval traditions of India they wish to develop to kind of build that power?
I think that once again the Tamil merchants are a very big part of this answer. If you look at the inscriptions of Nagapattinam, you know that many merchant corporations lived there. And we have a lot of interesting details about the ships that were being built by these people in various surviving manuscripts that are found in the Maldives by B. Arunachalam, who was a maritime history professor in Mumbai. And it is really amazing because I found to my great surprise that the North Star was not visible from South India in the 11th century. So they instead used to navigate using the Big Dipper. And they had such exact measurements of the altitude of stars that it was simply using their fingers or this interesting little, like a rudimentary astrolabe. So they would know that, okay, so the position of such and such port corresponds to this angle of this star. So simply,
South Indians are much smarter, that's about it. Any questions? I think she's already kind of making faces at me. Any questions for... No? Okay. Very disappointing.
Okay,
thank you so much. Very, very...
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you. Thank you to the audience.
Great discussion.
Thank you so much. If I may call upon Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya to extend our token of appreciation to our speaker, Mr. Anirudh Khanisetti. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speaker. I think it's safe to say we've just scratched the surface, but a lot of us will be looking out for the mural as we go to the first floor today. Welcome, ma'am. In the limited time at hand, I think we've managed to take a look at the governance, the families, a little bit of the naval strategies, a lot of interesting conversation, and of course for that we have our speaker to thank. Thank you so much, sir. A quick photo op, ma'am. Thank you so much. From the story behind history itself, our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we jump right into the present. Of course, we're at fascinating political crossroads today. Once the dominant force that's been shaping India's political landscape, we take the opportunity to explore the identity of the Congress with our upcoming session, India and Congress, State of Suspension. Of course, for this, we also have with us two fantastic speakers and our session chair driving this particular conversation. It is my privilege to invite onto the stage Mr. Priyank Kharge, Honorable Minister of ITBT and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Karnataka. A round of applause as we welcome sir. Welcome, sir. We're also joined by Mr. Bansi Kalapa. Ladies and gentlemen, renowned political editor. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Our session chair, Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, editor of the New Indian Express. This is going to be an interesting conversation, and I'm sure all of us are looking forward to this. So without further ado, I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair. Over to you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
You have already been introduced. We have from morning lot of sessions, some very brilliant, interesting sessions, lot of discussions on Upanishad and Gita and history. Now we are coming down to the brass tacks, trying to, and of course, how to tackle mental health in, while studying IIT, IIMs. Now we are coming to the brass tacks in discussing one of the key issues involving our young generation, which is jobs. How to kickstart jobs. And for the Congress Party and your government, when you went into the elections, assembly elections, that was one of the cornerstone of the key campaign area, campaign thrust, if we can call it. In the last 18 months, let me ask you, since you are the ITBT minister, you are the electronics minister, sectors which generate job, particularly in your state, Karnataka and Bangalore. What has been done in the last 18 months on your main campaign plank, which is job creation?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for having me over. And I think after a session like Anirudh's, I'm not sure how many people will be ready to listen to me. But anyway, like you said, right from history, we are diving right into the future. And well, the question that you have posed to me is extremely tough to answer, because we are working on multiple fronts to ensure that we provide as much employment as possible. So in the last 18 months, we have taken a three-pronged approach for the government to ensure that our youth are in a better position to be employed. Firstly, we had promised, one of our biggest promises was that we will fill in all the 2.5 lakh posts within the government. And for that, we have taken necessary steps. In fact, in my own department, we have already close to around 1,400 people have been recruited in the form of junior engineers, assistant engineers, and other designations.
This is from the Rural Development and
RDPR, yes. And the other strategy that we are using is, of course, the Yuvanidhi. You know, that was one of our 5 guarantees, where we are helping youth to stay afloat after their graduation till they find a job by giving them some incentives. So 3,000 rupees for a graduate and 2,000 rupees for 1,500 rupees for a diploma holder, just so that they, for the next till they are employable or till they find employment, this sort of dole will help them out to put applications, help them understand things better during that time. And the third strategy is that as a government, it's our prime responsibility to create a conducive environment for employment. So we understand that creating or giving employment is extremely difficult, but to ensure that nothing stops us to ensure that the Karnataka human resource is the most employable human resource in the world. So we have come up with a committee, a skill advisory committee for emerging technologies. We are giving greater thrust to GTTCs and ITIs. We are giving greater thrust to ensuring that we have a great understanding of what the industry needs, and that is again in turn put past through the academia and also the corporates, so that we have this network, or we have formed a proper working wireframe for us to ensure that the youth of Karnataka are employable. So we have the skill development minister working with it, we have the higher education ministry working towards it, we have the industry minister working towards it, and the ministry for IT, BT, and electronics as well. So we have also come up with a program called Nipuna Karnataka, which is probably India's biggest skilling, upskilling, and reskilling program I think even in the world. So the idea is very clear. The tagline says, skill locally, work globally. So we are no longer catering to the ecosystem just in Karnataka, but we are catering to a global ecosystem for the workforce.
But that brings us to three direct questions. First, you are a minister in Karnataka, and Bangalore, which is known to be the IT hub. There are other centers which have subsequently come up in India. Hyderabad is also doing quite well. Tamil Nadu, etc. have come up, but that was the original Biocon also. But now you are saying creation of job is not a very easy thing, okay? And you have been rolling out doles to accommodate the youth. So what happens to the population dividend that we were talking about, which was supposed to have spurred growth and give us an advantage?
We have a demography, there is no doubt. We have the demography dividend, we have the demography advantage, there is no doubt about that. But what use is of us churning out 1.5 million engineers every year who are unemployable? Or hardly 22% of them are employable in the current status. I was reading a report recently which says that if we do not, because of the lack of skill sets, companies throughout the world will lose close to around $8.5 trillion by 2030. European Union suggests that 44% of them are unemployable with their current skill sets. So the idea is to make them more employable, to work across sectors, to work across verticals, to work across geographies. And that's what the government of Karnataka intends to do and is doing. So we identify the skill sets along with the industry. It's something that we are dreaming about it, or we are saying that, okay, let us take the policy in this direction. We are sitting with the industry. We are understanding where they are headed, whether it is cyber security, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's machine learning, whether it's manufacturing. We have created centers of excellence. The government of Karnataka runs 27 centers of excellence, right from agriculture to aerospace, right from deep space to artificial intelligence. We have policies backing it, right from space tech policy, defense, deftronics policy, IT policy, BT policy, startup policy, engineering, research and development policy. We also have a global capability center policy. So we are building a very strong foundation of education, knowledge, skill sets, incubation center, backed up with policies which will ensure research, development and innovations. So this will create jobs. It will not happen overnight. It cannot happen overnight. But we are going to ensure that we are future ready.
So is it only for the locals, as the slogan has been for Karnataka for Kannadigas, or is it for India? You represent a national party, but your slogan has been very local. Whether it is upskilling or setting up institutional basis.
I know where this is headed. Although I'm from a national party, unfortunately I'm a local minister. So if you want this to be spread across India, ensure that Congress comes next time. And ensure that I become the IT minister there. And I will ensure that not only Kannadigas, but all Indians will be skilled for global competition. Right now, my mandate as the Minister for Karnataka is to ensure that I skill Kannadigas. I'll be more than happy to skill Tamilians also. I have no issues with that. But also, having said that, look at who is coming to Karnataka now. Who's coming to Tamil Nadu now? Who's come to Maharashtra? Who's coming to Telangana? Migration is so huge. I don't think it is, the government policies are there. Of course, state government policies there are for that particular state. But when you come to Karnataka and you go to, I'm sure Mr. Kalapa will agree with me, if you go to parts of Whitefield, it's like Gurgaon. They speak only Hindi. If you come to certain parts of Bengaluru, you will find only Tamilians. Tamil movies run 100 days, sir, in Karnataka. So we are creating an ecosystem. We are creating an ecosystem for India to thrive. When Tamil Nadu comes up with a manufacturing policy, it's just not for Tamilians. People come work for everywhere. When Bangalore, when Karnataka has created the Global Capability Center policy, it works well for Karnataka, but nothing stops you from coming and working in Karnataka. So, coming back to your original question, ensure that Congress comes back to power, we will ensure all Indians are employable.
I will ask a quick associated question, then Bansi's Bansi can take over. The other thing is that, is it because that, job creation and upskilling, you are putting it back on the employability of the youth? So is it because that, consecutive governments have not been able to push the IT sector beyond Bangalore too much? There is Bangalore, where I have traveled, there are nth number of young people who would want to stay there. They don't want to migrate. They're just looking for the right job there. There's Mysore, which has not really happened. Whitefield is a small example, or the Electronic City 1 and 2 are the small sort of satellite cities at the most that has been created, but it has not spread.
Oh, well, I slightly differ from you on this one. Of course, Bengaluru is the answer, and jobs is it is not, this problem of employment is not limited to Karnataka. It's there in Canada, it's there in US. You heard what the President of the United States recently said, only competent people will be allowed into the country. What is the definition of competence? The definition of competence, according to me, is employability. Skilled, highly skilled, precision skilled. And I think that's what we need to do. And your second question of us building ecosystems beyond Bangalore, it's always a work in progress, and we have done phenomenally well. I think if you look at the STPI data, this year, Mysuru has turned out more than 5,000 crores in IT exports. Mangaluru has turned out more than, the Mangaluru cluster has turned out more than 3,000, 4,000 crores. The Hubli Belgavi cluster has churned out more than 2,000 crores. Of course, compared to the entire IT exports of Karnataka, which is around 4.5 lakh crores, these are just 10%, 5% of this entire thing. But it's always a work in progress. And we have a very strong beyond Bengaluru policy where we do not give any incentives or subsidies for companies coming and investing in Bangalore. We are giving incentives and subsidies for people going outside Bengaluru. You'll be quite surprised. My Hubli, Belgavi, Dharwad cluster, which is considered one of the rural areas, has more than 500 startups registered with me. The Mangaluru cluster has more than 438 startups. The Mysuru cluster has got more than 600 startups. NTT recently bought 2 companies that are outside Udupi, startups that are outside Udupi. We run GCCs.
How much of all that, the startups focus on the rural area? It was raised in one of the discussions, previous discussions, that do we address our startup or our policy sort of connect the economic growth or the fruits of these new ideas to rural India, the rural belt, or is it all part of a sort of urbanization or come towards the urban center only?
It's a mix of
How
both.
much of the startup application is?
See, I think it's a mix of both. If you, what started, let's say Swiggy started in a cosmopolitan or a metropolitan like Bengaluru, but in my hometown of Kalburgi, Swiggy is there now. We have some ONDC platform like Namma Yatri where that is in Kalburgi now. I'm not talking about Bengaluru, Mysuru, Mangaluru, I'm talking about Kalburgi, where these platforms are coming up. Yes, the transition takes time, it will eventually evolve. But like you said, the playground is these urban sectors. The playground is where the catchment area is, purchasing power is, where the aspirational life is. There is no denying that. But yes, as a government, we need to constantly keep pushing corporates, industries outside the core anchor area. I mean, I get a lot of this when people keep saying that the focus is heavily on Bengaluru and stuff. Yes, the focus is on Bengaluru because that's the anchor everybody knows. But when we tell, how many of them know 10 cities of England over here? Not many. Maximum, they will know, first of course is London. Next probably they'll, because a lot of kith and kin might be living in Birmingham. Wimbledon, of course. After that, after 4 or 5, you, Manchester, yeah, whatever. You start thinking after 5. And even now, what is Greater London? London is actually the original London is very small. Greater London is beyond Heathrow. What is New York now? New York is very small. The New York state goes across islands. So it's always a constant thing of prosperity, increasing the geographical boundaries, and using that as an anchor, we push them to Belgavi, we push them to Koppal, we push them to Mysuru, we push them to Mangaluru, we push them to Hubli. We have a very robust EV and aviation sector that is happening in Belgavi. We have flat floor factories coming across the state. We have nano GCC concepts, plug and play concepts that are coming across the state. Yes, constant work in progress, but we have to keep we have to keep pushing.
Okay, Bansi. By the way, Southampton is a place where a lot of young Indians are going and doing work.
We are all over the place.
So it's kind of...
And also, one important thing is nowadays there's a lot of following in the urban centers for, the United Kingdom's football leagues. So they have so many fans out here. It's amazing. Because the next generation, what we have, they're very highly following football. So many of them know these UK teams by their, club names. Okay, so talking of the Congress manifesto, you spoke of 1 crore jobs. So the Congress has been very aggressive in pushing the guarantees and leading from the front, of course. But how far, have you reached on this 1 crore job desire?
See, that's our goal. We are, these things need to be bucketed well. So at what level are we creating jobs? So there are close to around 300 million jobs right now in India that are up for grabs, but the skill sets are not matching. So this needs to be identified in every sector, and that's what we have done. It's taken us 6 months to do so. How many people are required with respect to cybersecurity? How many people are required in manufacturing? We are talking to, like I said earlier, we are talking to industries. When we say manufacturing, it's just not precision manufacturing, packaging, assembly line management. We are training people in something, whatever corporates want, IQ, SQ, EQ. So there are various parameters that people fall short of, and we are ensuring that in each of these parameters that they come up to the average or above average level so that they become more employable. So like I said, in the next 5 years, our target has been that, and we've crossed a year, and we have done pretty well. If you look at the statistics or the data, the third-party statistics, or even the Government of India statistics, we are one of the biggest job generators in the country right now. Thanks to our policies, thanks to our ecosystem that we are driving, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in global capability centers, whether it's in innovations. I think we are fairly on track.
Okay. Karnataka is looking at organizing one of the biggest gyms, global investor meets. Now, until now, we've had the lull because of COVID and issues like that. But because of intrinsic challenges, how well do you think you will be able to satisfy your investor?
Oh, well, see, one thing is that we have to agree is that it's always difficult to get investments in India. We are fiercely competitive, states, as a state. As soon as I say, okay, I'm getting this, one of the Fortune 500 companies into manufacturing in Karnataka, and I'm going to give land at X rate, power tariffs at X rate, Y rate, immediately Tamil Nadu is going to beat me down to it. As soon as Tamil Nadu comes up with their proposal, Telangana is going to beat it down to it. And of course, Mr. Naidu is hyper aggressive, so he is going to beat down everybody through it. So it's always fiercely competitive within India for investment. But what we are doing is, I've stopped, at least me and the industry minister and me have stopped positioning Karnataka as an investment destination. I'm very clear. I'm positioning Karnataka as the skill capital of the world and the knowledge destination for the world. We are going to focus heavily on skilling people, ensuring we have the best talent pool available for corporates to come here and do business. See, anybody can give you policies, anybody can give you incentives, anybody can give you subsidies. Subsidies can be matched, incentives can be surpassed, policies can be tweaked, but how will you develop human resource? How will you develop an ecosystem which has taken us decades? See, it's not just because you bring up a great policy that the investments don't come in. Today, if we are the 4th largest technology cluster in the world, if 65% of defense manufacturing happens in Karnataka, 52% of machine tool manufacturing happens here, if 4.5 billion electronic accessories are being exported, we are 21% of the national bioeconomy is from my state, it took us 30 years to get where we are. We have built it with a strong foundation of over 250 engineering colleges, 70 medical colleges, 44 universities, both government and private. I run 1,777 ITIs and GTTCs. Show me any other state who's doing so much. Besides that, we are running 27 centers of excellence. We have something like Indian Institute of Science, we have C.V. Raman Institute, we have a Brain Research Institute, we have the NAL, HL, we have the ISRO. We have the IIIT, we have the IIT. This did not, NIMHANS, yeah?
Absolutely, yes.
NIMHANS, Kidwai, everything. This did not happen overnight. Thanks to people like you who built it 20 years back, 30 years back. And that is why we are here now. So if you are going to tell me just by giving out incentives, subsidies, ek acha policy nikal diya to ho jata hai, no. That is why we are positioning ourselves as the skill capital and the knowledge capital.
And still you are saying it is very difficult to create jobs. There is upskilling that is required. There is people have been put on dole. And you lose no opportunity to criticize your opponent who once promised to create 2 crore jobs in a month, in a year. So what do you have to say about that? And of course, we have a very young crowd, students here, university and college students. What would you like? You are, as part of a government, you are also a policy maker, right? So what is your message to the young people who are looking for jobs? What needs to be done?
See, firstly, as a government, or as any government or a person from the government, if you want to solve a problem, first you need to acknowledge there is a problem. I cannot say that the job loss is not a problem, unemployment. We are facing the highest unemployment in ever from the last 50 years. Data is saying that. You have editorials printed about that. That is a problem. I cannot say, no boss, there is no unemployment, everybody is happy, we are living in Amrit Kal, we are living in Vikshit Bharat. If that is the case, why are so many HNIs relinquishing their citizenship and going abroad? Why are every hour 10 Indians are caught on the border of United States trying to illegally enter it? Why is there so much of panic in the industry because of the H-1B visas? So unemployment is a problem. Let's first acknowledge that is a problem. Find solutions. There is enough space for it. And as a government, it's my prime responsibility to find a solution for it. So that's exactly what we are trying to do. See, we are not trying to say we are giving 2 crore jobs. I don't want to make political statements. But the point is, if you're not even going to acknowledge the problem and look for to solve the problem, then what can people expect from us? You're saying, for a lot of people criticize saying that these 5 guarantees that we do, that we give out is a revdi or it is a burden on the exchequer. Unfortunately, when they do it, it's master stroke. Only when we do it, it's a revdi or a freebie. But look at it from the economic standpoint of what is happening in the last 5-6 years. Post-COVID, like you mentioned, people have taken loans. It's becoming increasingly difficult for people to run their kitchens. The household income has fallen. The consumer price index, you know what is happening. You know the rupee is tumbled. You know, only in January, $9 billion FDI has been taken back. So our economy is in shambles. We need to acknowledge that first and get remedial thing. If you're going to say, no, everything is fine, everything is hunky-dory, and we are living in Amrit Kal, that is not right. You need to figure this out. So when we give these 5 guarantees to our people, what are they saving? 2,000 rupees the women are getting monthly. Their bus rides are free, which is put them back in the labor workforce. Then your current is free. The Yuvanidhi is again adding value. Your Anna Bhagya, which is again adding value. What are they doing with the money that they are saving? Anybody by default saves close to around 8,000 rupees a month. If the lady is smart enough, or the household is smart enough, they save up to 12 to 14,000 a month. Where is this money going? It's going to pay the EMIs that they borrowed during Corona. It is going for better nutrition. It is going for tuition fees of their children. People are traveling better. Where are they going? They are going to temples only. And when they go to the temple, they don't go empty-handed. No, they go take flowers, they take coconuts, they take that agarbatti and go. Local economy is being stimulated. Households' economy is being stabilized through this. People are, kids who were out of school are now back in school.
And in any case, if they get jobs and if L&T chairman Subramanian has a way, then they have to work for God knows how many hours.
No, this is unfair.
And then
no, this is unfair.
Mr. Murthy also wants them to
no, why
work
blame only
endlessly.
No.
So from the government end, what is your view? How many hours you are making your employees?
No, Mr. Satwa, this is unfair. You just can't blame those 2 gentlemen. Even the Prime Minister said he worked 18 hours a day. So how come he's not being pulled up for that?
So also in our profession endlessly work.
As of now, I'm sure Mr. Bansi Kalap also will agree with me. By default, you're working 12 hours a day. Especially when you have deadlines.
I'm not
I'm
saying.
sure over here, everybody is working more than 12 hours a day by default. This is besides travel time. And even when you're at home, you're logging in from home. So the thing is, of course, there is a ethical labor code that is in force, and companies are free to choose. I mean, it's an individual. If I want to work 10 hours a day and hustle for 4 hours on stock market, that's left up to me.
Bansi, you have the last question. We are time is...
There is just one question.
Yeah.
Karnataka has long complained that all the big investments from Karnataka are going away, whether it be semiconductors, whether it be a massive project to make EV cars, and they primarily blame one state for it. So your quick take on that.
Well, again, like I said, let's not make political statements here, but it is a fact that people are being arm twisted to go to Gujarat. I know 2 semiconductor companies that were supposed to come to Tamil Nadu, because they also wanted to, they were choosing between the 2 of us, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. But they were arm twisted to go to Gujarat. One of them went to Assam. One of them went to some other place. Now, I have no issues with corporates or industries themselves choosing to go to Tripura or Haryana or anywhere. That is their wish. If they think the ecosystem is good enough, it is their money, it is their investment, they are free to decide what they want. But when you come and talk to states and negotiate with them across the table, and you send a proposal in writing to the central government that, look, my option are 1, 2 and 3. You give them a 4th option, and miraculously the 4th option is chosen. And the 4th option that is chosen has no ecosystem. Now, I'll give you an example of Micron, or the one that is coming up in Gujarat. If my memory serves me right, it's a 26,000 crore or some odd project. Half of it is being funded by central government. The other half of the thing is coming, half of that is coming from the state government, and the other half is coming from the company itself. It's like running a PSU. 80%, 85% of it is being funded by governments. And how much job are you creating? Not even 2,000, 3,000 jobs. And if I say anything, they'll say it's political. Now, 3 options diye hai, bhai, chautha kahan se aa gaya? Where are they coming up?
Well, it's all about competition, as you said. And
I'd
it's
love
going
to compete. I would love to compete.
And it is going to part of India.
Put me there,
Okay.
put me out
It is
there.
not going
I
off
am
to
telling
Vietnam.
you, only if it is competition, I am sure the southern states will do better. If it's only about competition, I will, please mark my words, whether it is in human resource, whether it's in policies, whether it is in conducive business environment, we are the ones who are leading the thing. And taxes speak for it. Forget anything else. Taxes speak for it. Combine Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, and Karnataka and Kerala versus entire North India. Entire North India.
So they also need, they are landlocked part, they also need support.
Absolutely. Federal
Yeah.
structure, I am not debating that. Let us share with our brothers who are brothers and sisters in different states, but not at the cost of our own thing, right? So I'm not saying, how much does Karnataka get? If we contribute 100 rupees, I am getting hardly 12 rupees. I am saying I don't want 100 rupees. Give me at least 30 rupees. For what? I will build better infrastructure, I will create more jobs, and who's going to come here? From UP, BR only they are going to come here, no? From Madhya Pradesh only they are going to come, no?
From my state also, Bengal also, people are coming.
You are here, no? So you are only here, so that arrest my case.
South for a long time, so I also wanted to ask, because there are a lot of students here, one last question. What is your quick answer on the UGC amendment? If you have a view on that. Quick, and then we will call.
I don't know if you know that I also, in the other hat I don, I'm the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Minister, and I run a university, Mahatma Gandhi Rural University, where the governor was the chancellor. So I got in an amendment so that state government gets more control. See, if UGC really wants to do what it wants to, or the central government wants to do what it wants to, let it start funding state universities now. When the kids don't get hostel food, They don't go and sit in front of the governor or the front of the president or front of the prime minister. They go in front of the higher education minister. You are neither supporting us in any form, but you want to take away all our powers. For what? How is it helping? I really want to understand, by bringing in this new UGC guidelines, how is it helping create a Vikshit Bharat? How is it bringing in the Amrit Kal? I don't know. It's been 10 years of Make in India, Skill India. Show me any data that shows it's gone up.
As you only said, it will take some 30 years. So we are in the works, as they say. Okay, we'll call. Is there any questions? But it is already, I can see Prabhu is already very looking at me and saying I'm overshot time. Is there any quick question? Any question anybody wants to ask? Is there a question?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are lucky.
I'm sure there'll be many questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your
We have
patience.
overshot time.
Totally
Thank you
short
very
of
much
time.
for coming. Really, thank you.
Thank
you,
you
sir.
so much.
If I
We
may-
also wish to thank Mr. Shruti Karge, who's here, who's very graciously agreed to come to our event. Would you like to come here, ma'am? Okay.
If I may call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. We've answered a lot of questions, and of course, a lot of questions also shared on this very stage, ladies and
Nobody
gentlemen.
has asked the question I am going to ask. Very short question. Good governance depends on political stability. In your state government, every day there is a change, to talk about change in the government. Chief Minister government or not. How stable is your government?
We are 140 of us, close to 140 of us, extremely stable that I can come and attend ThinkEdu.
You have come because every day why they are talking about change in the government.
I don't know, maybe New Indian Express should stop covering those people.
Stop covering those people.
That message is not coming from the CM, that message is not coming from the DCM, that message is not coming from the AICC president, none of them.
There is no change in leadership.
Absolutely
Not
not.
going to happen.
Absolutely not. Thank you.
On that wonderful note, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speaker. If I may request Mr. Prabhu Chawla to felicitate him and extend our heartfelt thanks. As we do that, let me also take the opportunity to let you know that we have currently crossed 3.4 million views on our Daily Hunt platform. Ladies and gentlemen, so to all our virtual attendees, a very special thanks, and glad to see that you are enjoying the platform as well. If there's one thing that has truly stood out from our conversations yesterday and today, it's been a resounding theme here at ThinkEdu, and that's the importance, or that's the impact of education on our mental health. Of course, we had a look at Gen Z. This morning, we also had a look at the educational institutions that are leading in the country, and all of them had this theme running through. So our upcoming topic is something that is absolutely relevant, titled The Silent Epidemic, Tackling India's Mental Health Crisis. We have two speakers, widely awarded experts who are going to be joining us from the field of psychiatry. It's my pleasure to invite our first speaker, Dr. Pratima Murthy. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for the Director and Senior Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore. With over 30 years of experience in addiction and mental health, she's someone who has led groundbreaking initiatives within the treatment of those fears. Also joining us in this particular session is Dr. Kaushik Sinha-Deb. A loud round of applause for Sir as he joins us on stage, Additional Professor of Psychiatry at AIIMS, New Delhi, with over 14 years of experience. He is someone who has pioneered digital and telepsychiatry services, also led key digital research initiatives. We have our senior journalist, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, chairing this session. And with that, we take a look at the silent epidemic. Over to our session chair.
So we've heard a lot about mental health throughout the conclave, and I'm happy that it's now something that people are discussing. But if I were to ask you, which is the bigger crisis, the crisis of patients or the crisis of those who need to treat them? Because I think we're woefully short of trained psychologists, psychiatrists, caregivers. I mean, the spectrum is as wide as the illness.
Yeah, so if you look at the prevalence of mental disorders, for example, there are possibly other countries which actually have a higher prevalence. So it's not as if we are very, very different from the rest of the world. But simply being the populous country that we are, there is a huge number of persons out there who need treatment. In fact, if you look at the human resources, earlier we were possibly, about 450 graduates were graduating every year, about 15 years ago. Now it's about 1,300. And yet, when you look at the ratios of mental health care professionals to the population, it's abysmally low. So, I mean, even as we kind of progress, the problems, the magnitude of the problem, simply the number of people who need help is huge. And that's why there is this kind of dissonance between who needs treatment and what we call the treatment or the care gap and the mental health professionals. So we obviously need to look at other ways of dealing with this problem, including, for example, in undergraduate medical education, or indeed in any kind of health, whether it's nursing, medical, etc., that everybody needs to be sensitive to mental health issues just as they're sensitive to physical health issues. So that kind of an integration right from the start will make the entire group of doctors, nurses, etc., sensitive to identifying and handling mental health issues.
But there are a lot of experiments that have happened as well. Short-term sort of courses for caregivers. There are a lot of experiments that are happening. I think there's Dr. Vikram Patel, if I'm not mistaken, who's doing something in Goa. There are other people who are doing this. How effective is that in bridging that treatment gap?
Actually, what ma'am says, it's a very complicated situation. Like on ground, what we see, the way mental health services are to be organized in most places, what they say is that it's kind of a pyramidal shape. For every psychiatrist, there should be around 10 times more clinical psychologists than psychiatric social workers, community mental health professionals. Yeah. What I see is that even for the psychiatrist and psychologist, there is a dearth of those. Like there are still psychiatrists which are coming up, but below that, the resources are very less. And whoever is there is no immediate way to include them into the services. So a lot of psychologists, they have this push and pull. Either they have to go to a remote village and work for 10,000, 15,000 a month. And because the mental health resource crunch is so much world over, they can go to Canada, they can go to Switzerland, and they can earn thousands of dollars a month. Now, for a youngster, of course, the choices then becomes very clear. But for a country, what we see is that despite training a lot of people, at the end of the day, apart from big cities, when it comes to tier 2 cities or smaller places, developing services is very difficult, and it's only a few people who are really motivated. Like you said about Vikram Patel, he has got the NGOs that he is running.
Yes.
So those are small things, but a systematic involvement, I think, there are only few centers where the number of social workers are there who can support the patients at their home. Although the number of doctors are gradually increasing. So that's another reason why there is a scarcity despite we are producing quite a number of mental health professionals.
The other issue is, of course, the cost. It's very high cost, obviously because there's a shortage, and I've seen the Mental Health Act, not all of it is covered by insurance, and even if you want to get insurance, it's very, very difficult to access it. So, given the situation, how does someone who's crying out for help, and most probably in a big city, I don't even know what the situation must be in villages, where does he or she go?
Yeah, so as you're saying, out-of-pocket expenditure for any kind of chronic disorder is extremely high.
Yeah.
And the other thing, of course, is
there are psychiatrists, psychologists who are charging 7,000, 10,000 for an hour.
Absolutely. It's impoverishing, actually. So obviously you need to have services which are available to everybody. It's not just availability, but also affordability.
Yes.
You know, and you have to be able to access those services. So I think what we're looking at least in the recent few years, is this ability to kind of reach whole of population. And one such initiative that has occurred in the last 3 years, and possibly COVID drove that, is really the Telemanas initiative, where people anywhere in the country can actually call a number,
Right.
and there is a state cell. There are counselors who've been trained in more than 20 languages who can at least reach out and provide the first level of help, or indeed get people access to other kind of services, particularly in the public health sector, where we really need a lot of these kind of interventions, which are available only exclusively to a few people in the private sector in urban India. So I think the whole idea is to really do that and create perhaps a network of services. One is talking about the health and wellness centers, where obviously the focus needs to be also on looking after your mental health, which is as important as, you know, treatment for a mental disorder. So I think looking after that, integrating physical and mental illnesses together, training people, will possibly help us to develop that kind of a network, and using technology, for example. So actually technology has become a great way of leveling this kind of inequality, because now we have something called the Nimhan's Digital Academy. We also have digital academies in CIP Ranchi, in Tezpur, and in many other places, where we are now able to train a whole host of professionals to be able to provide care, so that finally everybody gets at least a basic level of mental health care, which is so important.
That's very interesting you say that. One of our speakers earlier said that one of the they had a mixer, an AI mixer, and they had the biggest attendance for a mental health mixer. And all the people who turned up said that the most frequent question they asked to AI was, how do I fix my stress, or whatever, something related to it. But I just wanted to add to what you were saying and ask a question related to it. During COVID, we found the Anganwadi workers were actually functioning as mental health caregivers, you know. So apart from sort of doing work for the vaccine, they also actually functioned as listeners and caregivers. Why were we not able to leverage that?
This is
No, because that is a huge army of women out there.
Kaveri, I think what you're raising is a very, very important issue. First of all, I think all of us need to know how to take care of ourselves, number one.
Yeah.
And secondly, we need to have somebody in our vicinity to reach out to.
Right.
And that's where community health workers can be extremely important. You know, listening, I mean, I think all of us need
sometimes you just want someone to listen to your problems.
All you need is a good, compassionate listener first. And then, of course, somebody who will give you the right kind of advice. That's also very important. And I think community healthcare workers become then a very important connect. And in several states, as you speak, community health workers have been involved.
Why
There
can
are
it not
trainings.
become a national service of caregivers?
Yeah,
it's something that's staring us in the face.
Correct, correct. The problem is really the model, you know, because they're already overburdened with so many different kinds of programs.
And they're so poorly paid.
Yes. So, I mean, I think looking at a kind of step care model where you have a large number of community level workers who provide the basic care, and then getting people to go up to the more specialized kind of things is the way to go forward, absolutely.
Right. So please suggest it.
Yes, I mean, it's already...
People will listen to you, not to us.
No, it's already happening.
Right.
It's already happening, but obviously to have it to scale and to have a system which does that, it's already happening in the National Mental Health Program.
Yes.
In fact, if you see what is happening to the National Mental Health Program, it's a decentralized program now, looking at the district level and then the sub-district and the community level. And certainly community health workers are being trained. But obviously for it to have that impact will take a little time. And remember, it's not just the community health worker being there. It's also knowing where do you refer to and who will then provide the next level of care that needs to be put into place. It's a long way to go, but I believe that change is occurring.
Right. You know, we talked about technology, and I believe you've also, you've also worked on an app. Let's talk about how effective technology can be in a mental health crisis especially?
Okay, you are asking the most difficult parts of the crisis area. Okay, in general, what ma'am is saying that in absence of manpower, technology is something that quickly fills the niche.
The gap.
So the problem currently with all technology are twofold. One is that although it is supposed to democratize the services to everybody, what we are seeing on field is that it is becoming an elitist way of looking at things. So even at AIMS during the COVID, what we did was we went for telemedicine. The Telemanas program is an amazing program that I must honestly say.
It's a government program?
It's a government program, yeah.
But when we did the telepsychiatry at AIMS, we were using the English medium, people will have to come and log in.
Right.
So all our patients, the Babas who were coming from, the far-flung places of India, they dropped out. And we could see youngsters, college students, well-educated people. So it's how you plan these services. Otherwise, it's very easy to nowadays create an app and say that, look, this is my app, and you use it. So there has been a huge movement on, like you were saying, about crisis management. Who takes the responsibility when an app is doing the crisis management? So US FDA and even us, we are like in discussion that app cannot be the only pathway. It has to be in one of the many strategies that you are throwing at the community. And some strategy will be good for some person, some strategy will not be good. So you cannot just say that I will do digital and I'll leave everything. Digital has to be added on top so that people who are capable now, they come to us through these crisis times where they can just have an app and the app or the AI just talks to them and then there is a doctor behind it. But at the same time, it should not come at a cost of the community work that we are trying to do. And together, as more and more Hindi, regional languages come, we feel that the penetration of AI is going to improve. What we are excited about AI is if we can join the bandwagon now, maybe 5 years down the line, we'll be in a position to say, look, this can have a real impact. So right now we are learning.
Kaveri, can I just add that, we're talking about apps. The Telemanas now has introduced an app on October 10th last year. So in fact, it's very important, I think, for all the young people in the audience to try it out. Because I think you need to know what's available, what works, what doesn't work. Yeah, I think that's a kind of feed. First of all, it's about getting help from what's available. And secondly, also questioning what's available and saying, hey, this needs to be improved. We need to have better access simply, especially for young people. I think it's very, very important to have technology to enable them to get in touch and get some professional help.
So, Dr. Modi, India is also a place where all demographies have their individual problems. But if I were to ask you, which is the section of the population which is most at risk, you feel, and which needs most critical help? What have you found in your work?
Yeah, so I think globally there is enough research to say, for example, that poverty, lack of education, employment difficulties, these people with these kind of backgrounds are mostly at risk. So we already know that that's a soil which kind of produces the maximum risk. But then you also know that mental health issues pervade everybody, right from, young children to higher education. You've been talking in the morning about the higher education crisis. So I think it's something that doesn't spare anybody at the end of the day, but certainly there are vulnerable populations, particularly when there are natural calamities, when there are crises of various kinds, people are particularly when there is significant financial loss, when there are huge relationship problems.
Which is basically India currently.
Everybody. And at the same time, we also know that there are certain biological vulnerabilities to certain disorders. So educating ourselves about this also becomes very important to identify. The other thing, of course, is stigma, something that we haven't yet talked about. It's still so sad that people find it so find it so difficult to talk about an emotional difficulty or a depression or an anxiety. It's very easy to say, I have a headache. I've got chest pain, I've got to go to the doctor. But to say I'm feeling low, I need help, is something that people find very difficult. So I think the first thing that's already happening is to have more conversations like these about mental health, mental illness, and how to get help.
But, let's also talk about the spectrum of illnesses. I mean, it can go from ADHD, and every day I read a new article that tells me ADHD is a fraud, ADHD is not a fraud, ADHD exists, doesn't exist. There's so much research happening world over on that. But that spectrum of mental health issues, which goes from ADHD to, feeling suicidal, addictions, there's so many aspects to it. Which is the most critical issue in India currently, according to you? Yeah, at AIIMS, I think you have all kinds of people who come to you.
What you were saying is, so...
I'm not talking about demography, I'm talking in terms of the illnesses.
Yes, of the illnesses, even WHO has classified. So one easy way to look at is common and severe. The common mental illnesses, of course, which are common. They primarily include anxiety and depression.
Right.
And then the severe, so these are at the rate, lifetime prevalence would be something around 10 to 14%. And substance use would be another like 15% to 20%, depending upon how you are defining that. So the problem is statistically it doesn't make sense, but 1 every 5 or 1 every 6 person will have a lifetime of depression. That makes it very common.
Right.
Whereas
and addiction, 1 in every?
1 in every 4,
right.
1 every 3.
Addiction is the bigger issue currently, right?
Yeah, so addiction, if you say tobacco or alcohol, which are
or drugs.
No. So again, of tobacco, alcohol, these would be your common addictions. And they are at 1 in 3, 1 in 4. Whereas if you go into the others, they are again somewhat rare at around 1%, 2%, 3%.
Really? I would have thought much more.
So cannabis, for example, is 3% of the adult population. Opioid use is something that's growing.
Yes.
From an 0.8, it's gone much higher. So certainly, I mean, there is a lot of transition, particularly among young people.
Yeah.
Drug abuse is growing. And the age of initiation of drug use is
lowering.
That is very worrying because, younger people really don't understand. Perhaps they're not completely able to really discern the advantages, the temporary kind of expectancies and the longer term consequences. So that's a very, very important age where they're at greatest risk to develop addictions later in life and to suffer the consequences of the substances. In fact, people don't realize that very often, for example, earlier the HIV epidemic was, one of the drivers was drug use. Now the hepatitis epidemic, one of the drivers is drug use. And
they don't see the connection.
Yeah. And you were saying, I mean, and I think that's something to talk about, because ADHD is very, very real.
Yes.
Young parents
Thank
who
you
have
for
children.
saying it, but
yes.
Parents who have children with ADHD suffer
so much. The child itself, in class, they are discriminated against. They find
and
it very
such a
difficult.
stigma is attached to them.
Absolutely. And therefore, but sometimes, earlier we used to, language is a very critical thing.
This is a naughty child or, But,
so every symptom of ADHD is not ADHD. Just because a child is overactive, one must not kind of immediately jump to a diagnosis. But I think, just taking on from where, he left off, that at every age, at every developmental spectrum, there are different kinds of problems. So for young children, for example, disorders of emotion, conduct, refusal to go to school, those might be important things. Intellectual difficulties, ADHD, what we call externalizing symptoms might be important.
I would just like to add one thing. Our human brain is not well suited for understanding statistics. Why am I saying that? You say that, the number of suicides that happen. The national census is 10 to 12 per 100,000. That's less than 1%. And the attempts that happen is around 10 to 20 times more. So when you listen to that, so we have heard about 30% for depression, 20%, 30% for substance use, 20% for depression, 1% for that. Now I'm talking about 1 in 100,000 or 10 in 100,000. So when you convert it to the number in India, so if I tap, every 2 tap, 1 suicide attempt is happening.
God.
And every 10 taps, 1 completed suicide is happening.
God.
So when you convert by absolute numbers, that 1%, that 30% is huge. This what I'm talking about. This is 40 per 100,000. That's the rate. This is so much. So now you can make it to depression and say what happens there.
Right.
So that's back to me.
And then, the adult population, the working population, depression, anxiety, many of the disorders, the severe mental disorders are also, unfortunately, disorders of young adulthood.
Yeah.
So it's a great, and then as the populations get older, you have other issues
You have
like dementia,
loneliness epidemic,
degenerative disorders.
Yeah, and just sheer loneliness sometimes.
Loneliness, in fact, loneliness is now called the new epidemic because
it
all over
because
the
you have
world.
so many, and as our population ages, people are living longer. They also don't
People are
have
moving
family.
away from
Yeah.
families, so I think it's a huge
I mean,
issue.
it's like everything all at once. So I don't know how you doctors live with it. But by the way, who do you go to when you are when you feel low?
Each other.
I quote the Beatles.
Yes.
I get by with a little help from my friends and family, of course.
Right. And you, doctor, who do you go to?
Same. We have a crib session with our colleagues and friends. That's the only way. Other people are definitely getting lonely, and like if a doctor is working from 8 to 10, there is not much scope of socialization.
And 8 in the morning to 10 in the night.
evening.
Please
Yes,
specify.
I'll be specific. So, like
I
by
mean,
the
that's why when the L&T chairman said that 90 hours week, I thought we anyway are working 90 hours a week. I mean, we work on weekends, we work every day. Why does he have to specify it? I don't know. Yeah. So sorry, to get back to what you're saying.
No, so essentially we have to create our micro groups, whoever is there with you is your family.
Right.
So in relation to both of that, about this loneliness thing, a lot of students come to AIMS from all across India.
Yeah, that's right.
And when suicidal ideation happens in them, we do a resource mapping. Which hobby group? Like, do you play badminton? Then you will be having a friend there. Do you have a hobby group based on eating? So if you are from southern part, you will go to a place. If you are from Rajasthan, you will go to a place. So you find out all the micro resources there and you create a community. So when during the COVID times, the doctors were doing 36 hours of duty and then going back to the hostel and no social contact, suicidal ideation suddenly jumped.
Yeah.
And we started doing online such groups. In our student wellness center, Professor Sharan runs that. So we did cooking, chess, and those things worked. People were communicating from their home in Zoom, and doctors were doing that, cooking for everybody and then just showing, this is what I've done, playing chess. So in a sense, because the society is becoming fragmented, all of us are moving to places, it's very necessary to create a micro community wherever you are. Your family is with the people who you are.
But what if you're the kind of person who only seeks out someone who's not exactly the best person to hang out with?
So that's
like addicts seek out other addicts, right?
Correct. So that's really the problem. I mean, in addition, of course, to the immediate things that we have, the immediate connects that we have larger social connects.
Yeah.
And if you have the wrong connects, or, I wouldn't even call it right or wrong. If you have social connects, and in fact, there's a lot of research now on social networks. And what gets young people actually getting into drugs is sometimes the social networks that they kind of foster or maintain. And that can be a very, very driving force to get you on a positive kind of note, because positive social networks can do the right things for you.
Yeah.
But if you get into a network that isn't good for you and you don't have the capacity to critically think and get out of it, you can get enmeshed in. And it's not only the network. If you're the kind of person who's vulnerable, who's easily influenced, who can't make up your own mind, who's a little anxious, then it's very easy to get sucked into that network.
Which is every adolescent, essentially. So, I mean, there's so many issues here, and yet, our institutional care is so poor. I mean, institutions are usually very badly maintained. If they're good, they're very, very expensive for all kinds of mental illnesses, including addictions. Why don't we have more care institutions?
Okay, so one of the responses...
Because not every family can take care of, the person who's mentally unwell. So you need a place where you hope your child, your husband, whatever, will go and recover and then come back sober or whatever.
Your yesterday's session was initially by the chairperson of the National Human Rights
Yes,
Commission. And in fact, the NHRC initiated a lot of studies into looking at the human rights angles of mental illness.
Right.
Initially, of course, maybe about a century ago, 50 years ago, a lot of the care for severe mental illness occurred in mental hospitals.
Yes.
But there was also a lot of human rights abuses that were happening there.
Absolutely.
So the whole
Some
idea,
horrific stories.
correct. So the whole idea is to really convert them into more state-of-art, rights-based institutions, which are much more open-door institutions where people can go get help, but at the same time come back. It's also very important to decentralize this and provide health care closer to the people. So now the whole idea is really to have many more services available closer to people, and then have hospitalization in a very limited manner. But in India, even the beds for people who need hospitalization for severe mental illness is very, very low. And that's something that we need to recognize.
To add very quickly, ma'am and aims, I would be two different ends of the spectrum. One is that NIMHANS is the cutting edge and the government's arm about research in mental health and everything. The other way that happened with NHRC is to decrease the stigma. So what people have said that, look, you do not need to put people in mental hospitals because it is highly stigmatizing. Even if you go to a mental hospital, that process is stigmatizing. So General Hospital Psychiatric Unit, GHPUs came into being, where psychiatry is just like medicine or cardiology or anything. So this ward versus that ward. So currently, a huge chunk of the government effort is also going to strengthening these GHPUs, so that, like, you get admitted. So that's for the major of the common mental disorders or severe mental disorders it can. But I do agree that there are people who do not have the family resources and who require slightly longer amount of stay. That part, because of lot of issues which we'll not go into, it's like there was, so at some point of time the government closed down all the mental asylums which were there for human rights.
But now a lot of private
medical colleges, many
care,
medical colleges have departments of
Yes.
psychiatry, general hospitals have, private psychiatrists are available. So I think there is a range of services that are available, not enough.
And not inexpensive enough.
Not inexpensive.
Can we talk quickly and lastly about mental health insurance? Why is it not treated at par with any other illness?
Okay, in the last 10 years, there has been an attempt to include mental illnesses. In fact, we've had a committee which I actually chaired to look at the insurance for mental illnesses. While they're included, there are a lot of exclusion criteria.
Exactly.
That kind
Very
of really,
complicated.
That make it so complicated. The other thing is it's available only for inpatient care. It's not available for outpatient care. It's available only for a limited set of conditions, so that needs to be expanded. Medications as well as psychological interventions need to be included in that. So we've made a whole set of recommendations, but we obviously need to continue to work at it to make sure that it becomes insurable.
Have these been accepted?
They have been accepted, but they need to be rolled out, and then we need to see what is the impact of that rolling out.
Right. Any last word?
One is that if you are in mental health in India, you need to be infectiously optimistic, right?
That is in any profession in India. If you're an Indian, you need to be optimistic.
But if you can do that, I still see the beauty in our country where, like, okay, insurance that you are saying, our doctors are not forced by insurance companies in like US, where they have to send a patient out. Our families still provide support, although they may be too nosy in other situations. Our family care is amazing. Our societies are still much more coherent. People don't, there are other people who are helping. So, yes, we do not have the resources as much as they are in the West, but we have our own unique ways. If you are infectiously happy, you have to get by, yes. And Jugaad is a very good thing. So if you can do that, why not? So, ma'am, it's your experience. Why can't we do Jugaad?
My last words, as you said, is mental health is very, very important. Please don't ignore your mental health. You can very, very consciously make sure, just like you look after your physical health, look after your mental health. Any of us can have psychological distress, mental distress, or develop a disorder. So be open to the fact that you can get help. it's much better to get help early rather than wait. And make sure that you don't stigmatize anybody who has a mental health problem.
Or yourself.
Or
Sometimes
yourself.
you're your biggest
Help
enemy.
help yourself, and get help if you need to get help.
Thank you so much. I think it was very instructive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may call upon Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya
Thank you
to
so much.
felicitate and thank our speakers on stage. This session, ladies and gentlemen, from starting off with a few staggering statistics, we ended on a truly optimistic note, infectiously optimistic, if I may put it that way. We have a long journey ahead, but safe to say that we've actually set forth on that fantastic journey. And of course, we've also had the expertise of both our speakers shine through. A round of applause from all of us in the audience. Dr. Pratima Murthy and Dr. Kaushik Sinhadev, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Taking a leaf out of our focus on psychiatry, I think it's safe to say that human behavior is consistently evolving, whether it's nudging us towards newer choices, whether it's building sustainable habits, it definitely is something that's constantly moving. And what has actually become a tool of that influence is artificial intelligence. While we set our next session in motion, our topic itself is very interesting, AI and behavioral change, a roadmap. To take us through this, we have our speaker, Professor Venkatesh Balasubramanian, who is a professor in the Department of Engineering Design at IIT Madras, where he leads the RBG labs that's exclusively focused on addressing societal challenges, especially through data-driven solutions. He also heads the Center of Excellence in Road Safety and also is supported by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. While he begins our session on AI and behavioral change, shortly we'll also be joined by Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, who will chair the second half of the session. A round of applause for our speaker. Good evening, sir. A louder round of applause, of course. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. So we had an excellent session before, and where we need not get to, if we could do a lot of other hoops and jumps, where we get is what we will kind of loiter around and go about. I'm Venkatesh Balasubramanian from IIT Madras. So I'll use a queuing deck, so not much is there on the slides, but we'll just go with the queuing deck and have a conversation around this. So I think I was just looking at the schedule, and I think there have been 2 or 3 sessions on AI. And the joke that I always tell is, in Delhi, a sentence doesn't get completed if AI is not in it. Looks like Chennai also has catching up. Chennai has AI in it. So I am from that school of thought which believes to call whatever a whatever. So AI is largely statistics. There was an interesting observation made by one of the previous panelists who said that the brain doesn't understand statistics. They obviously don't. If they did, we won't do a lot of things that we do. But having said that, we have an insatiable quest of guessing what my next minute is going to be. All of us would want to game that next second that we want to be in. Some of us manage it. Most of us don't. Some who think they manage but end up not managing and also recognize they didn't manage may end up as patients of the previous panelist. But this is a pathway, AI as a tool. Is it the answer for this insatiable quest that we all have to go forward. If you look at it from an ancient prehistoric times, okay, so all of you are familiar with all these things? These things that are there in the left top corner? You're all familiar? How many of you have taken the help of people who may use them? There's either a lying audience or a sleeping audience. The reality is almost everybody does, right? And most of it is largely a behavioral aspect that people guess. Are there models that they are trying to fit in and solve? Or are they predicting actually stochastic prediction or statistical prediction that happens, 100 people together had a particular formation that happened, and you would want to have the same thing in a different thing that you would want to. The other is, are you all familiar with this shopping complexes in the markets where you have, aisles and aisles of things that are there? In fact, one of the young ladies who came here said she was from Hyderabad. One of the jokes that we said is, when IKEA opened a shop in Hyderabad, they had a huge traffic misery there, right? And I think IKEA has, Bangalore also is not far behind. And thankfully, Chennai doesn't have an IKEA. We still have people who do other things, the non-Swedish way of getting things done. But what are we catering for? Are these needs, wants, or are they targets? Are we able to condition these young kids to go as a target? Can we get a behavioral nudge on a kid who probably does not even know how to articulate what they want, other than cries which could be for anything from a bug that bites them to other things that are there? That's a quest. The third, I think it didn't come out well, or I'm not able to see it properly. You're all familiar with these autopilots. Some of you did fly in to Chennai. But autopilot doesn't, has some issues in the car, right? Can you put in, how many of you will be happy to drive on a road where a driverless car is driving in India? I wouldn't, but maybe there are some brave souls on this premise at this point of time. But largely, this is the reality, right? Should I make a run for it? Should I cross these aisles? This is a question that many do face. There is a huge thing that happens around here. But I personally feel one of the things that does attract a lot of money as well as effort of pretty smart guys is in trying to come up with ability to, of course, the building shape now changed, but get into the electoral scheme. I think the next panel is all about the electoral thing. But more importantly, if I have a scheme that I dropped in, what is the acceptance rate of a scheme, right? What is the penetration of the scheme? Should a particular population, so those of you from Delhi probably are going through the amount of offers that are made, which are not legally wrong, but maybe ethically and morally looking at breaking that legal barriers, and which is happening across the spectrum. Now, what is it that would sound a bell in every citizen who would go putting a vote across, right? So what are the schemes? What kind of strategies you can do to outsmart the guy's perception? And none of these are only for this building. It's been there since at least the Shakespearean time, which narrates pretty much a lot of palace coups and things of that sort. So what I just thought when I was under the impression we were going to have a conversation, so morning we have said, no, you have to give a talk. So I just asked my office to send a couple of slides. So I just picked 3 case studies from where we were involved. We were running largely a concept called as neuromarketing. The idea of it is there is an articulated need and then there is an unarticulated need. How do you ensure that this unarticulated need comes about? How do you ensure that communication happens for any product? A marketing pitch happens. And what does the marketing pitch try to do? It tries to get your attention, adapt, make sure that you adapt to what they are communicating. And in the end, you get to be into a habit and go on to go forward into that one. There are many case studies of these neuromarketing studies that we were doing. I'll just talk about a couple of them in this one. There still is a product called as Maggi. How many of you are familiar with it? I think all of you should be. Okay, some of you are waking up now, so some hands are going up. When Maggi was banned, there were withdrawal symptoms in young adults. People wanted Maggi. So what was the campaign that Maggi launched when they came back? Welcome back Maggi or something of that sort. It was all about nostalgia. If you had looked about the entire campaign, it is that nostalgia that was being pricked and peddled across. So the idea of it is, of course, they did a study. We were not commissioned to do it. They did a study on a very large base on which people sampled and tried to get things across. We were looking at much smarter and shorter way of getting the same information and going on to try to guess what would be the way to go about doing it. But a little before that, Maggi was a campaign that pretty much put an end to a lot of our work in neuromarketing was in campaign optimization. And fortunately or unfortunately, a journalist, I don't know whether he's still with the New Indian Express by name Suresh Kumar, he ended up publishing this in 2014. It was a pure scientific study of then young adult population who were first-time voters from a region which suddenly had a very high, large number of people who were going to vote, which was the Gangetic Belt or Hindi Heartland as or any other name that you would want to name it. So we would want to pick a very small sample and we wanted to say what is it that, of course he made it very fancy. So what we were trying to say was these young adults didn't really care about many things. What did they care about? They only cared about what is it that they can have when they are mature. Right? So they were focused on development. Right? So the important study was, there were two sets of campaigns, one that was being led by then challenger, Mr. Modi, and the one which was a transition that was going to be there with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So the one that was there from Mr. Rahul Gandhi's thing, everybody were like super attentive about all the developments that were presented. And they switched off when Mr. Gandhi's image was broadcast. People were switched off when a huge campaign of we are going to do this was happening from Mr. Modi's side, but switched on as soon as they saw his face, which is basically a conditioning that delivery happens with this person. That was the outcome. And one of the things that was there were many campaigns that was there, of which one campaign, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So if you had seen towards the end of the campaign, there will be only the photograph of Mr. Modi and a word, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, that will come. And I think that phrase after 10 years is still being used, but there are many more that have been added, Sabka Dash or Sabka X. You keep adding more phrases to it. But of course, it had a lot to do with cognitive studies, building models, building other things that were there, and how nudges and modifications could be there. But that was also my first lesson that these are all pretty sensitive and it had a lot of political fallouts. So we just shut shop, we kept quiet and we went into other policy space of trauma care and other thing. And there we went into a small concept called as road safety, where you all know that, the tap test that the previous panelist did, it was very nice, lovely. So he could get the attention with this double tap, a sniper making a double tap or he making a double tap still had a kill. And we do kill more on the roads. About 2023, data is still not out, but it's about 1.8 lakh people died. And about 500,000 people got hurt in the accidents. But operative part, 35% and below is 50% of the accidents. And it is also gender biased. 86% and above are this thing. Can we get a behavioral nudge of young adults, right? So we talked about statistics. Since I attended only one session, so I'm going to quote a lot from that session. The behavioral, the statistics is very clear, right? You're a young adult, you're going to be on a two-wheeler and you're a male, you're predetermined to have a crash. So how many of you will stop driving? Many of you are not in that age group, but those of you who are here in that age group who would be there, none of you would do that because that happens to somebody else, not to me, right? So now, how do we go on to model these things? So this is where the challenge that comes about. So this is a conversation that we need to get in. So I'm supposedly from IIT Madras, but I'm going to say something that maybe my director may also get pretty upset. So AI is a largely statistical, stochastic models and other thing which requires a huge amount of data set. And what is data? Whatever we put in place. So those of you who are all journalists probably know, for the same number of things, in a natural calamity, how many people died? You may have a number by the person who talks and his affiliations and his biases, right? Or anything that is going to be there. So the availability and reliability of data is sparse. So that's why we went on, if we have to make this road safety happen, we need to put together a national database. So we put together a national database of road accidents which works in every Thana, in every district of every state of this country. So there's one large national database which started collecting information with a much better quality than what was being collected, so that we could have targeted schemes and interventions and impact assessment that can be done based on what behavioral nudges that we are trying to give. The second that people keep talking about is the hardware embargo, right? So when we started this database was 2020, that was our COVID project. In 2020, what was the biggest challenge? Everybody went to work from home, which means that there was a computational embargo, and that allowed a lot of investment on a new acronym that everybody caught on to, the AI bandwagon, and that required a huge amount of, maybe $18 billion of funding. I think close to $600 billion of funding in the pipeline is the one that is put. And now think about what revenue might come from it. And one of the things that the biggest supplier tried to do is to put an embargo on these hardwares that can analyze these models. Unfortunately or fortunately, these models require a huge amount of computational requirement. Most of these models are beautiful shooting in the dark, getting a guess. Maybe the guess is right, maybe the guess is wrong, but that's the beauty of science. You get to do a lot of things. But the Chinese, I think, if you have been following the news on AI, the Chinese just now gave a big, they showed a very impactful one with hardly any investment from their DeepSeek. And that could do a much better job than all your chat GPTs and perplexities and your Groks and other, I don't know what was the Google thing which went away. So all of them kind of went away. So it doesn't really matter, but hardware does matter. And what are our capabilities in it? So that's a challenge if you want to get. But what we figured out when we started working in the social sector is how we set hypothesis. All of us, we say a common, I know how many of you have heard this adage, hatred is served at breakfast. Parents teach kids to be hating something or another, right? So most of our hypotheses aren't fair. It has our biases, and then there is this entire scheme that, I have set a fairness scale, but is it deep down fair? If you don't have a fair hypothesis, all your models are useless. So anything that you have to make a guess is only a guesstimate, not really an estimate, and definitely not a prediction that is reliable. So there are a variety of modeling risks that are involved. So I don't want to get into this tech zone, but the ethical issues and the legal issues that crop up. So in fact, one of the things that I'm finding very interestingly are conversations about a lot of legal aspects that people keep talking about in AI. So then I realized at that point, hey, why would the legal profession leave out AI? So they also have to make some money out of the AI jargon sale. So that's on too. And in the end of all of it is, it's about the accuracy. Many times in our general guesstimate, we trade accuracy to accomplishment, right? I get a small thing done, I'm okay. If I'm not accurate, broadly I fall in that thing. So it's just like a rocket that Hamas used to fire and the rockets that the Israelis used to fire. The only difference is the accuracy to which you would want to put. So the trading between the accomplishment accuracy is fairly an important one that we would want to go about. So with this kind of a thing, I thought we could have a conversational aspect and we can take it forward. Those of you who have not been to the campus, please do come to IIT Madras. And if you have questions,
Thanks. Professor, we'll just do a quick Q&A.
Sure.
Yeah. I think the mic needs to work. Just press it. Yeah. Yeah, great. So it's very interesting that you're talking about road accidents, because this is one area where you have such huge fines now and you have rules like helmets, etc. And yet people seem to have a death wish. Why is that? Those prompts are not working, right?
So I run the think tank for the Ministry of Road Transport.
I know that.
So I'm giving my opinion. I mean, I hope it gets recorded. I'm only giving an opinion that is mine, and not necessarily that of the ministry. The first thing that is there is you keep increasing the fine.
Right.
There are some undetermined souls who will respond to the fine.
Right.
We also have another statistics that the challans that are being made, the payment on the challans is in single-digit percentage. So I may fine, but what is the certainty that I actually pay? So there are two parts to it. Finally, the challan is being made by an SI who comes from the local community. Is he going to put a drunken drive on a guy who earns 15,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees fine? And he knows exactly where he lives and what he does. It's very highly unlikely that he is going to do. The same thing, a cop who is probably standing outside a bar when someone comes in an Audi car, will you put a 15,000 rupees fine and expect to stay in the same police station for the next morning? Right? So these are challenges, these are human challenges that exist. But so what is a behavioral nudge that we can bring about? Fine is one thing. There are other things. I don't know anybody from Chandigarh. Chandigarh uses another model which is a pain. So they pain the guy enough so that he realizes that he committed a mistake.
What is that?
They ensure that there is an instant re-education of an offending person.
That sounds...
Which is basically you are kept aside, you are kept off the road for an entire day.
Oh, for Chandigarh, that must be a real torture.
Yes. So, I don't know. Chandigarh is lovely, the roads are lovely, and the traffic is also good. So, again, there are multiple behavioral nudges and multiple reasons why it happened. But yes, the human brain, so all these penalties are only for the undetermined guys.
Right.
So, there is a determined set of population which anyway will work the way they work.
No, but you know, there are issues like, I believe in Kerala, they actually reduced the number of two-wheeler deaths by a simple thing of getting the guys to tie the helmet rather than just putting it on their heads, which they used to earlier. So sometimes it can be as simple as that. Why, you know, so we need to obviously think much deeper about some of these issues.
Absolutely. So, you don't die because your long bone broke.
Right.
Your hand breaks, you don't die.
Right.
You have a head injury and you have a hematoma, you die.
Yeah.
So it's very simple that what gets you killed and what doesn't get you killed.
Right.
And you can focus on, and so if you have a neurosurgeon or even a neurosurgeon attending available immediately, you can secure the thing. But if you are like still knowing all the data, still go about not putting this thing. So there are multiple thought process that goes. So, you know, can we not start a vehicle if your helmet is not properly anchored? Can we do other behavioral nudges and other thing? But what is now very clear is the data. So now we have enough data and we can now look at various permutations, build models around it and see what will be the impact of each of these models that will be there.
So are you finding interesting patterns in the data? Can you talk about some of them? Because as far as I know, even the ministry has sort of said that this has been the biggest failure that you know, it has encountered, the fact that it hasn't been able to reduce road deaths.
Absolutely correct. So the interesting finding, as I said, it's the young adult male who die the most.
Right.
And majority of these accidents happen when you just leave a road network.
Okay.
So meaning if you're from an urban area and you suddenly go to a semi-urban area, that's where you have. Majority of the fatalities happen near a junction, which is high-speed network meets a low-speed network. These are simple. These are basic stochastic things. Now, what can we build as an intervention so that these high-speed, low-speed network has a great separation? So when a high-speed network cuts through a city, that's again going to have a village or a town, you still have a lot of fatalities around it.
Because those are people who were used to crossing the road earlier and now they feel they can still do it.
Absolutely.
Although
Absolutely.
it's a highway.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, we know all this now. So, is there no way we can fix some of these things?
I think that's where the challenge is, right?
Yeah.
We think we know. So this is the bias that we have. It's very easy to tell. So one of the things that happen is on the 31st December evening is when maximum fatality or rather a very large fatality numbers happen here. And all of them are young male who go do a lot of...
Partying?
No, they are on the road trying to demonstrate. They borrow a vehicle from somebody, dress up well and go. And why do they do it? A large part of people who can afford go to all these bashes.
Right.
These are kids who don't have that place to go.
Right.
So they are trying to get to do something. So there is deep down something else happening. So that's what data and other things that are there. So this was actually handled. I think Chennai now has very less fatality on, I think this year it was 2 fatalities.
How did they manage that?
Ensure that the age group gets a vent out and things that can be done and very focused. Data tells you where you can put the, the enforcement, where the enforcement people should be standing and what you can go about and how you can have emergency care, positioning of the ambulance, positioning of the hospitals, how we handle. So a variety of interventions from understanding this fundamental issue can come about as a big help.
So this is something that you're working on full-time, or this is just one of the many things that you're working on? Are you still working with political parties and helping them to come to power?
I have never seen anybody from the political party. So we, I mean, I see in audience, so we never work with any political parties.
Right.
So it's cognitive modeling that we do, neuromarketing. I think a little later from what we did was Cambridge Analytica.
Right.
And I think you have a speaker in the next session who did a great modeling and did twice very good impactful assessment that was there. That was a brilliant modeling that he went about doing. So we don't do that. So, but we do some amount of neuromarketing and things of that sort.
So are you confident that we can get to a point where we can actually look at the data and reduce road fatalities?
Oh, absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing what I do. But the question is not about the data. Data is post facto.
Right.
Ipsi facto and ante facto is what models can we build so that A, event doesn't happen. B, if an event happens, what do we do to take care of the interventions that need to come for avoiding? And if an event does happen, what we can go about. I am pretty confident that someday we will start understanding what the data means. And maybe sometime in future, we may have accidents, but not this many fatalities. Definitely not this many male, and definitely not this many young adults who are brought
what's
about.
your message to all the young men out there? Don't get on your bike without your helmet, and don't forget to tie the helmet as well.
That's a smaller part. Don't overspeed. You definitely don't impress anyone by speeding, other than probably the guys who have been sent by Yamraj to pick you up, or you know, any other person. And more importantly, road is a shared asset. So you don't own the road, nor does the guy next to you. It's a collective, it's a shared asset, and any shared asset has to be evenly disposed. So it's A, looking at an egalitarian society, or B, we all kind of get to be a rule-based society. Both are not going to happen in a short duration. That ensures that I'll have my job till I retire.
Thank you so much. I do hope so. It was a real pleasure. Thank you.
If I may welcome onto the stage Mr. Vaidyanathan, editor of Dinamani, to extend our heartfelt thanks to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speaker, who gave us, I think, an absolutely straightforward approach to artificial intelligence. Of course, getting our sense of curiosity a little further. And fantastic. We're looking at a lot of impact coming from this very conversation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Our upcoming session is an interesting one titled Cleansing Public Debate, the Space for Difference. Of course, I think in 2025, public discourse in India itself has increasingly changed. We've got opposing views coming in. There are a multitude of ways when it comes to disagreement itself. With this particular session, we delve into the state of public debate in India. We also have the fantastic opportunity of exploring how we can reclaim the space for civil disagreement and also maintain those diverse opinions coming in. While we also set the stage, I know that a lot of our virtual attendees have also been having a fantastic time catching up with ThinkEdu Conclave 2025. And with those staggering numbers, I have to say that this, in fact, is truly a one-of-a-kind forum where we're celebrating education, not just today, but also how we shape it in future. Ladies and gentlemen, With our upcoming session, we have a multitude of speakers who have been instrumental in shaping policies, bringing crucial issues to the forefront, and also to our panel, they bring a wealth of knowledge, their expertise, and we are also going to explore how their role as policy makers takes us through this conversation. While we also have the opportunity to use this time, let me extend a very special welcome to our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Mr. Sashikant Sendil, Member of the Parliament, Tiruvallur constituency. A very special welcome, sir. We also have with us Ms. Gautami, Deputy Propaganda Secretary, AIADMK. Welcome, ma'am. We're also joined by Ms. Thamiyasai Soundararajan, Senior BJP Leader. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Ms. Kanimuri NVN Somu, Member of the Parliament. Good evening, ma'am. Chairing this fantastic session, we have Mr. Prabhu Chawla. We have the editor of Dinamani, fantastic. We have Mr. Vaidyanathan, ladies and gentlemen. A truly invigorating conversation that's coming our way. If I may invite all the students in the audience to put our hands together as we welcome our speakers on stage. We have yet another chair that's on its way, and of course with that I think it's also very safe to say that this is going to be a session that we all have a lot to learn from when it comes to public debate itself. It's an interesting space to navigate, and who better than our policymakers to drive that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause as we have our speakers taking to the stage. Cleansing public debate, the space for difference. Over to our session chair, Mr. Vaidyanathan. Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening, everybody. For this session, Mr. Prabhu Chawla has commissioned me to conduct the session in Tamil. We have been conducting all the sessions in English, so he feels let us have it in both Tamil and English so that everybody will be happy that Tamil is also getting a space in ThinkEdu, in our thinking. The space for difference, that is something that is missing these days. And we have been discussing about it even in the yesterday's 1 or 2 sessions also with Sashi Tharoor and others. We discussed the same thing. And of late we are getting an atmosphere where the two people, they don't even speak to each other. I would like to narrate a very interesting thing that happened in Tamil Nadu Assembly way back in 1959-60. Then Kamaraj was the, now shall I switch over to Tamil, what do you feel? 1959 காமராஜர் முதல்வராக இருந்த காலம் அது. அண்ணாதுரை, சிஎன் அண்ணாதுரை எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர். அப்போது தான் முதலில் தமிழகத்தில் நியாய விலைக் கடைகள், ரேஷன் ஷாப், நியாய விலைக் கடைகள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட்டன. அப்போது அண்ணா எழுந்திருந்து கேட்கிறார், நியாய விலைக் கடை என்று சொல்கிறீர்களே, அப்படியானால் மற்ற கடைகள் எல்லாம் அநியாய விலைக் கடைகளா? அவை முன்னவராக, தி லீடர் ஆஃப் தி ஹவுஸ் வாஸ் சி சுப்பிரமணியம். அவை முன்னவராக இருந்த சி சுப்பிரமணியம் எழுந்து சொல்கிறார், உங்களை உங்கள் கட்சிக்காரர்கள் எல்லோரும் அறிஞர் அறிஞர் என்று சொல்கிறார்களே, அப்படியானால் உங்கள் கட்சியில் இருக்கும் மற்றவர்கள் எல்லாம் முட்டாள்களா? அண்ணாவும் சிரித்தார், சி சுப்பிரமணியமும் சிரித்தார், சட்டமன்றமும் சிரித்தது. அதில் யாருக்கும் கருத்து வேறுபாடுகள் இருக்கவில்லை, நகைச்சுவையாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டார்கள். இதை இன்று நினைத்து பார்த்தால் அன்றைய நிலைமைக்கும் இன்று சட்டமன்றங்களிலும் சரி, கட்சி கூட்டங்களிலும் சரி, கலந்துரையாடல் என்பதோ மற்றதை ஏற்றுக்கொள்வது என்பதோ இல்லாத ஒரு நிலை காணப்படுகிறது. நான் இன்னொரு சம்பவத்தையும் இங்கே எடுத்துக்கூற விரும்புகிறேன். நாடாளுமன்றத்திலே during the height of emergency, Parliament met. Prabhu Chola ji might know about it. அப்போது ஒரு நாள் எல்லா எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர்களும் சிறைச்சாலையில் இருக்கிறார்கள். And we had a wonderful parliamentarian by name Pilu Modi. And Indira Gandhi ji was the Prime Minister sitting there. அப்போது பிலு மோடி ஒரு குறிப்பை எழுதி அந்த நாடாளுமன்ற நாடாளுமன்றத்திலே இருக்கின்ற ஊழியரிடம் பிரதமருக்கு கொடுத்து அமைக்கிறார் ஒரு சிறிய சீட்டு. அந்த சீட்டை எடுத்து பார்த்து விட்டு இந்திரா காந்தி சிரிக்கிறார். சிரித்து விட்டு அவர் இன்னொரு சீட்டு இவருக்கு அனுப்புகிறார். அன்று மாலையில் இது என்ன சீட்டு என்று விசாரித்த போது பிலு மோடி சிரித்துக்கொண்டே சொன்னார், அதை காட்டினார். இவர் இந்திரா காந்திக்கு அந்த சீட்டு எழுதியிருந்தார். டியர் ஐஜி, இந்திரா காந்தி என்பதற்கு பதிலாக டியர் ஐஜி, பிகாஸ் தட் வாஸ் an எமர்ஜென்சி இரா. எல்லோரையும் சிறைச்சாலையில் அடைத்திருந்த நேரம். டியர் ஐஜி என்று எழுதி கீழே பிலு மோடி என்பதற்கு பிஎம் என்று எழுதியிருந்தார். இந்திரா காந்தி அம்மா அதை படித்து விட்டு டியர் பிஎம் என்று எழுதி கீழே ஐஜி என்று கையொப்பமிட்டு எழுதினார். அந்த அளவுக்கு அவர்களுக்குள் நகைச்சுவையாக they could take all these things humorously, jovially. And today we have a parliament, today we have our assemblies where such, light, taking things light is not there. So there is a very big space to know each other. And Mr. Sachikant Senthil was the social media in charge of AICC, and he was handpicked by Rahul Gandhi to contest from Tiruvallur this time, and he is a first-time member of parliament. And when I say all these things, he would think that, oh, the parliament was in such a way, those days he will be very much elated, and so is Dr. Kanimuri Somu. Her father was a very close friend of mine, and he is a doctor, and it's very interesting and we are very happy to see people like Sachikant Senthil, an IAS officer, and Kanimuri Somu, who is a doctor. And of course, Tamilisai Soundararajan needs no introduction, because the whole of Tamil Nadu knows her, and today even India knows her. And a person who is willing to sacrifice her governorship to become a representative of the people. It is not an easy job. People who come to power, they never leave that power. And she was willing to sacrifice that to test her mettle in the parliamentary elections. And Gautami, of course, Gautami also needs no introduction. And more than being an actress, more than being a politician. See, these are all, her minor things that goes with Gautami. It is not just acting or her politics. More than that, she has been doing so much social service and immense service to the people, and people who fight against all odds. And she is a woman of grit, and she is appreciated for that. And now, as a politician, as Deputy Propaganda Secretary of Anna DMK, she is also representing. Now, I am leaving this forum open to them. Now, it is probably being the senior most, it is for Tamilisai to open it. Amma, இப்போ அரசியல்ல கட்சிகளுக்கு மத்தியில எதிரிகளா பார்க்கறாங்களே தவிர, உங்க RSS மோகன் பாகவத் ஜி சொன்ன மாதிரி எதிரிகள் அல்ல, எதிர்கருத்துள்ள கட்சிகள் என்கின்ற நிலைமை மாறி முழுக்க ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் பார்க்க கூட கூடாது, பேசக்கூட கூடாதுங்கிற நிலைமை வந்திருக்கு. How do you feel? Don't you feel suffocated with the atmosphere, political atmosphere these days? Because you have come through nearly about more than 30 years of politics.
First of all, a special good afternoon to each and everyone here. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இந்த செஷனை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ரொம்ப முக்கியமான செஷன் இது. ஏன்னா இன்றைய அரசியல் வாழ்க்கையில், அரசியல் வழியில் எல்லோரும் தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியது. அவங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி 25 ஆண்டுகளாக, ஏறக்குறைய 25 ஆண்டுகளை தாண்டி நான் இங்கே அரசியலில் இருக்கிறேன். எதிர்கட்சிகளையும் எதிரி கட்சிகளையும் பார்த்து வளர்ந்தோம். அடிக்கடி நான் ஒன்று சொல்லுவது உண்டு, விவாதங்கள் கலகலப்பா இருக்கிறது போய் கைகலப்பா முடிஞ்சிருது. ஆக அந்த அளவிற்கு இன்னைக்கு ஒரு போர் மாதிரி ஏற்பட்டு விடுகிறது. ஒரு நல்ல கருத்துக்களை மரியாதைக்குரிய ஆசிரியர் அவர்கள் சொன்னார்கள். முதலில் எதிர்கட்சி தலைவர்களுக்குள்ளே ஒரு நல்ல புரிந்துணர்வு, ஒரு நல்ல மரியாதை இருக்க வேண்டும். ஆனால் இங்கே எதிர்கட்சி கூட ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிற பயம், யார் கூடயான்னு பேசினா உடனே கூட்டணியான்னு கேட்டுருவாங்களேன்னு பயத்தில் பேசாமல் இருக்கிறது. ஆக இவையெல்லாம் ஏற்கனவே இருந்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறது. என்னை பொறுத்த மட்டில் அரசியல் இன்னும் அதிக நாகரிகத்தோடு வர வேண்டும் என்பதுதான். மிக மோசமான நிலைக்கு போய்விட்டது என்பதையும் நான் உணர்ந்தே ஆக வேண்டும். அது விவாதங்களாக இருக்கட்டும். மிக அழகாக தலைவர்களிடம் உள்ள கருத்துக்களை சொன்னார்கள். எதிர்கட்சி தலைவர்கள் சொல்லுகின்ற கருத்துக்களை மிக அழகாக நேர்த்தியாக எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுகின்ற மனப்பாங்கு தலைவர்களிடம் இருந்தது. இப்போ நான் ஒரு ஜோக் படித்தேன். ஏன் இந்த தலைவர் எல்லாருக்கும் விவாகரத்தை ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டே போறாரு அப்படின்னா, இல்ல எதிர்கட்சி தலைவரால் இவங்க கல்யாணம்லாம் நடந்துதான், அதனால விவாகரத்துக்கு இவர் ரெக்கமெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போறாரு அப்படின்னு. ஆனா அந்த காலத்துல நான் படித்ததுண்டு, மரியாதைக்குரிய காமராஜர் அவர்களை அமெரிக்க அதிபர் பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்கிறார். காமராஜர் சொல்கிறார்கள், நான் அமெரிக்க அதிபரை பார்க்க மாட்டேன்னு. எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரே ஆச்சரியம். ஏனென்றால் இந்த உலகத்திலேயே உயர்ந்த பணக்கார நாடான அமெரிக்காவின் அதிபர் பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்கிறாரே, ஏன் பார்க்க மறுக்கிறார் என்று சொல்லும் பொழுது காமராஜர் சொல்கிறார், உங்களை போல பத்திரிகை சகோதரர்களை கேட்கிறாங்க, அறிஞர் அண்ணா அவரை பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தார், அவர் அவரை பார்க்க மறுத்து விட்டார். ஒரு பச்சை தமிழனை பார்க்க மறுத்த ஒரு தலைவரை இந்த பச்சை தமிழன் பார்க்க மாட்டான் என்று சொல்லுங்கள். ஆனா ரெண்டு பேரும் நேர் எதிராக அரசியல் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பவர்கள். அதே மாதிரி மரியாதைக்குரிய நமது ஆசிரியர் சொன்ன மாதிரி சட்டமன்றம் சட்டமன்றமாக இல்லாமல், சண்டை மன்றமாகவும் இல்லாமல், ஆரோக்கியமான விவாத மன்றங்களாக இருந்ததை நாம் படிக்க ஆசையாக இருக்கிறது. மரியாதைக்குரிய எங்க அப்பா கூட சட்டமன்றத்துக்கு போய்விட்டு மிக அழகான கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் சொல்வார்கள். ஒரு முறை மரியாதைக்குரிய பொன்னம்மா அவர்களை பற்றி சொல்லும் பொழுது, மேல் சபை என்று சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் காங்கிரஸ்காரர்கள். ஆனால் இது ஃபீமேல் சபையாக நாங்கள் ஆக்கி இருக்கிறோம், ஏனென்றால் மரியாதைக்குரிய பொன்னம்மா அவர்கள் அங்கே போயிருக்கிறார்கள் என்று. ஆக எல்லாவற்றையுமே ஒரு சட்லா ரொம்ப அழகா எடுத்து சென்று கொண்டிருந்த ஒரு அரசியல் உலகம் இன்று பயமா இருக்கு. உண்மையிலேயே இளைஞர்களுக்கு நாம் என்ன கருத்தை சொல்ல போகிறோம் என்று மிக பயமாக இருக்கிறது. நான் தொலைக்காட்சி விவாதங்களை பார்க்கிறேன். ஒரு போருக்கு போற மாதிரி, சண்டை போடுற மாதிரி டென்ஷன் ஆகி அப்படி சொல்கிறார்கள், அப்படி விவாதிக்கிறார்கள். இந்த நிலை மாற வேண்டும். இதற்கு பல காரணங்கள் இருக்கலாம். ஏன்னா விவாதங்கள் இன்னும் போகுது, அதில் இன்னும் பல காரணங்களை சொல்லலாம். ஒன்று, நாம் மக்களை திருப்திப்படுத்துவதற்கு பதிலாக தலைவர்களை திருப்திப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று பேசிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இன்னொன்று, அண்ணன் சொன்ன மாதிரி மீடியா மாதிரி சோசியல் மீடியா அதை விட ஒரு அபாயகரமான ஒரு கட்டத்தை நெருங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. எனக்கு மிக்க வருத்தமாக இருக்கிறது. சோசியல் மீடியால பயன்படுத்துகின்ற வார்த்தைகள், தங்கள் தலைவர்கள் மிக விருப்பமாக அதை பார்ப்பார்கள் என்று நினைத்தவர்கள் சொல்லும் வார்த்தைகள் மிக கவலையாக இருக்கிறது. இன்னொன்று, டிபேட்லாம் மேட்ச் ஃபிக்ஸிங் மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு. இதை சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னு இல்லாம எதையோ ஒன்றை சொல்லி, இன்னொன்று சென்ஸா இல்லாம சென்சேஷனல் ஆகிட்டு.
நீங்க சோசியல் மீடியா சொன்னீங்களே, மிஸ்டர் சசிகாந்த் செந்தில், யூ ஆர் பார்ட் ஆஃப் தி காங்கிரஸ் சோசியல் மீடியா டீம் அண்ட் இன்ஃபேக்ட் யூ ஆர் இன்சார்ஜ் ஆஃப் த டீம். நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, சோசியல் மீடியா இந்த அளவுக்கு மோசமா போனதுக்கு அரசியல் கட்சிகளுடைய இந்த வார் ரூம்ஸ் தான் காரணமா?
முதல்ல நான் சோஷியல் மீடியா ஹெட் கிடையாது,
ஐடி விங்.
ஸோ இப்போ இன்னைக்கு காலகட்டத்தில் அப்படி சொன்னாதான் புரியுது. ஸோ அப்படி ஆயிப்போச்சு நிலைமை. ஸோ இஷ்யூ என்னன்னா, அஃப்கோர்ஸ் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு ஐடியாலஜிக்கல் ஃபைட் இருக்குது, அதெல்லாம் நடக்குது ஒரு பக்கம். இருந்தாலுமே கூட ஒரு அட்டென்ஷன் இக்கானமி ஆயிடுச்சு. எல்லாத்துலேயுமே எல்லாரும் மக்கள் எங்கே பார்க்குறாங்க, எத்தனை வியூ வந்தது, எது சென்சேஷனல் ஆக்கலாம், இப்படின்ற ஒரு சிஸ்டமும் நடந்துட்டுருக்கு. இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்லிமெண்ட் சட்டசபையை எடுத்தாலுமே கூட கேமரா வந்ததுலேருந்து நடக்கிற விதமே கொஞ்சம் வேறு மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ அதனால் ஐ திங்க் ஒரு ப்ரைமரி ரீசன் இஸ் திஸ் அட்டென்ஷன் இக்கானமி. எல்லா பக்கமும் நம்ம மேலே எவ்வளோ அட்டென்ஷன் இருக்குது, இது எப்படி சென்சேஷனல் ஆக்கலாம் அப்படின்ற இதுவும் உருவாயிடுச்சு. இன்றைக்கி நியூஸ் வந்து முக்கால்வாசி ஒரு என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட்டுக்காக சோப் ஆப்பராஸை இப்போ வந்து ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணிடுச்சு. இப்போ அப்படி தான் இருக்குது நிலைமை. ஆங்கர்ஸும் அதே மாதிரி தான் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணி அனுப்பப்படுறாங்க. அஃப்கோர்ஸ் மீடியா இஸ் ஆல்சோ அ கார்ப்பரேட், இட் ஆல்சோ நீட்ஸ் டு சி ப்ராஃபிட், அதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் இருக்கும் பொழுது தெர் இஸ் அ வெரி கம்பைன்ட் எஃபர்ட். பட் அட் த சேம் டைம் நீங்கள் அந்த டிவி மீடியாவில் பார்க்குற டிபேட்டும் சரி, இல்லை யூடியூப்பில் வர சண்டைகள் எல்லாம் தாண்டியும் கூட ஒரு விதமான அரசியல் நாகரிகமும் இருக்க தான் செய்யுது, இல்லாமல் இங்கே எல்லாம் உட்கார்ந்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ அது இல்லாமல் இல்லை. ஆனால் எது காட்டப்படுகிறது, இப்போ நாகரிகமாக நடக்கிற 2 அரசியல்வாதிகள் அவ்வளோ சீக்கிரமாக யாரும் காட்ட போகிறது இல்லை. அநாகரிகமாக அடிச்சுக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா ஒரு லட்சம் வியூஸ் வரும். இப்படி இருக்கு நிலைமை. அதுதான் இன்னைக்கு இஷ்யூ. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் தட் இஸ் அ மேஜர் கான்ட்ரிபியூட்டர் டு ஆல் திஸ். Of course there is an ideological fight also going on, ஆனால் that is not the only reason நான் சொல்ல வரேன்.
But social media, you don't feel that the whole rhetoric has become social media centric? இல்லைங்கிறீங்க. அதை மீறி ஒரு போன்ஹோமி பிட்வீன் பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் இருக்குங்கிறீங்க.
கண்டிப்பாக இருக்கு, இல்லாமல் கிடையாது. ஐ வுடன்ட் சே தட் அது கண்டிப்பாக போயிருச்சு, கம்ப்ளீட்டாக போயிருச்சுன்னெலாம் கிடையாது. ஆனால் அந்த மாதிரி இப்போ சப்போஸ் இப்போ நீங்களே சொன்னீங்க பார்லிமெண்ட்டை பற்றி படிக்க தானே செஞ்சீங்க. தேர் ஆர் வெரி நைஸ் பார்ட்ஸ் ரிட்டன், தேர் மைட் ஹவ் பீன் இன்சிடென்ட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. ஆனால் இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஒரு டாக்ஸிக் நிலைமைக்கு வந்ததுக்கு காரணம் தேர் இஸ் அ கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அட்டென்ஷன் எக்கனாமி, தேர் இஸ் அன் எலக்ட்ரானிக் மீடியா, அந்த சென்சேஷனலிசம். இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த செஷன் வந்து வாட் பீப்புள் வாண்ட் டு சி, ஹவு தே வாண்ட் டு என்கேஜ் வித் எல்லாமே இருக்குது இன்னைக்கு. அதனால எவ்ரிபடி இஸ் கேட்டரிங் டு தட் பர்டிகுலர் சென்ஸ் தான். I have not completely lost hope in this bonhomie between leaders. இன்னைக்கும் இருக்க தான் செய்யுது, நல்ல விஷயங்கள் நடக்க தான் செய்யுது.
Dr. Kanimozhi, having been in parliament, and how do you look at, அதுவும் இப்போ இந்த போன 2 செஷன்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு what do you feel? அவர் சொல்கிறாரு ஒரு போன்ஹோமி இன்னும் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு. இந்த போன்ஹோமி இருக்கா? Because Delhi is much more, where you have got socializing is much more than what you have in Chennai, where politicians meet often in dinners and other functions. எப்படி இருக்குது நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீங்க? பார்லிமெண்ட் ஹவுஸில் எப்படி இருக்குது? நேற்று கூட ஒரு டிஸ்கஷனில் இதை பற்றி பேச்சு வந்தது. சென்ட்ரல் ஹால் போன பிறகு பார்லிமெண்ட் எப்படி இருக்குங்கிறத பற்றி பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். டெல்மி.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். நீங்கள் சென்ட்ரல் ஹால்னு சொல்ல உண்மையிலேயே நான் வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைமராக எம்பியாக இருந்தாலும் சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலுங்கிற ஒரு விஷயத்தை உண்மையிலேயே நாங்கள் மிஸ் பண்ணுறோம். ஐ திங்க் சசிகாந்த் சருக்கு அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கூட கிடைக்கலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி அந்த காலத்தில் நம்மளுடைய தலைவர்கள் எதற்காக அந்த சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலில் வச்சுருந்தாங்கன்றது வந்து அங்கே நான் இப்போ ஒரு 4 வருஷமாக நான் எம்பியாக இருக்கேன். 2 வருட காலம் எனக்கு அந்த சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலில் என்னால் யூஸ் பண்ண முடிஞ்சுது. கட்டிங் அக்ராஸ் பார்ட்டி, அதாவது யார் எந்த கட்சி எந்த ஐடியாலஜியில் இருந்தாலும் எல்லா எம்பிஸும் ஒன்றா ஒரு ஹெட் குவார்ட்டர்ஸில் ஒரு கேபிட்டலில் உட்காந்து ஒரு சகஜமாக பேசக்கூடிய ஒரு நிலைமை அந்த சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலில் இருந்து.
இப்போ உங்கள் கேன்டீன் நல்லா இருக்குமா?
கேன்டீனும் தனித்தனியாக பிரிச்சுட்டாங்க சார், பயங்கர பாகுபாடோடு பிரிச்சுட்டாங்க. ராஜ்யசபாக்கு தனி கேன்டீன், லோக்சபாக்கு தனி கேன்டீன். ஸோ எங்களுக்கு அந்த மிங்கிலிங்கே தெரியல. ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது, இதில் ஒரு பெரிய நெகட்டிவ் என்னென்னா, நீங்கள் பார்லிமெண்ட்டுன்னு கேட்ட தொட்டு அதை ஹைலைட் பண்ணி சொல்கிறேன். இப்போ வந்து சசிகாந்த் சார் தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்த தொட்டு திருவள்ளூர்லேருந்து இருக்கிற தொட்டு காங்கிரஸில் இருக்கிறாருன்னு எங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியுது. நான் ராஜ்யசபாவில் இருந்தாலும் அவரை நான் வந்து கேன்டீன்லேயோ இல்லை அவையிலையோ மீட் பண்ண முடியல, சென்ட்ரல் ஹால் இல்லைன்னாலும் எனக்கு சசிகாந்த் சாரை தெரியும். ஆனால் இதே வந்து மற்ற ஸ்டேட்லேருந்து ஒரு கர்நாடகாலேருந்தோ ஒரு ஆந்திராவிலேருந்தோ வரக்கூடிய எம்பிஸை லோக்சபாவும் ராஜ்யசபாவும் பார்த்துக்காமலே போகக்கூடிய ஒரு சூழல் தான் வந்து புது பார்லிமெண்ட் கட்டடம் நமக்கு கொடுத்துருக்குது. பட் நான் வந்து அதுவும் மாற்றம் ஒன்று தான் மாறாதது, மாற்றம் தேவை. பட் அங்கேயும் அந்த சென்ட்ரல் ஹாலில் அவங்க என்கரேஜ் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்கன்னா ஒரு மிங்கிளிங் ஆஃப் ஆல் த எம்பிஸ், it be much appreciated.
That's true. அந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் இது எப்படி இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க நீங்க?
சார், டெல்லியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஃப்ராங்கா சொல்லனா எம்பிஸ்குள்ள எந்த டிஃபரன்ஸும் கிடையாது. we are all been treated. சட்டசபைகள் வேற மாதிரி இருந்தாலும் நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் வந்துட்டு எல்லோருமே வந்து ஒரு சார்ட் ஆஃப் ஒரு அந்த ஃப்ரெண்ட்லி அட்மாஸ்பியர், அனைவரும் ஒருத்தரோட ஒருத்தர் பேசுறது கொள்வது, அந்த ஒரு பான்ஹார்மனி இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் தேர் இன் டெல்லி. அந்த டெல்லி பார்டரை விட்டுட்டு அவங்கவுங்க ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு அரசியலுக்கு வந்தோம்னா டோட்டலாக சேஞ்ச் ஆகுது. அது நான் உண்மையிலேயே அதை நான் ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன். அங்கே இருக்கிற ஏர்க்கும் இங்கே வந்து நம்ம இருக்கிற ஏர்க்கும் இட்ஸ் என்டையர்லி டிஃப்ரெண்ட். அதே டிபேட் அங்கே வச்சோம்னா வேறு மாதிரி ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியாக போகுது. அதே டிபேட்டை நம்ம வேறு ஸ்டேட்டில் வச்சோம்னா த ஏர் பிகம்ஸ் அந்த அந்த மண்ணோட அந்த புகையை அது சுவாசிக்குதோ, அந்த மண்ணோட அந்த வாசத்தை சுவாசித்து வெவ்வேறு மாதிரி அந்த லோக்கல் அரசியலுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி அந்த மண் மாறுது, அந்த லோக்கல் அரசியலுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி அந்த முகங்கள் மாறுது, அந்த தாட் ப்ராசஸ் மாறுது, அந்த ஐடியாலஜிஸ் மாறுது. ஐ திங்க் அதே ஹார்மனியை எல்லா ஸ்டேட்லேயும் கட்டிங் அக்ராஸ் ஆல் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் இருந்ததுன்னா வில் பி அ மச் அப்ரிஷியேட்டட் பாலிட்டிக்ஸ். நாளைய சமுதாயத்துக்கு நம்ம எடுத்து சொல்லக்கூடிய விஷயங்கள் உண்மையிலேயே வந்து ஒரு பியூரிட்டியான ஒரு அரசியல் அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வைக்க முடியும். ஃப்ரெஷ் பிளட்டை நம்மளால் இன்வைட் பண்ண முடியும். இப்போ நடக்கக்கூடிய இந்த சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் நடக்கக்கூடிய சண்டைகள், சட்டசபையில் நடக்கக்கூடிய விவாதங்கள், அதெல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது உண்மையிலேயே வந்து ஒரு நார்மலாக ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்கும்போது கண்டிப்பாக டிவைட் ஆயிருக்குங்க சார். அது இல்லைன்னுலாம் நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன், கண்டிப்பாக அது டிவைட் ஆயிருக்கு. நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வரணுமாங்கிற ஒரு யோசனைக்கு வந்துடுறாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்முக்கு நம்ம வந்து அங்கே நம்ம வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அசிங்கப்படணுமா, இவ்வளோ தீர்க்கரமான வார்த்தைகளை யூஸ் பண்ணணுமா? ஏன்னா த ஹேட்ரிட் ஸ்பீச் அதிகமாக இப்போ காணப்படுகிறது. ஒரு டிபேட்டில் உட்காரம்னாலே ஒரு முந்திலாம் வந்து ஒரு டிபேட்டோ ஒரு நீங்கள் சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த சட்டமன்ற விவாதங்களோ படிக்கிறதுக்கு இனிமையாக இருக்கும். நான் ஆஸ் அ ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் எங்கள் அப்பா எம்எல்ஏவாக இருக்கும்போது நான் சட்டமன்றத்துக்கு சென்றிருக்கிறேன். ஹெல்த்தி டிஸ்கஷனாக இருக்கும். சிஎம் இருப்பாங்க, அப்போசிஷன் லீடர் இருப்பாங்க, அவங்களுக்குள்ளே பேசிக்கொள்கிற விஷயங்களே இப்போ நீங்கள் உதாரணங்கள் சொன்னீங்கல்ல, கேட்கறதுக்கே ரொம்ப வந்து நமக்கு வந்து ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கும். அப்போல்லாம் நம்ம அரசியலுக்கு வரணும்னு தோணுனது போய் இப்போலாம் வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஹேட்ரிட் ஸ்பீச், எது எடுத்தாலும் வந்து ஒரு கோவம் கக்கிறது. ஐடியாலஜிஸ்க்கு தான் நம்ம வந்து நிற்கணுமே ஒழிய ஐடியாலஜியை சார்ந்து நம்மளுக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற அந்த டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஒப்பீனியனை ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ் கொண்டு வராங்க. அந்த ஐடியாலஜிக்கல் பேசப்படவில்லை. பேசிக்காக ஒருத்தர் ஒன்னோட ஒன்று ஹியூமன் பீங்ஸ் ஆர் கெட்டிங் ஹாரஸ்ட் அண்ட் கெட்டிங் ஃபைட்டட். ஐ திங்க் அந்த டிபேட் கிளென்சிங் இஸ் நீட் ஆஃப் தி ஆர். அதை தான் நம்ம நாளைய சமுதாயத்துக்கு கண்டிப்பாக சொல்லி தரணும்.
கௌதமி, யூ ஸ்டார்டட் யுவர் கேரியர் வித் films. That is one industry where there is virtually no difference. Language is no barrier. It's only the talent. It's only your performance. அது மட்டும்தான் அங்கே இருந்தது. அங்கே வந்து ஒரு கைண்ட் ஆஃப் a compulsion to be together, to be friendly. Whether you like or not, அது வந்து இருந்தாகணும். ஒரு இன்ஸ்டன்ஸ் நான் சொல்கிறேன், சிவகுமார் அண்ட் ஸ்ரீபிரியா ரொம்ப நான் பேசிக்காமலே இருந்தாங்க. பட் தேவர் ஆக்டிங் டுகெதர். அப்போ ஸ்ரீபிரியா அடிக்கடி சொல்லுவாங்க, சிவகுமார் சார் மட்டும் நினச்சிருந்தா நான் இவ கூட நடிக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கலாம், எங்கிட்ட பேசுறதில்லை நடிக்க மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கலாம். சிவகுமார் சொல்லலை. அண்ட் ஸ்ரீபிரியா சொல்லியிருக்கலாம், அவர் கூட எனக்கு வந்து கெமிஸ்ட்ரி சரியா இல்லை, நான் நடிக்க மாட்டேன்னு. அவங்களும் சொல்லலை. தே ஆக்டட் டுகெதர். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டிஃபரன்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஒப்பீனியனுக்கு நடுவுலையும் தே குட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் ஈச் அதர் அண்ட் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆஸ் அ டுகெதர். அது இந்த ஃபிலிம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் மட்டும்தான் அது சாத்தியமும் கூட. அப்படி இருந்த ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரியிலிருந்து நீங்கள் பாலிடிக்ஸுக்கு வந்திருக்கீங்க. வாட் இஸ் யுவர் ஒப்பீனியன்? ஹவு டு யூ லுக் அட் தி அட்மாஸ்பியர் ஹியர் அண்ட் இப்போ இந்த சொன்ன இந்த டாபிக் மாதிரி இந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் ஆஃப் பொலிட்டிக்கல் டிஃபரன்ஸ், ஐடியாலஜிக்கல் டிஃபரன்ஸ், பர்சனல் டிஃபரன்ஸாக மாறிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஹவு டு யூ லுக் அட் திஸ் சினேரியோ இன் யுவர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்?
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be part of this amazingly dynamic panel. நிறைய ரொம்ப வேலிடான உண்மையான கருத்துக்கள் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. நீங்கள் கேட்ட கேள்வி கூட ரொம்ப வேலிடான பாயிண்ட்டு. பட் இட்ஸ் நாட் ஸோ மச் ஆஸ் கேன் யூ அட்ஜஸ்ட், நாட் அட்ஜஸ்ட். இட் இஸ் மோர் அபவுட் த கொஸ்டின் ஆஃப் டாலரன்ஸ். அதாவது ஒருத்தருடைய கருத்து அவங்களுக்கு வெளிப்படுத்த அத்தனை உரிமைகளும் இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம மதித்து நம்ம பேச வேண்டிய நேரம் வர்ற வரைக்கும் நம்ம காத்துக்கிட்டு நம்ம சொல்ல வேண்டிய விஷயத்த ஒரு நாகரிகமாக நம்ம சொன்னால் தட் மெயின்டைன்ஸ் அ லெவல் ஆஃப் பப்ளிக் டிஸ்கோர்ஸ். இப்போது இது சிக்கன் கம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட், அது எக் கம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி இப்போ ஒன்று ஓடிட்டுருக்கு. அதாவது சோஷியல் மீடியா பற்றி நிறைய சொல்லியிருக்கிறீங்க. அண்ட் அகெயின் தட்ஸ் வெரி வேலிட். பட் ஃபில்ம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியோடைய ஒரு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் நீங்கள் எடுத்திங்கன்னா, இப்போது ஒரு சில படங்கள் வந்து வரிசையாக ஒரே மாதிரி வர ஆரம்பிக்கும். அதுக்கு காரணம் என்னென்னா, அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு படம் முதல்ல ஓடி இருக்கும், நல்ல சூப்பர் ஹிட்டாக இருக்கும். அது ஒரு என்டர்டெய்னராக இருக்கலாம், ஒரு ஹாரர் ஃபில்மாக இருக்கலாம், ஒரு பயோபிக்காக இருக்கலாம். அது ட்ரெண்டாக வரும். ரைட்? நவ் வாட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ் இஸ் there is an expectation. There's an expectation. And when this gets disturbed in any way, then the market starts getting riled up. ஸோ இப்போ என்ன ஆச்சுன்னா, அது ஒன்று. அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த டோப்பமைன் ஹிட் தேடி போகிற இன்டர்நெட், இந்த சோஷியல் மீடியா ஸ்க்ரோலர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க இல்லைங்களா, That is another major reason for when you're scrolling through hundreds of reels or shorts or anything continuously, you want to be hit by something that gives you a rush. And that rush can be positive, it can be negative, it can make you angry, it can disgust you, anything. But it's about the reaction. So, consumer, when I was talking about films, அந்த மாதிரி படங்கள் வந்து 4, 5, 6, 10க்கு அப்புறம் வந்து படத்தில் அந்த கதையும் ஒன்று இருக்காது, அது என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு ஒரு உயிரே இல்லாமல் இருக்கும். நிறைய படங்கள் நம்ம பார்த்துருக்கோம். ஐ வில் அட்மிட் டு பீயிங் பார்ட் ஆஃப் சம் ஆஃப் தம் மை செல்ஃப். பட் எதற்காக இந்த மாதிரி படங்கள் நீங்கள் திரும்ப எடுக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டால், இல்லைங்க ஆடியன்ஸ் கேட்குறாங்க, ஆடியன்ஸ் பார்க்குறாங்க, அதுக்காக நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு ரெகுலர் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் யூ வில் கெட் ஃப்ரம் ஃபில்ம் மேக்கர்ஸ். ஸோ சிமிலர்லி இப்போ எப்படி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா, social media users who are basically your electorate, அவங்களுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டோபமைன் ஹிட்காக சென்சேஷனல் ட்வீக் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு நியூஸ் பார்க்க ஒரு ஆசை இருக்குது, ஒரு அடிக்ஷன் மாதிரி இருக்குது.
enmity clicks. Enmity?
I don't think it's enmity clicks. I think anything that's sensational, anything that takes you out of a nice, comfortable zone will click. Unfortunately, most nastiness, unpleasantness, painful situations, tragedies, all of these are the ones that actually give people the dopamine hit. So அப்படி பண்ணாதான் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஹிட்ஸ் வருது, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஆடியன்ஸ் எங்களை பக்கம் திரும்பி பார்க்குது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஆனஸ்ட்லி ஐ வில் சே அரகுர புரிதல் தான் இப்போ கிடச்சிருக்கு எல்லாருக்கும். இட்ஸ் நாட் as simple as saying நான் ஒரு விஷயத்தை நெகட்டிவாக தூண்டி பேசினா தான் எனக்கு வியூஸ் வரும், என்னை பற்றி பேசுவாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது மட்டும் இல்லை. யூ ஹாவ் டு லுக் அட் வாட் ஆர் த இம்ப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் ஆஃப் டாக்கிங் லைக் தட். ஏன்னா எந்த ஒரு ஆக்ஷனும் கூட ஒரு வேக்யூமில் நடக்காது, ஒரு ஆக்ஷனுக்கு ஒரு ரியாக்ஷன் இருக்கும். ஸோ ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் ஒரு 4 பேர் இல்லை, ஒரு மாநிலத்தையே அஃபெக்ட் பண்ணி இம்பேக்ட் பண்ணி இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு இடத்துல இருக்கிற ஒரு தலைவர், அவங்களுடைய வார்த்தைகள், தலைவர்னா ஐம் நாட் ஓன்லி டாக்கிங் அபவுட் ஸ்டேட் லெவல், ஐம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் உங்கள் ஊரில், உங்கள் council or whatever it can be. When you are in a position to influence public debate or you are in a position to influence any onlooker, that has to be taken very, very seriously. இன்னைக்கு எனக்கு வியூஸ் வரணுங்கிறதுக்காக நான் என்ன வேணாலும் பேசிட்டு நாளைக்கு வரது பார்த்துக்கலாம், இல்லை எனக்கு பதில் கொடுப்பாங்க அதுக்கு பதில் நான் கொடுத்தா இது வந்து வளர்த்துக்கலாம். So it should not be defined by that. And that is the point at which I believe we need to put a full stop. We need to look for accountability among ourselves.
But my question is, Mr. Sashikant Sandil, you also please let me know, because you were on the job there. In the social media, does it really count or affect in electoral politics in ballot boxes?
Not much. In my opinion, there is too much of hype given.
It whips up a lot of heat and
there is an influence, and நம்ம நினைக்கிற அளவுக்கு இல்லை. அதாவது வந்து voting behavior is a very different ball game altogether. Larger narratives are set by agenda setting வந்து சொசைட்டியில் வந்து மீடியா தான் பண்ணுவாங்க. The only why are we concerned about media? Because it sets the agenda every day. இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஏ பற்றி பேசணுமா, தமிழ்நாடு பிஏ பற்றி பேசணுமான்னு டிசைட் பண்ணுறது மீடியா. தட் இஸ் வை இட்ஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அது என்ன பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ வைக்குதுன்றது ரெண்டாவது, பட் அந்த அஜெண்டா செட்டிங் ரோல் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். சோஷியல் மீடியாலையும் தேர் இஸ் அஜெண்டா செட், தேர் இஸ் நரேட்டிவ் புஷ்ட். இப்போ இங்கே என்னென்னா இது அப்படியே ஓட்டாக கன்வெர்ட் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறது ரொம்ப பெரிய தப்பு. கண்டிப்பாக அது கிடையாது. ஏன்னா இன்னைக்கும் வந்து மக்கள் வந்து ரொம்ப ஸ்மார்ட்டாக இருப்பாங்க. இப்போ தமிழ்நாடு எடுத்தீங்கன்னா
people are more concerned about what they get than what they hear and see.
Not only that, அது ரொம்ப நம்ம அப்படி ரொம்ப ட்ரிவியலைஸ் பண்ணிட முடியாது. தேர் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அபவுட் வாட் இஸ் த வேல்யூ ஆஃப் vote வந்து இட் இஸ் மச் லார்ஜர். நான் பார்த்த வரைக்கும் அது வந்து எல்லாரும் என்ன பேசுகிறாங்க, நம்ம ஊருக்கு என்ன தேவை, நம்ம குடும்பத்துக்கு என்ன தேவைன்ற அளவுக்கு புரிதல் இங்கே. இன்ஃபேக்ட் தமிழ்நாடு வந்து ரொம்ப இதில் வந்து லீடர்னே சொல்லலாம். பாப்புலராக இருக்கிற லீடருக்கு யாருக்கும் ஓட்டு போடுவாங்க, அப்படி கூட உண்டு இங்கே தமிழ்நாட்டில். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வந்து ஒரு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இருக்கிற ஒரு க்ரௌடு தான். ரெண்டாவது ஓட்டிங் பிஹேவியர் வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்லி டிஃப்ரெண்ட் இன் மை ஒப்பீனியன். ஆனால் நரேட்டிவ் செட் பண்ணுறதுல கண்டிப்பாக சோஷியல் மீடியா ஹெல்ப் பண்ண தான் செய்யுது. ஆனால் இங்கே நீங்கள் மறந்துடுற விஷயம் என்னென்னா, இதுக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்க கம்பெனிஸ், த பிக் டெக், அவங்க வந்து earn a lot of revenue out of all this. இதில் வந்து யாருக்கு என்ன கிடைக்குதுன்றது ரெண்டாவது, கம்பெனிக்கு நிறைய காசு கிடைக்குது. அதனால் the big tech they keep rotating their algorithm. இப்போது நீங்கள் நாஸ்டியாக பேசினா ஒரு மாதம் ஃபுல்லாக உங்களுக்கு வியூஸ் வரும், இன்னொரு மாதம் வியூஸே வராது, ஏன்னா அந்த மாதம் அவங்க they converted into something else. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி we are all playing to the gallery.
So we have become prisoners to these.
அது ஒரு ஃபேமஸாக ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட்ரியில் சொன்னாங்கல்ல, we are the product.
எனக்கு அதில் ஒரு சின்ன டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஒப்பீனியன் இருக்குது ரெண்டில். ஒன்று வந்து ஐ ரெஸ்பெக்ட் ஹானரபிள் எம்பிஸ் வியூஸ், பட் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் அவ்வளோ லைட்டாக எடுத்துக்கொள்கிற அளவுக்கு இல்லை, ஒரு வார் மாதிரியே நடக்குது. பர்டிகுலராக விமன் பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் ஆர் பாடி ஷேப்டு. அவங்களோட ஒப்பீனியனுக்கு மேலே அவங்கள பற்றி கிரிட்டிசைஸ் பண்ணுறது மிக அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அதை நான் இங்கே சொல்லியே ஆக வேண்டும், பிகாஸ் ஐ எம் த விக்டிம் ஃபார் தட். அதை வந்து நான் இவங்களை இது இந்தியன் எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல ஃபோரத்தில் அதுக்கு ஒரு முடிவு வரணும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஐ ஃபீல் வெரி சேட். Even a women politician leader is criticized, the concerned party leaders are not correcting the cadres. They are allowing it. They think that our leaders are happy, so they are not looking after my words, but they are not countering my points. But they are உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதா, நீங்கள் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் நீட்டில் வந்து கனிமொழி இஸ் ஆல்சோ டாக்டர், ஐ எம் ஆல்சோ ஏ டாக்டர். நாங்கள் ஒன்றும் தெரியாதா, நீ உனக்கு யார் பிச்சை போட்டா, நீ 870 மார்க், என்னோட மார்க் என்ன தெரியும், ஐ ஹவ் பீன் அன் அசிஸ்டன்ட் ப்ரொஃபஸர், ஐ ஹவ் பீன் அ வெரி. ஸோ உங்களை வந்து ஒரு லீடராக டிகிரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக தே வாண்ட் டு பாடி ஷேம் யூ. ஸோ கனிமொழி சொன்னாங்க ஒன்று, யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கு வந்து பாலிட்டிக்ஸ்க்கு வரணும்னு ஆசை இருக்கணுமே தவிர ஏன் வந்தோன்னு நினைக்கிற அளவுக்கு சோஷியல் மீடியா இஸ்.
அதுக்கு சோஷியல் மீடியா தான் காரணமா இல்ல பொலிட்டிக்கல் அட்மாஸ்பியர் காரணமா?
இல்ல ரெண்டுமே காரணம். ஆனா அந்த காலத்துல மீட்டிங் போட்டு தான் பேச வேண்டி இருந்தது. ஆனா இந்த காலத்துல ஜஸ்ட் லைக் தட் ஒரு நிமிஷத்துல ஒருத்தங்களை வந்து டிகிரேட் பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. அப்போ என்ன நினைப்பாங்கன்னா, ஏன் இவ்வளவு சீப்பா நம்ம வந்து கீழே இறங்கி போகணுமா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. இப்போ உதாரணத்திற்கு நான் சொல்றேன், நீங்க வந்து ஒரு பாலிட்டிஷியன், ஒரு விமன் லீடர் வந்து எமர்ஜ் ஆறாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு எந்தவித நெகட்டிவும் இல்லைன்னா அவங்கள வந்து உடனே பாடி ஷேம் பண்றது. பர்டிகுலர்லி நான் வந்து என்ன வேற யாரையும் சொல்றதுக்கு பதிலாக நான் என்னையே சொல்றேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஐ ஹேட் அ கேர்லி ஹேர். சுருட்ட பரட்டம் தான் எழுதுவாங்க. ஐ எம் எம்பிபிஎஸ் டாக்டர், எம்டி டாக்டர், ஐ எம் கைனகாலஜிஸ்ட், நான் ஒரு ஃபீட்டல் தெரபிஸ்ட், நான் ஒரு கிரேட் பொலிட்டிஷியனோட டாட்டர், ஐ மை செல்ஃப் அ வெரி கம்பீட்டன்ட் பர்சன். ஆனால் யாரும் அதை எழுதுறது கிடையாது. இட்ஸ் எவிடென்ட் எவ்ரிவேர். அப்போ ஒரு சீனியர் பொலிட்டிஷியன், மை மதர் யூஸ் டு, ஒரு பொலிட்டிஷியன் சுருட்டையில் இருக்கிறது கூட அவங்களுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லாமல் ஸ்ட்ரைட்டன் பண்ண வேண்டிய காலகட்டம் வர அளவுக்கு சோஷியல் மீடியா நம்மளை ஹியூமிலியேட் பண்ணுது. நான் அடிக்கடி சொல்லுவேன், எனக்கு வந்து
சோஷியல் மீடியாங்கிற ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்ட் மட்டும் இல்லை. இப்போ தி பேசிக் திங் இஸ் இந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஒப்பீனியன் இன் தி பொலிட்டிக்கல் அட்மாஸ்பியர் குறைஞ்சிக்கிட்டு வருதுங்கிற இதில் சோஷியல் மீடியா பிளேஸ் அ ரோல். ஐ டோன்ட் டிஸ்அக்ரி வித் இட். பட் ஹவு டு யூ லுக் அட் தி அட்மாஸ்பியர், வாட் யூ
இல்ல தட்ஸ் வாட்
பொலிட்டிக்கல் அட்மாஸ்பியர்,
இல்ல பொலிட்டிக்கல் அட்மாஸ்பியர் அப்படி இருக்கிறதுனால தான் இட் இஸ் ரிவீல்ட் இன் தி சோஷியல் மீடியா. I already told it is not
social media and the criticism சொன்னீங்களே, as an actress she would have faced much more, many 100 times more of such gossips and all these things on her. அதை தாண்டி தான் நீங்க வந்து ஆகணும்.
இல்ல அதான் வந்திருக்கோம், தாண்டி வந்ததுனால தான் அப்படி உட்கார்ந்துருக்கோம். இல்லைன்னா நாங்க எங்கேயோ போயிருப்போம். இவங்கெல்லாம் இப்படிலாம் எழுதிட்டு இருக்காங்க, எனக்கு இது வேலை இல்லையா, நான் ஒரு டாக்டர், அவங்க ஒரு ஆக்டர், எங்களை ஏன் இப்படி எழுதிட்டு இருக்கா? இல்ல அடிக்க எழும்பணும். அதுக்கு தான் நாங்கெல்லாம் எக்ஸாம்பிளா உட்கார்ந்துருக்கோம். ஆனா இது கண்டினியூ ஆகணுமா என்பதுதான் இதை மாதிரி ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் நமக்கு சொல்லணும். நீ வந்து உங்களோட கருத்துக்கு எதிர்கருத்து சொல்லுங்க, பிரச்சனையே இல்லை. ஆனா உடனே தெரியாதா, நீ அப்படி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி உருவத்தை கேலி பண்றத இத மாதிரி பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ல இன்னைக்கு நம்ம ஒரு ஃபுல் ஸ்டாப் வைக்கணும்ன்றது எனது தாழ்மையான கருத்து. எங்களை மாதிரி மன உறுதியோட எத்தனை பேர் இருப்பாங்கன்னு தெரியாது. அதே மாதிரி நிறைய பேர் தனக்கு வேகமா ஓடி வருவாங்க. இத மாதிரி ஒரு கல்லு தடுக்கணும்னா திரும்பி ஓடி போன பெண்கள் எவ்வளவு பேர் இருக்காங்க.
So you want to put a stop to all these things and you want youngsters to come into politics and change this entire atmosphere.
Definitely.
Right? Talk ideologies, sir. Only Madam சொல்றதா, we want people to talk ideologies. We don't want body shaming. We don't want hatred politics. We don't want one-on-one clash. That is not required for the right now kind of situation. டாக் யுவர் ஐடியாலஜிஸ். வாட் ஆர் யூ பேஸ்ட் ஆன்? நீ என்ன நாட்டுக்கு செய்யறன்னு நினைக்கிற அதை சொல்லு. நீ மக்களுக்கு என்ன செய்யறன்னு நினைக்கிற அதை பேசு. நான் இவன் நான் அவன் அதெல்லாம் தேவையே கிடையாது எங்களுக்கு அரசியலுக்கு. நாளைய சமுதாயத்தை நீங்க உருவாக்க போறீங்கன்னா நீ யாரு, மக்களுக்கு என்ன செய்யற, அந்த ஒப்பீனியன் எடுத்துட்டு போய் அதை ஹெல்த்தியான ஒரு டிஸ்கஷன்ல வைங்க. அதை விட்டுட்டு ஒன் ஃபைட். வி ஆர் நாட் ரெஸ்ட்லெஸ் இயர்ஸ் டு ஃபைட் வித் ஒன் இன் அ டிபேட். டிபி டிபேட்ஸ் இப்போ அப்படி தான் இருக்கு. ஏன்டா டிபேட்டுக்கு போறோங்கிற நிலைமைலாம் நிறைய நாட்கள் இருந்திருக்கு. ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து இப்போலாம் நம்மலாம் டிபேட்ஸ் சூஸ் பண்ண வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. நம்ம யாரோட உட்காந்து பேசுகிறோம், அவங்க பேசுகிறவங்க எதிர்க்க உட்கார்றவங்க வந்துட்டு எல்லாரையும் சொல்ல விரும்பலை, உண்மையிலேயே தரமோட பேசுவாங்களா இல்லை தரம் தாழ்ந்து பேசுவாங்களான்றதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப யோசிக்க வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. அதுவும் எலெக்ஷன் கிட்ட வர வர பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிவியை திறக்கவே முடியலை. பின்னாடி போட்டுது வாயில வரதெல்லாம் பேசுவாங்க டிபேட்ல. அந்த ஆங்கரை பார்த்தா எங்களுக்கே பாவமா இருக்கும். அந்த 1 மணி நேரம் அந்த ஆங்கர் படுற பாட்டுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு பிபி சுகர் ஏறும்னு எங்களுக்கு தான் சார் தெரியும். ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ல they are not able to control them. ஒருத்தரை தாண்டி பேசுறது, நான் சொல்றது தான் ரைட்டு, இந்த ஐடியாலஜி தான் கரெக்ட். லிசனிங், அடுத்தவங்க சொல்றதை காது கொடுத்து கேட்கணுங்கிற அந்த விஷயம் நம்ம சொசைட்டில ரொம்ப குறைஞ்சிட்டு வருது.
நீங்களும் அப்படிதான் சொல்றீங்களா? நீங்களும் அதை அக்ரி பண்றீங்களா? பட் டோன்ட் யூ திங்க் யூ ஆர் புட்டிங் a same side goal?
அல்ல அரசியல் இதுதான் பிரச்சனை. சேம் சைட் கோல் போட்டா டிஎம்கே கனிமொழிக்கு தமிழிசை சேம் சைட் கோல் போட்டாங்கன்னு பிரச்சனை வந்துரும். அதுதான் இப்ப எங்களுக்கு அரசியல்வாதியா, ஒரு பெண் அரசியல்வாதியா, அது எந்த கட்சியை சார்ந்தவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் பெண் அரசியல்வாதிகளுக்கு மரியாதை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று கனிமொழியும் பேசலாம், கௌதமியும் பேசலாம், தம்பி அவங்களும் பேசலாம். ஆனா பெண்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டிய மரியாதை கொடுத்தே ஆக வேண்டும். ஏனென்றால் அதிக பெண்கள் அரசியலுக்கு வர வேண்டும். அதற்கு அவர்களுக்கு வந்து நீங்க வந்து பாடி அவங்களை வந்து சாம் பண்ணுங்க, ஷேம் பண்ணாதுங்க. அதான் என்னோட சாமும் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஷேமும் பண்ண வேண்டாம். இஃப் யூ கிவ் தி டியூ, சாமும் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஷேமும் பண்ண வேண்டாம். டியூ ரெஸ்பெக்ட் கொடுங்க. சாமிங் I am not physical charming. That talent, sir. She is talking very well. That charm I am telling. So this is totally charming. வேண்டாம்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. Charming, the world is with charm. Let us enjoy it. But let us enjoy the politics. நம்ம ஒரு போருக்கு போற மாதிரி பயத்துட்டு பாலிடிக்ஸ் வராம ஜெயத்தோட மகிழ்ச்சியா பாலிடிக்ஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அதுக்கு நம்ம யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் முன்னால் வரணும். நான் இன்னொன்னு இங்க அப்பீல் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். அதிகமான இளைஞர்கள் அரசியலுக்கு வர வேண்டும். குறிப்பா பெண்கள் இன்னும் அதிகமா வர வேண்டும். ஒரு கை பாத்திரலான்னு நம்மளை ஷேம் பண்றவங்கள நிச்சயமாக அவர்களுக்கு எதிர்த்து போராடுவோம். ஆனா எதிர்கருத்தையும் நாகரிகமாக பதிவு செய்வோம் என்பதை மறுபடியும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
So just to kind of close the loop and bring it back நம்ம டாபிக் ஓட இதுக்கு, as I said, சோஷியல் மீடியா அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு கருவி மட்டும்தான். அதுக்கு வந்து நம்ம ரொம்ப அதிகமான இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்க தேவையில்லை. அது நம்ம எப்படி பயன்படுத்திக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒன்று, அதுக்கு நம்ம எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது இன்னொன்று, எவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது that's a third thing. So as I said, finally it depends on us. இது ஒரு மைக்காக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு மேடையாக இருக்கட்டும், ஒரு பந்தல் போட்டு ஒரு இடமா இருக்கட்டும், சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் உங்கள் ஃபோனாக இருக்கட்டும், it doesn't matter. It's all a tool to reach people. How you use it and how you moderate your debates on that will make all the difference. I'm really sorry. நீங்கள் அனுபவித்த மாதிரி I know a lot of people, men and women, நிறைய பேர் இந்த மாதிரி அனுபவிக்கிறாங்க. But I think that is a reason to say you moderate yourself, how you use it, how you use your voice. And social media is not the villain. Social media is a tool. It's how you use it and how you set the tone for public debate that has to come from each one of us. அதில் நான் என்கேஜ் பண்ண மாட்டேன். ஸோ உங்களுடைய லெவலில் நான் என்கேஜ் பண்ண மாட்டேன்னா நான் பேசுகிற லெவலில் தான் நீங்கள் பேசி ஆகணும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அப்ரோச் எல்லாரும் எடுத்துக்கிட்டா அது அந்த லெவல் ஆஃப் கான்வர்சேஷன் கண்டிப்பாக அந்த அளவுக்கு வந்தே தீரும். டைம் ஆகலாம், ஆனால் வந்தே தீரும். ஸோ லெட்ஸ் ஆல் ஒர்க் டுகெதர் டு மேக் தட் ஹேப்பன்.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody, one and all.
Thank you very much. If I may call upon Ms. Lakshmi Menon, CEO of the new Indian Express, to express our heartfelt thanks to all of our guests this session. கருத்து வேறுபாடு அப்படின்றது பகையாக இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு தேவையில்லை. It can also be a lovely thing as we started off. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause. We started off talking about disagreement and we ended up on the very same plane of agreeing on the fact that the way forward needs to be addressed. A healthy debate is what we have coming up, hopefully in the near future. And Ma'am Sonna Madri, we look forward to a lot of youngsters being part of our political landscape as well. ThinkEdu Conclave 2025, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our speakers, our session chair, all of whom have driven this particular session truly in a catchy manner, like we started off. We have our stage being set for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's titled Building the Future, How Telangana is Educating Its Next Generation. In this session, we are going to take a look at how education, that is a bedrock of any society's future itself, right now is being transformed all across the country with a special spotlight on Telangana. What the bold steps that are being taken currently are to ensure that its youth are equipped with the tools that they need to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, with a loud round of applause, if I may take the opportunity to welcome Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, to join us on stage. A round of applause as we explore how Telangana is rethinking education, creating a wonderful generation that is both academically and socially proficient. As we extend our heartfelt thanks to our speakers for their presence here, let me also tell you that with our upcoming session, we're going to see how a future-focused plan when it comes to Telangana is working in their favor. We've got a lovely session on making education more accessible, more inclusive, and creating students that are future ready. From innovation to traditional values, we've got a great mix of all of them coming together within the education initiatives of Telangana. We have the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister joining us on stage with a round of applause from all of us, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session. Chairing this session, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, editor, the New Indian Express. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Over to our session chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Today we have with us a quintessential grassroots politician, Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka. It's a difficult name for me to, I think everybody calls you Bhatti, okay, if you allow me to do the same. Really a quintessential grassroots politician who has come up in life and in politics in really the hard way. He's Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, holding many of the key portfolios, including finance. And to reach there, he nearly walked some over 13 kilometers, if I'm right, from Adilabad to Khammam. And that Padayatra was largely seen as one of the key reasons why Congress came back to power in Telangana. Yeah, People's March, as it was called. And actually, it is very fitting that he's here. It's a hard life story. He used to go to school from his village, walking miles, really, and had a worrying mother back at home. And later he went to, by the sheer dint of his merit, he went to University of Hyderabad and later joined politics. So I am told that your residential program that you have launched for students, that is largely come out of your own personal experience about wading through the water, crossing hillocks to reach your school with a worried mother waiting back home. Can you explain the concept of residential school, government residential school, and what exactly are you trying to achieve through that?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this grand program. And also I thank all the audience sparing their valuable time. And also I am very delighted to see my former governor here in. See, ma'am, regarding the residential schools, yes. This is, we named it as Young India Integrated Residential Schools. Cutting across the caste, creed, religion. All the boys will be getting admitted into these residential schools with all international standards, the English medium. All the teachers also will be provided with a proper accommodation so that they can stay there and teach the children. With all the best of the best facilities, where all the international schools are giving to the highly affluent sections, those facilities also we wanted to give it to all the have-not children so that they can also compete with the world by all means. So free education totally, and each school is costing not less than 200 crores for us. And this is, we are planned in not less than 22, 25 acres with modern, playgrounds like cricket stadium, football ground, all indoor sports. And even we thought, my Chief Minister, Revant Reddy Garu, while we are designing these schools, he told me one thing, we must see to that our children should not think that they are missing something. Even the entertainment also. So he made it a point to see to that there will be some, theater, open air auditorium and a theater where movies also can play for the children once in 15 days or something like that. So that no children will get a feeling that they are missing their home, and with best diet, nutritious food, and proper teaching.
Along with that, you are also setting up this young skill development university,
yes,
right? But how does it help the underprivileged or backward students or the communities that have been traditionally at a disadvantage?
Fine, ma'am. This skill university, see, if you see the Telangana, you have a good number of engineering colleges. From 2004 onwards, way back the then Congress government, first time we introduced the fees reimbursement to all these college-going children. The state, nearing about 2,500 crores every year we are paying for the on the name of school fee, college fees, and all that. In the process, good number of engineering colleges have come. Good number of engineering graduates are coming every year. But the multinational companies, though they are having the proper knowledge, the soft skills are missing. Like, good English and all that. So those things also to be trained properly after the proper professional engineering college and all. So we thought, we will have, let's have a skill university whereby the entire industry of the country, like even multinational companies also, we involved them. We made Anand Mahindra, the chairman of the Mahindra company, as the chairman of this skill university, by involving all other industrial heads to finalize the syllabus, industry-suited syllabus, and soft skills to be with 5-year course, 3-year course, and some programs also. So that no student will miss any skill. With those skills, the moment he completes his course from the skill university, he'll immediately get a job.
Yeah, this is something that we are hearing.
Apart from this, way back, long time back, when we were having the combined state, we are having nearing about 63 to 65 ITI centers. All these ITI centers, olden days, only some lathe missions, some locally arranged training kind of a program. But now, with this modernization, computerization, all the high-tech machinery has come. So to get a proper skilled students for them, we thought first let us upgrade all the ITI centers, advanced technology centers. There also we are spending a lot of money, and all the 65 ITI centers we converted into advanced technology centers.
Yeah, that's sounds very promising, but the fact of the matter is, and this is what we are hearing in many of the other sessions, that, many of the other states, universities, institutions are trying to set up soft skill centers, and that is apparently what is missing. But Hyderabad and Telangana has been seat of old universities also. You have Hyderabad University, your own Osmania University, to name a few. And as per the reports that I read, many of them don't have the basic facility like computerization. While you are talking about residential schools with the state-of-the-art facilities with theater, etc., you have university traditional learning centers where basic facilities are not there. So how do you balance it out?
Yeah, that's what. I fully agree with you, ma'am. As me coming from a rural Telangana, like from a single teacher school, going to my school for miles together in my childhood days. So it's the case with even my chief minister also. So we thought we must create such a kind of an atmosphere in the state where our children should not face these kind of problems, and we have to provide them the best of the best technology which is available in the world. Bring that, let's not bother about the budget. Whatever the amount is required, let's spend for the education, so that the education itself will create the best human resources. The best human resources will bring back the glory for the state. So we have decided to the maximum extent of budget to be spent on the education. We are trying our level best to give the best of best technology. To all the residential schools, even the Jilla Parishad schools also, we are providing all computerization, even digital classrooms. We want to see to that all the schools are on par with the world-class schools.
You're talking about human resource development, which is very key. All developed countries, we know, and who have crossed the line, including China, great and large investment in human resources and education has been there. So when you are talking about, you are also the finance minister, so how much of your budget is allocated for it? Are you going to increase it? Yeah. Our spending on education and related issues is very low, continues to be very low.
See, 21,000 crores we allotted for the budget. even after allotting that budget also, we thought this is not sufficient. We still were to stretch more. So we thought, with these integrated residential schools, this year itself, nearing about 60 residential schools we have sanctioned. Each school is somewhere around 200 crores. We thought we will spend 5,000 crores only for the infrastructure building this year. In the process, a period of 15 years, that we have to see to that the entire Telangana will have an international standard Young India integrated residential schools where every children will get a best education. This is what we are trying to do it, and we will do that also because the entire cabinet of ours is committed for that.
But tell me something, we can't be talking to a politician without talking a little bit of politics. See, who is your main opposition in Telangana? Is it BJP which won 8 constituency or is it BRS?
See, ma'am, as of now,
Who is your rival and who is giving the oppositional voice there?
See, we are not, as of now, we are not seeing anybody as our opposition. But at the same time, we believe in democracy. We want the healthy opposition also. We don't want a government where you don't have any opposition at all. If it is not there, it cannot be treated as a democratic government. So we are allowing every political party to grow and to express their opinion. There are many political parties like BRS is there.
But you haven't answered my question. Who is your main rival there?
So that's what I'm saying. As of now, we don't have any main opposition party kind of a thing. But we are allowing every political party to grow there. We believe in freedom of expression. We believe in allowing all the political parties to come and propagate their ideology. And as you all aware, the Telangana state is more with progressive thought process where you have the earlier days also where you have the left-wing extremism and all that. And free opinion expression is more welcome there.
You are saying, talking about healthy opposition, but very recently your government has registered a FIR against KTR in that Formula One race controversy. So what exactly is the issue and...
What is it? What controversy topic?
The FIR, which was one of your main rival,
madam,
KTR, on in the Formula race scam or controversy, whatever.
Fine, there's nothing to do with the political party. It is a part of the...
Because opposition is calling it vendetta.
Obviously, see, they'll try to call it like that only. See, it is a part of the administration. When the public money is being not properly handled, that has cropped up, the department has inquired, and it is reported, and the department is taking care of it. So we welcome anyone who is involved. They can come and they can make their own explanation to the courts or to the wherever the possible centers are available in the democratic setup.
Your government came up with this idea of all women, all India service to monitor education, especially in the rural areas, etc. What is the big idea behind that?
See, ma'am, in all the residential schools, we thought, much before, prior to us, the diet charges were very low, and even for the cosmetic charges are also very low. So then we have reviewed it, and I have increased it up to 40% at a time, and the cosmetic charges also. Because one decade, the prices are growing, but the diet charges are not examined or increased. So after increasing, we thought that these things have to be implemented properly also. So we requested all the senior bureaucrats to visit at least once in a month to all the residential schools, dine with them, possible, if they are girls' residential schools, let lady officers to go and spend one night also with them, so that they can also get inspired. Along with the ministers, even ministers and legislators are also told to visit the schools. Apart from these people, even the bureaucrats are also asked to go and visit these schools, so that everything is properly maintained and it is visible also. It will come out if there is anything wrong going there. They are with a good intention.
Good intentions apart, but the statistics of your state is a little worrying, because in terms of dropout rates, it is one of the national highest. It's almost 23 or 24% dropout, isn't it so? So why is that? And on one hand, you have the highest per capita income. On the other, you have the highest dropout rate. How does these two things happen simultaneously?
Ma'am, first of all, whatever we are calculating per capita income, you have to understand, while calculating, you are calculating poorest of the poorest man income and the richest of the richest man's income also. All put together, you are giving per capita income. The gap is going up so much. It is widening so much. One fellow is not having even a, 100 square feet house. The other fellow is having lakhs of square feet house. Both you are calculating, putting together, you are showing per capita income. So that should not be the right criteria to assess the society. What we have to see is to see to that maximum wealth is distributed to the maximum number of people, instead of concentrating that wealth in few hands. So now, we, after coming to power in Telangana, what we thought, by seeing these dropouts, other things, the gaps between the haves and have-nots, then we decided that we have to plan in such a way, the wealth of the state has to be distributed to the maximum number of the people of the state. That's how we are designed. We are going ahead. We'll definitely overcome all these, whatever we are facing now. Earlier government was not having this kind of a thought process, because basically they are with a different thought process. That's the reason that the schools were not properly taken care, diet charges were not increased, the recruitment was not taken place. For the education, for the one decade, nearing about 10 years, not even a single teacher has been recruited. After we coming, we have recruited 11,500 teachers at a time, single DSC. And some more teachers also we are planning to recruit, another 6,000 teachers. And nearing about 35,000 teachers transfers, which are pending for more than 10 years, we did that. Keeping in mind the schools have to be properly monitored. That is they are the strength for the Telangana.
Hold it close.
Yeah.
You hold it close, because your voice is trailing. Your voice is trailing off. If you could hold it. And I wanted to ask that you have also moved on cutting fees of private schools. That is the draft bill which your Telangana Education Commission has submitted recently. What is the sort of status of that?
See, this is one area where everybody has to think about it. Yeah, fee structure in the private schools are, very high.
Because you are saying that there is a lot of wealth also. So,
correct.
yeah.
That's where the education has become a business. So some of them are coming and saying on the name of the international standards and all that. The fee structure has gone up, and we have appointed very recently the commission, Education Commission also, to study these things and recommend to the government, so that we will bring some reforms in that. It is in the process.
Okay, since you don't yourself saying that there is no real opposition to your government now. So you can take whatever measures, and Tamilisai Sundaranjan is also not there to create opposition of any kind. So, so you can go ahead and bring in many more changes, but what is the orientation of your government? Is it a socialist government or it is a pro-investment government? Hyderabad has always been known for that.
Both, ma'am. It has to be mixed. Until unless you create infrastructure and industry, you cannot generate wealth. If you cannot generate wealth, you cannot do the freebies or social reforms and all those things. So you have to plan for the proper infrastructure, industry. Hyderabad is very sound in software industry, pharma industry, other infrastructure, outer ring road, and we are even planning to build another future city now. Apart from Hyderabad, Secunderabad, Cyberabad, we are planning for the future city with other global developments there. And also we are coming out with RRR, regional ring road, connecting all the other districts. In those areas, we are planning to have the different clusters for the industry, education, housing, various sectors. In the process, we will make money and we will distribute for the people their well-being. In the sense, we have a feeling that no one in the state live without a house. No child should not be denied or an educational facility. No unemployed youth, should struggle for unemployment kind of a thing. See, the moment we came to power, we made it a point very clearly that the public service sector and also the recruitment, Telangana Public Service Commission, we totally revamped it and appointed a good chairman and the committee. We made it on par with the UPSC. All the job calendar is announced, and we'll go the recruitment as per the calendar. 56,000 employment we have generated, given appointment letters also in the span of 10 months.
So how smooth is the running of the government? All the Congress governments are, some of the reports that one story we always get is infighting in Congress.
See, madam, one thing you should understand.
Yeah.
See,
So,
after all, we all believe in democracy. We all believe in democracy. And no two persons are having the same kind of thought process. So obviously you'll call for the discussion, what for? To express their opinion. Until unless if they don't express their opinion, you will not understand what are the other cabinet ministers are expressing, what is their opinion. Say for a person who is coming from the rural background, he'll have a kind of a, thinking about one particular issue. A person who comes from the urban area, he'll have a different perspective. A person who is having, poorer background, he'll have a different perspective. A person who is coming from an affluent section, he'll have a different perspective. You listen to everybody and then take a call on that. Expressing different or taking the different opinions, if someone thinks that these people are having infighting, no, that's not correct. It is not infighting. You are allowing them to express their opinion. And as far as Telangana government is concerned, the entire cabinet, any issue is there, we will discuss everyone. We will allow everyone to express their opinion. And finally, we will take a call on that.
So something that has been told about again and again is the question of federalism. So tell us about your relation with the Modi government in the center. And without a center state working together, no state can function really. So is what we hear lot of time is rhetoric, or there is functional issues also?
We strongly believe in Indian democracy, and we have a lot of respect for the
We
constitution.
saw a united face in Davos.
We have a lot of respect for the constitution also. That's the biggest boon for the country. Madam, everyone believes federal structure. There will be union government, there is a state government. Multi-parties are there in this country. Some party can be there, some party can be here. But this is a state government, that is a central government. There is a tax collection GST system is there. So we like to have a healthy relationship with the center. We'll try to claim what all that we have to get for the states. We'll ask for that, we'll demand for that, we'll try to get it. But political differences, yes, they are free to express their own opinion and ideology. We are free to express our own ideology and our own opinion. That doesn't mean that we'll fight individually. No, we'll fight, definitely we'll fight based on the ideology. See, finally, in a democracy, what is it? You express your ideology. You tell the people, this is my philosophy and my ideology. If you believe in it, then you vote for me. If you don't believe in it, you don't vote for me.
Yeah. You're sounding very calm and accommodative, surprisingly so. Can we have one or two questions? Anybody wants to ask a question? Yeah.
Very good evening, sir. You are actually trying to establish a Gurukul model in Telangana, isn't it so? Bringing back the ancient learning system of India. I want to understand the integrated school system which you are talking. It's very visionary and which is a current requirement to empower India. So are you bringing back the Gurukul system of learning which happened in India? Like Nalanda University, what you're trying to bring, empower the teachers and the student?
No, it has been there in our state, but very limited residential schools were there. But now we thought, yes, in the whole world, now the whole world has become a small globe after the globalization and privatization. Every child has to compete with the world now, not just with their own village. So we thought we must give them the best of the best education. And some children may not afford to go to the best schools. So that doesn't mean that they should not get an opportunity. The state is there to provide them as the parents of the children. So we are trying to establish all the young India. See, the young India also, I think if you recollect, at the time of the freedom struggle, Mahatma Gandhi, to propagate the freedom struggle, he started Young India paper. So with that spirit, we have taken the name also, Young India Integrated Residential Schools, keeping all the sections together in one school and giving them the best education.
Any more question? Any more question? You were at... Okay, I think, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for coming. And
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
If I may invite
and
Mr.
it was interesting to know what the ideas that you bring to the table, socialist or pro-investment.
Mr. Prabhu Chawla, ladies
See,
and gentlemen.
we believe in mixed economy. I believe in Nehruvian economy also. So we'll go by that. Thank you.
We have Mr. Prabhu Chawla.
Wealth has to be with the people. Wealth has to be with the country, not in the hands of few corporate sectors. If that goes into the few hands, they will try to dictate to the democracy tomorrow. Then democracy will be in danger. No, the wealth has to be with the country, and that wealth has to be spent for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may request Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director of the New Indian Express, to felicitate and extend our heartfelt thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, there is something to be said about how a holistic approach to education itself is making waves all around the country. And of course, with that, we also had a fantastic insight into what it looks like following through in terms of employability as well. I'm also happy to note that we are at 4.5 million views on Daily Hunt. So for all our virtual attendees, thank you so much for your continued participation. A round of applause for the Deputy Chief Minister of Telangana, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And with that, we step into our next topic, which is an interesting one, spirituality in the material world. It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speaker this session, Swami Shailendra Saraswati, who is a visionary whose journey itself spans the realms of science, spirituality, and personal transformation. He's a former physics scholar, MBA graduate, and he discovered the power of transcendental meditation after years of introspective exploration. If I may invite Sir to join us with a round of applause. I'm also happy to welcome onto the stage our session chair, Ms. Sudha Seshayan, Director at Shastra University. In a world that we've seen so far that's prioritizing material wealth and personal success and external achievements, this is going to be a one-of-a-kind conversation right here at ThinkEdu Conclave 2025. Over to our session chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening and thank you very much. I think we would commence with a definition. I would like to ask you as to what exactly is spirituality. Very often spoken word, but less defined. So could you define it for us?
See, spirituality comes from the word spirit. And spirit is the essence of things. Whatever, it has much more wider connotations. Like in the individual person, on the surface we have this physical body, but our sense of identity is not with the physical body, because when we were very small, a small child, it was the same I. When I grown up to this height, again it's the same I. So the body has been changing, all the cells have been changing, but the I remains the same. So that is the spirit. But we can extend this definition to even not just the individual, but to the whole world. What is this? Let's take the extreme opposite, material things.
No, but if you
what
say...
What is the spirit of materialism?
Yeah, if you say, if I may intervene, if you say the spirit remains the same and physically there are changes in the dimensions, would it mean that spirituality is something restricted? Would it mean a kind of a restricted emotion or a restricted feeling? How would you like to approach spirituality? What, in your view, is spirituality?
See, when we say essence, that means that is what creates everything. Like when you water the root of a plant, it's the water, but then it goes into the plant and creates variety of colors. Leaves become green, flowers become more red, all that variety, but behind all that variety is some essence, the sap of the tree. So like that, in any subject or in any situation, we can find the essence of that matter.
So can we say spirituality is something related to the soul if it comes to the human being?
Yeah, in terms of human being, yes, it is related to the soul. Of course, we have to, this concept of soul is when we translate from Sanskrit to English, there are a lot of problems.
Okay,
soul
fine.
is basically a word which has come from the Western civilization, but we'll call it consciousness, let's say.
Okay, fine, consciousness.
Yeah.
Now, very often spirituality and religious, these two words are being used synonymously.
Yes.
Somebody is spiritually oriented or somebody is religious oriented. So these go hand in hand. Is it the same or different?
Well, as it normally happens in language, the original purpose of the word, the structure of the word is something, and over time it gets used in a completely different sense. The very meaning of the word religion is that's again, and ligare, that is to join, to connect with our innermost self. That is the purpose of religion. And that is precisely what spirituality is also. But of course, nowadays the way word religion is being used is some specific dogma, and that is definitely a hindrance to spirituality.
So in the present context, how do you differentiate between a spiritual person and a religious person?
A spiritual person and a religious person in one aspect will be completely opposite of each other. A religious person in present context, meaning of the word
Yeah,
religion,
in the present
will
world.
be restricted to a dogma. I believe because my teacher has said that or my book has said that. No. It will not be an open mind. A spiritual person, on the other hand, will be a completely open person, able to get any information and absorb it. And if he has to change his opinion, then he should be free to change.
So can we say openness of the mind
Precisely.
is a key indicator to spirituality?
Yeah, it's one of the key.
Okay, fine. When we talk about the mind, I have something else to ask. We find around us, there's so much of stress, especially younger individuals. And I'm a doctor, and I see people kind of resort to all kinds of activities to get relieved of stress.
Yes.
Now, this word is the byword today. And how do you think spirituality or being spiritual would help in relieving stress?
Yeah. See, basically, this stress, the cause of this stress is, again, disconnection from our innermost self. You know? Because what we try to imitate others. Everybody has been born as an individual, and we have our own mission in life, which is with which we are born. And if we see someone else fulfilling his mission in life and we think that I should also do the same thing, then that does not gel with me.
So does it
That creates stress.
comparison?
Yeah,
So
comparison.
you think comparison is the main cause for stress?
Yeah, or basically depending upon the outward sources rather than, there's a definition in Sanskrit, dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam. What I should do, what I should not do, that should be decided by diving deep within ourselves and from where, whatever. And no two persons will get the same answer in the same situation. Even the same person will not get the same answer in different situations. So every time we have to connect to our deepest self and from there get the answer what I should do, what I should not do.
Okay, fine. If you have to connect your inner self, now please tell me, for the sake of the younger generation, how do we get spirituality imbibed in our daily lives? Like if I would have to connect to my inner self, how do I do it every day?
Yeah, first of all, it's very, very necessary, and also it's the easiest thing to do. Unfortunately, again, there is so much of misunderstanding about spirituality that it must be something. First of all, people think that spirituality means you have to go away from the material world.
Okay.
You have to renounce the world, and go some difficult path. Actually, spirituality means going back to the self. Going somewhere outside may be difficult, but coming back home cannot be difficult. It has to be the easiest thing. Now, there are so many techniques. Meditation techniques are also a variety of them, but the real technique which must be, which is effective, must be simple, natural, and spontaneous. And we are teaching under the name Vedic life meditation, which is the most, after teaching meditation, we normally ask, can you think of anything easier than that? And people are not able to give any answer.
So meditation would be the answer.
Meditation would be the answer, proper meditation.
And taken from a particular guru, or how do they get meditation into their lives? How do I get meditation? Maybe what is your recommendation? 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, or how should it be done?
First of all, not taking from a particular guru anybody, taking a particular technique is important. Who imparts the technique is not important. And as I said, again, there are misunderstandings about techniques. See, sometimes what happens is that the result of a process is misunderstood to be the cause of that process.
Okay.
Like people find that people who have been meditating, their mind becomes very focused on whatever they do with a very focused mind. So people started thinking that maybe we should practice focusing to get that result. But when we try to concentrate, naturally it requires effort. And when we try to concentrate during meditation, effort will be there and the mind will get tired. And with the tired mind, we will not be able to study better, we will not be able to do anything better. So, outside activity we must concentrate, but during meditation it should be a practice which does not involve any concentration.
So what is your recommendation of that kind of a practice? What technique would you recommend?
Yeah, I have been a student of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and he has taught transcendental meditation throughout the world. And there are more than 700 scientific research papers regarding this technique, which show that every area of life, whether it is health or whether it is education, whether it is intelligence quotient increasing, whether harmony in society increasing, everything is fulfilled by that. But it is not practice of concentration. Well, it takes about 1.5 hour session to give the theoretical and practical experience of it, because actually it's a experiential thing. So you cannot read it through books.
Okay.
One has to learn it step by step. And we have been teaching it in educational institutions, in police departments, all walks of life.
So how long would one have to be meditating every day to get the benefits of it?
Normally we recommend 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening. And this, taking a bath does not take much time, but it makes you fresh throughout the day. Like that, just diving deep, take a dip for 20 minutes, and rest of the day you do whatever you want.
May I ask you, 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening, maybe it's easier said than done. In the sense, today, everyone is racing. They are in a competitive world and so many things to do. Many things which appear to be simple but do require a lot of time. So, an average individual does not have time for meditation. So how do we kind of mediate here, and how do we get meditation as a practice?
See, first of all, we have to understand what is expenditure and what is investment. We're thinking of expenditure of time, but investment is something that if I invest 10 rupees, after some time I'll get back 20 rupees. So this 20 minutes is an investment in time.
Okay.
Because if you just want to be busy without business, you can do so many things. But if you want results, then this is because if your intelligence is increased, if your creativity is increased, if your health is better, then what is the Prime Minister of a country, he also has 24 hours. And a person, rickshaw puller, also has 24 hours. So that does not mean that how can you get more output from the same number of hours? That is the technique of meditation.
So that kind of leads me to think it's more of time management.
Time management becomes spontaneous. See, again, what happens is that we learn through meditation to again and again come back to the self. Like when we are traveling, and we come to a crossroads, then again we check the map, and then we find, okay, now I should go this. If you don't check the map, then you will travel a lot, but you will not reach the destination.
Okay.
So what do we really want in life? That is the map inside, deep inside. And every time, whatever we are doing, again, come back there and then find out what to do.
That's where we come back again. We are in a competitive world, and there's so much of peer pressure. Even if I want to do something, I look at people around me and I'm kind of forced, okay, maybe my thinking is wrong and I would have to do something else. So how do you think spirituality or meditation would kind of wean me from that pure influence and put me on whatever right path or whatever the map says? So how do I get there?
Yeah, that's right. In the beginning we were talking about stress. And this is the basic cause of stress. Because what is good for some other person, we start thinking that same thing would be good for me. But that is not the case. No, we have to find out our own calling, so to say. No.
So how do we find that?
That just by dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam, just dive deep and it is there. That is the seed out of which this tree of our body and our mind is
So
created.
would that mean, that takes me to another area, if I have to dive deep, it's something kind of introspection. Would I
Yes.
call it introspection or meditation?
Well, introspection, the connotation is that you start thinking about something. No? But meditation, basically this Vedic life meditation, is going beyond thoughts. Thoughts are nothing but waves in our consciousness. One thought comes, another goes, and like that. No? But getting to understand the water of which all these waves are, that is consciousness. Waves keep on coming and going, thoughts keep on coming and going, but consciousness remains the same.
Okay. Looking at you, I'm kind of tempted to ask this question. You know, in the beginning you said spirituality and materialism on the other side, they appear to be diagonally opposite areas, and they are exactly opposite each other. Now, many times people think that they have to renounce everything to become spiritual. And we do find instances where people left their jobs, very high paying jobs, they kind of quit a corporate position and then don the ochre robes. So looking at your ochre robes, I'm tempted to ask, like, you know, would you have to renounce everything to become spiritual?
Well, yes, you have to renounce something. And what you can renounce is, like suppose someone is living in a hut and somebody builds a beautiful palace for him. And he says, please go enter the palace. So he has to renounce the hut to go to the palace.
Okay.
So if that is renunciation, yes, I would recommend that. But basically, spirituality is going from smaller aims in life to bigger aim in life. You know? Like in charge of a district becoming a prime minister. So he has to leave the district. He has to go to Delhi.
So you're trying to say, like, spirituality will make any human being better.
Absolutely.
And aspiring for better things.
Yes.
And in these days of stress, what is the kind of advice that you would give anyone who seeks some kind of relief from the clutches of peer pressure, from the clutches of materialistic desires, and all those that go along?
Well, first of all, materialistic desires are not any hindrance. It's the hindrance is the inability to fulfill those desires. If I want something, if I want to be rich, and if I know how to become rich, there's not a problem. No. So, and water the root and enjoy the fruit.
Okay.
If you, throughout the day, you are constantly thinking about enjoying the fruits and looking at the tree, and you forget to water the root, after some time the fruits will not come. Yeah? So all you have to do is 20 minutes morning, 20 minutes evening, enjoy the root of our own life.
So it's some kind of prudent moderation.
Absolutely. In fact, I want to even say moderation, because you can, your desires can be even increased if your capacity to fulfill those desires increases. Yeah. Of course, negative desires is a different thing.
So
that
one last question. I think the session is about to close. How do we inculcate spirituality or the thoughts of spirituality in a person who's just about 15 or 16? You know, whatever, like, you know, leave all those small desires, go for big desires, is someone who's mature enough to understand. But then the youth, how do we inculcate?
In fact, talking about something does not create the effect. You know, in fact, my audience, typical audience, is these kind of people.
Okay.
Schools, 15-year, 16-year-old students, because they are interested, they have a whole life in front of them, and they want to progress fast. And we tell them a simple technique, and we say, okay, do you want more marks in examinations? Yes. This is a scientific research which has been done over thousands of schools, that 20 minutes morning and evening no, typically the experiment is that if you have a class, you divide it randomly into 2 portions, 25, 25, and one group you give coaching for that much time, and another group you ask them to meditate. And after 3 months, when the next exam is there, then the people who had been meditating, their average marks are much more than the other group.
So it's being scientifically proven.
Absolutely. There are 700 scientific research papers, and not just ordinary magazine, most reputed scientific journals like Harvard. The first was.
But then what happens to the group that did not get into meditation?
No, after 3 months, they automatically, they exchange. They also learn it. Yeah. Okay. This is just to prove something, you know.
Okay. Yeah. So 20 minutes in the morning and 20
minutes
in the evening
morning,
is
20 minutes evening. It will reduce your cholesterol and all the negative problems. It will increase your intelligence quotient. Not more important than IQ is creativity. IQ is only to understand what the teacher is saying. But if you have to create something from yourself, then creativity is needed.
No, that instigates me. Just half a minute. Now, you said something about IQ. But then we have something called emotional quotient.
Yes.
So what is the effect of spirituality or spiritual practices on EQ?
And also on top of that, there's a SQ, spiritual quotient also. So all 3 would increase. Because the source is spirituality, next level, see, we have physical body, then thinking level, then feeling level, and the deepest is being level. If you are at the being level, then feeling and thinking automatically improve.
Okay. So EQ and SQ will increase to increase IQ. Do we have the equation that way?
SQ is the essence. If you have SQ, automatically EQ and IQ will increase.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I suppose that's wonderful. Wonderful talking to you. Wonderful talking about spirituality and, trying to experience the feeling of what has been told.
There's a saying, proof of the pudding is in eating it. However much we talk about meditation, it's the first experience within the first 10 minutes of the teaching practice. And particularly, I think we have a big educational institution here. The best would be to let the students experience it.
So probably we shall recommend a session of meditation in the next edition of ThinkEdu. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. If I may request Ms. Lakshmi Menon, CEO of the new Indian Express, to join us on stage as we extend our appreciation and a very heartfelt thanks to our speaker. We've had a fantastic session looking at spirituality. We started off exploring what spirituality meant, and of course, we ended up on a lovely note of exploring that in our day-to-day lives. So 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening. Thank you so much to our session chair and our speaker. We'd love to close the session with a photo op. From the world of spirituality, ladies and gentlemen, we now step into the world of art. We look at it with a very interesting lens. The divine within being tapped out with just the power of art. Of course, I think for as far as we have kind of researched, art has always been that fantastic bridge between the physical and the spiritual. There's this wonderful window to the soul. And with our upcoming session, we get to explore that window, maybe take it further. We have two fantastic classical artists who've not only created a name for themselves all around the world, but also tapped into that divinity within themselves. Please join me as I invite Mr. Sandeep Narayan, who is a Carnatic musician who is also known for his amazingly emotive renditions. A round of applause. Welcome, sir. We're also joined by Ms. Radhe Jaggi, who is a classical dancer, someone who took up classical dancing very, very early on, and of course from there on went on to receive many awards. Both our speakers on stage are immensely accomplished, and this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be chaired by Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist, who's going to talk us through the wonderful world of art, but also looking at it through the divine lens. Over to our session chair. Good evening.
So first, I'm a little distracted by Radhe's beauty. All of us women there were sitting and looking at Radhe and saying, my God, how beautiful, how beautiful. I can see, Sandeep, you have excellent taste. So thank you so much for coming here. And, you know, this is the last session of the day. So we thought we'd just end on a note of, you know, asking you to do a lot, but to just end on a high note, to give us some solace and to also give us a sense of joy, which is what education is all about. And what art is all about. So no pressure.
Yeah, clearly.
But perhaps you can start with your story first, Sandeep, because I find it quite fascinating. One of 3 boys growing up in Los Angeles, becoming a Carnatic singer. Quite interesting. In the age of rap and rock and roll.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, one of 3 boys, and so very musical family. My brothers learned music. My mother's a music teacher. She was my first music teacher in Los Angeles and even has a music school there in Cerritos, California called Sampradaya School of Music. My father was organizing concerts for artists coming from India from the 80s onwards. So it was a very musical household, and I was the youngest. I am the youngest in the family. So I would see my brothers having their music classes. I would hear my mother teaching her music classes. We would have musicians staying with us, coming from Chennai all the way to the US on their tours. So I literally grew up in a very musical house, even though I was in the US, even though I was in Los Angeles. So at the age of about 4 or 4.5, I started actually learning music in a more formal way, because till then I kept hearing the classes and just started humming along and singing along with my mom's students. So then my parents thought, oh, okay, he's got some sort of interest in this. And
that's not true. He used to correct the students in the class. Even though he had not learned any music, he would complain to his mother that the other students were singing it wrong.
I was trying to tell the cleaner, nicer version, modest version, I guess. Yeah, stuff like that. Basically, I definitely had a strong interest, and you know, I was taking to Carnatic music in a very, very strong way.
Do you remember the earliest song your mum sang to you? Mum sing?
There's a Geetam. There's a Geetam that I had never learned, and my mother was teaching it, and I apparently would walk around the house and sing it. And my dad came home from work one day and said, how does he know that? Did you teach it to him? And I was like 3 or 4. That is Mandara Dara Re Moksha Murare. It's a very small Geetam that you learn as a you know, beginner. And she said he's not ever sat in the class. He just keeps coming in and out of the room when I'm teaching the other students, or sometimes comes and sits, and you know, I would sit in her lap. And that was it. And I just picked it up. It was somewhere, it was just kind of soaking into my brain. So that's when my parents said, okay, we should teach him. And I started learning music from my mother. But I was also a typical kid, and after a few years of learning from my mom, I also started to misbehave and be mischievous and say, I don't want to come for class, I want to go out and play. And you know, it was kind of like when they don't ask you to come for class, I keep learning these things just by hearing. The moment they wanted me to actually come for class, then I was kind of a little bit, I mean, in the beginning it was okay, but they tell me later on I would not sit down. And so when I was 11, they saw there's some potential, but they also saw that I would refuse to sit down and learn from my mother. So my parents thought, okay, we've got to find him another teacher. Somebody maybe a little more advanced, somebody who he'll sit down and listen to and obey the instructions and go for class when there's class. We kind of went through so many options, and my parents had this, at that time, very different revolutionary idea of let's send this kid to India. So at the age of 11, I took 1 year off of school. I didn't go to school. I moved to Chennai with my mother, well, Madras as it was. And I just learned from one of the masters, Calcutta K.S. Krishnamurti, who was at that time one of the most senior legendary teachers and vidwans. I learned from him for about 3 years until he passed away. But that 1.5 years that I was in India at the age of 11, all I did was I learned music. I would come home and practice. Almost every evening, my mom would take me to a concert somewhere around that area in Mylapore. And so I completely immersed myself, even as a child, in that environment.
That's
that
not
changed
when
a
you
lot for
met
me.
Radhe.
Sorry?
That's not when you met Radhe.
No. That comes way later in the story. So that that kind of, it was such a crucial moment for me though, that 1 year, because I became very serious.
Leap of faith your parents took in
Absolutely.
sending you and your mum accompanying you. What did your brothers think? What were they up to?
My oldest brother by that point was in university, and so he was off doing his own thing. The middle brother was in high school. He thought it was a little crazy, but okay, fine, and let it happen. And he's like, okay, cool. But definitely my parents were a little wild thinking at that time. Now it's so much more common to, relocate for 6 months or a year. At almost any age, people take their children or students in high school or college relocate for a year or two. At that time, this is 1996, I think, it was really something different, and it probably changed the course of my life. That move to India for that 1 year from there probably changed, because I got very serious about my focus on music, and I would visit India every year, at least in the summer holidays, 2 months. And then I started coming in December for the Margari music season for 2 weeks during that holiday, and started singing more concerts. And I was in college, and at that time I was learning from Sri Sanjay Subramaniam sir, and he said, what are you studying over there? Just like, why are you even going back? Cancel your return ticket and just learn music. And he would say that to me, and he was 75% serious, 25% joking, but actually 75% serious. And so he kind of planted that idea. So from there I finished my degree, of course, because my dad wouldn't let me just, stop halfway. My parents were very certain that I should have a degree to fall back on. And then from there
What is your degree in?
Something which completely doesn't matter to my life now. I have a bachelor's of the arts in law and society.
Law and society.
I wanted to become a lawyer. I wanted to go to law school. So in the US, you have to study beyond a bachelor's in order to be a lawyer. And I was I had some grand ideas that I was going to be a lawyer. And my brother, at that time, my eldest brother was in law school. I think he started working, actually. He was a lawyer for some time in New York. And I thought it's so cool to live in New York and, be this lawyer in a big law firm.
Ideal suits.
Yeah, exactly. And I told him this, and he just looked at me and he said, no, don't do it. This isn't for you. Even for him, he was like, I'm trying to get out of this. This is definitely not for you. So probably the combination of him telling me, just finish with your bachelor's, and my music teacher over here saying, just come to Chennai. What are you doing over there? It all kind of worked in my brain, and I moved to Chennai after that, and I've been here ever since 2006. I've lived here in Chennai.
So, Radhe, you've had a pretty interesting education as well. I mean, Rishi Valley, Kalakshetra. Talk a little about, and of course, you're the Jaggi, Vasudev's daughter. But talk a little about your growing up years.
I've lived in a car most of my life. I think from the time when I was about 2 months or 3 months old, my father just strapped me in the front seat with a seat belt, and at that time we were just building the work, and he was just starting to teach. No, he wasn't just starting to teach, but it was still a very young thing. So I traveled all over the country in the front seat of a car, my whole life essentially. And when I was about 4.5, I joined a boarding school in Ooty. That was possibly my most formal education for 4 years that I was there. And then I visited Rishi Valley because a family friend was applying to Rishi Valley, and I was just like, can I just stay here? I don't want to go back to my school. So the next year I joined Rishi Valley, and I was there for 7 years. Rishi Valley, that way, is a very alternative education. The focus is not so much on, we didn't have any examinations till we came to 9th grade. And despite that, I was still one of the more distracted students in an already open school. I started learning dance when I was 9, but I was not serious about it. It was just one extracurricular activity that I could take. In the 7 years that I was in Rishi Valley, I did 4 years of music, 4 years of percussion, and 4 years of dance. So you can imagine how not serious I was because I was just flipping from class to class depending on whether I had an agreeable situation with the teacher on that day. I think what's been interesting about my upbringing has been more that nobody has ever treated me as a child. Nobody ever told me what to do. It was always I was presented with a situation, and then I had to make my decision and live with the consequences. Whatever those consequences were, I had to live with it. And so from Rishi Valley, after 10th standard, I didn't want to go back to school. I'd kind of had enough of formal education, and I said, I'll do whatever exams I need to do, but I want to learn how to do something. And I was very interested in painting at that time. So we happened to visit Chennai, and somebody said Kalakshetra is very beautiful, you must go and visit. So we visited Kalakshetra, and I met Leela Sampson. She was the director of the college at that time. She spoke so passionately about dance, not as a career, not as something that she was involved in, but just the beauty of the art form and all the various aspects of dance that were all melded together in this one little thing that you could do with your body. And I think we had maybe spoken to her about 15, 20 minutes, and I stepped out of the office and I was like, that. I don't know what it is, but I want to do that. So then I joined Kalakshetra at 16, and I was there for 4 years. It's a full college course. That was also my first rude shock into the more traditional way of teaching, which is just do it because I told you to do it. And seeing that I was never brought up that way, I asked all kinds of uncomfortable questions. And the only person actually who was very patient and who really kind of explained things to me and told me why things are done a certain way was Leela Akka. And that left a lasting impression on me. So after I finished in Kalakshetra, I was 20 years old. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I did an arts management course because, you know, some education has to happen. And I wasn't dancing every day while I was studying there. And I just missed it so much. I couldn't understand why I was feeling, you know, my body was feeling a certain way or my mind was feeling a certain way. I just missed dancing. So then I kind of knew there was no turning back. It's only an unusual story because most dancers start very young and they become very passionate about it from a young age. But I came to it as an adult, and I think because of that, I look at it from a slightly different perspective in that it's something that I had to, it's something I had to explore for myself.
And you chose.
And I chose. It's not just that I kind of was brought up, and nobody in my family has any kind of classical exposure. I didn't grow up listening to classical music or listening to classical dance. In fact, more than Sandeep, I think my upbringing was a lot more Western than anything anybody in America had had, because I was like a tomboy. I was in short shorts and loose t-shirts and climbing trees and climbing mountains, and I wasn't going to sit in a classroom and listen to what anybody had to say. If I had a book and I had a tree, I was good. I didn't need anybody else's company or anything. But understanding at 21, 22 that, you know, kind of revisiting why I wanted to join Kalakshetra and the literature that's involved, the poetry that's involved, the culture that comes along with it, I made a conscious decision to make those things a part of my life. I think when people see me today also, people associate me a lot with a sari and a kumkum bindi and all. I didn't grow up like this at all. I definitely chose the aspects of the culture that I wanted that really meant something to me. And it's so much a part of who I am today. I think it's unbelievable. But having said that, my mother apparently visited Kalakshetra when my father and mother had gotten married. They just happened to be there, so they went to the beach and they went to Kalakshetra. And she had said, if I ever have a daughter, I would like to send her here. But I had no clue until I was graduating and my father told me the story. So I don't know, it feels like a big circle, but for me it was definitely an exploratory path.
So when did you actually start performing? While you were at, in public, while you were at Kalakshetra or?
No, just after. So when I was about 20, 21, I gave my first performance in Coimbatore and then another one in Chennai, and it's been on since then now, every so often.
And when did you two meet? And where? The edited version, the version that the world can hear.
We met in 2012. I mean, actually we have met before that, but we just kind of in some program we saw each other and didn't really meet. But we actually met through some friends in 2012, and then we were just, friends.
It's a very small world, classical musicians and dancers. Everybody knows everybody. If you haven't met somebody, you'll probably meet them in a few days. And especially around December season, you kind of just meet and mingle with everybody in some sabha or in some canteen or over some coffee. So we had a lot of common friends and actually a lot of very close common friends, and we were surprised that we didn't know each other. And yeah, we met, and then within maybe a year and a half, I was like, I'm getting married. Either you can marry me or I'll marry somebody else, but I'm getting married.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she said.
Did the great Jaggi have anything to say to either of you?
Well, the first time Sadhguru found out about, he called me and asked me, who is this boy? I said, which boy? Because I wasn't quite sure if we were at that point where I was ready to make a serious commitment or what it was. But he said, bring him home. So I think a year after we met, Sandeep came home. He met Sadhguru.
Home being
Coimbatore.
Yes.
Yes.
And the ashram.
At the ashram.
So Sandeep found out what her home was like, which was like many acres of the ashram.
Yeah, I had gone once before for a music workshop to help with the music students there. But at that time, of course, I didn't meet Sadhguru, nothing like that. I had just gone as a musician and met the students. So I'd seen the place. But yes, seeing it this way when I went to meet Sadhguru was, of course, very different. Entering the ashram in that situation was very different. I think meeting him was fine. I grew up as a person or in a family that was not very spiritual. My parents are more religious, but I was kind of just a little bit of everything growing up in America, not too deep or passionate about anything except for my music. So I didn't actually know what Isha Foundation was, and I didn't know much about Sadhguru at that time, which maybe helped because I just kind of went in not knowing and feeling.
You weren't intimidated.
Yeah, I mean, not very intimidated, not any more than you would be meeting potential father-in-law, which anyway is scary enough, nervous enough. So a lot of people would ask me that. I said, well, at that time, I didn't really know much more beyond that he's Radhe's father. So of course, there's that nervousness and little intimidation, but that was okay. And he was, of course, quite nice and welcoming and just asked us to, what are your plans? And I think I just basically kind of told him more or less I don't know and sort of pushed it off, which I think people find quite surprising. But that was, I always sort of am genuine. I didn't want to sugarcoat it or anything, but that was the truth. At that time, especially, I had moved to India and I was not doing anything in my life except music. I was just, wake up, practice, go for class, go for some concert, practice again in the evening. I was practicing anywhere between 5 to 6 hours a day and go listen to a concert for 2 hours and go for class for 1 or 2 hours. And when that is your routine, I didn't have things like marriage and settling down and family, that sort of things, even in my mind on the horizon. So when Radhe came into my life, it was very different and kind of took a little time for me to then think about that next phase of life. But of course, but Sadhguru was quite supportive, and he said he understood that, and he said it's time to think about that though. So I think that's pretty much where it started, and then after that, within a few months, we decided, okay, let's get married.
I think what was more strange than meeting Sadhguru was all of my childhood friends and all the people that I have grown up with have all been mostly sannyasis and brahmacharis. And even today, I think I relate to them the best. And even when we're in the ashram, they are still like my closest. I mean, I have a lot of other friends in the ashram, but it's still the brahmacharis in the ashram who I'm closest to, the most comfortable with, the most relaxed with. I think that kind of maybe was more of a surprise for him than meeting Sadhguru, because Sadhguru he is how he is with everybody. I don't think that makes much difference. But
did he tell you about the water and the soul of the water? And
me?
Yeah, did you understand?
The first day that I met him?
Yeah.
No,
what was the first day he told you?
Didn't get into it that day.
Okay, that was later.
Later on. No.
No, I think if you're not searching for something, he won't say anything.
He'll understand.
I mean, yeah, he's... I don't know. I don't want to say.
Do you sing to her, or did you ever sing to her?
Sing to her?
Yeah,
I
why
sing
not?
concerts all the time. She comes, yeah, it's all for her.
Sing a song that you would sing to her if you were serenading her.
Oh.
He has a fixed answer for that, because the very first time that we were put on the spot was the day we got married. While, like, just after the wedding ceremony, and there were a lot of people at the wedding, he said, "Why don't you sing? She'll dance." And he had no choice but to sing.
A bit like I told him, you sing, she'll dance.
Yeah, I can sing that song, or I can sing something else if you're going to dance. Or is it just me?
We'll do that later.
Actually, first you sing. We have to put you on the spot.
Well, the song that I serenaded her, you could say, at our wedding was, I'll sing a little bit of that now. Ninnaye rati endru ninaikirenadi kannamma ninnaye rati endru ninaikirenadi kannamma tanaye sakhi endru sharanamaidinen kannamma ninnaye rati endru ninaikiren adi kannamma kannamma.
Wonderful. So that sort of convinced you that you'd made the right choice.
It was already too late
Too
by
late.
then.
Ceremony was done. So
No, but the emotion that you put into the song, and I mean, when you're practicing, when you're sitting by yourself and you're practicing, how do you do that? Do you sort of just close your eyes and just think, or just remove all thought and just let the music flow through you? How does it work?
it took a long time to get to that point where now if I sing, I can close my eyes and I can pretty much enter into a different sort of zone. But the early years, and even after I moved to India, and you're still learning a lot and performing and just trying to get that experience, you're thinking every minute, is this okay? What am I going to sing next? What am I singing? It takes a long time to get to that comfort level and understanding and your, what do you say? I don't want to say the word mastery, but at least some comfort over the art form. To get to that level where then you can completely immerse yourself and lose yourself in the ragam. So that does happen now. I don't know if it happens as much when I'm at home, because nowadays, in those days when I was literally practicing anywhere between 4, 5, 6 hours in a day, yes, sometimes you just get completely into it, you lose yourself, you're exploring so much. Now it's like I'm performing every third or fourth day, so when I'm at home practicing, a lot of times it's learning a new song or reviving an old song, so a lot of it is looking at the notes and trying to remember something. But then on the stage, very often I lose, I would say, lose that sense of where I am and my surroundings. I just close my eyes and I can go into another zone and forget where, who's in front of me, how many people are in front of me. And I think those are the real moments of kind of almost similar to something like meditation in the music, because you're hitting something
Surrender, right?
Completely. And almost because I've heard so many stories, obviously now being in Isha and speaking to so many brahmacharis and people who've had different experiences, sometimes when they describe some of their experiences, it's similar to what I can feel and what I've gone through singing sometimes. And it's not something that I've tried, I want to have that experience. It's just something that I realize, that's very similar to what happened to me in a concert or happened to me that day singing here or there, or very emotional, touching experiences singing in certain venues or for certain groups of people, because you can feel that emotional connection with them or even with your surroundings and the energy that's there.
It's very interesting, Radhe, when you were talking about the brahmacharis being your friends, and I thought actually your lives are no different, because both of you have also sort of surrendered yourselves to the art, right? Each of you. So do you also often have this kind of experience where you're just transported as the audience is?
So the approach with dance is a little bit different in that we rehearse everything many, many times. So in music, a lot of it is extempore on stage. So how you go from one note to the other is entirely in your hands. Whereas in dance, you rehearse a lot more and your musicians need to be there with you. But if you are not 100% convinced of what you're doing, that is the first place where the audience will find you out. And then beyond that, if you're able to kind of, you don't actually forget yourself because you have to, there's a beat going and there's a certain choreography that's happening that you have to always be on thing. But what you can do, or few moments in which it has happened, is that kind of works as a ladder. You have a choreography that's set, and on top of that, you have the freedom to add layers on it. And most of our classical pieces, our traditional pieces, are very nuanced and multi-layered. And so you can make the choice in that moment to either look at it from a certain perspective and then delve deeper into that, or you can do one thing and then you can kind of switch the emotion over to show a contrasting side. And some of those choices are made on stage. Not all of it, but a lot of those are made on stage. So your hand gesture may be the same. You may be asking why in the same way, but who you're asking it to, what position you're asking them from, are you looking at them as your beloved, are you looking at it as the divine, are you looking at it as somebody you want to go back to, somebody you don't want to go back to. You can make those nuanced choices while you're on stage. Mostly, at least for me, I don't have much memory of my performances. In the sense, while it's happening, of course, I'm 100% there, but once it's done, I can't quite remember exactly what I did, or, like if I'm talking and then I go back and I say, oh, I said this or I did this, and I can think about it. But when it's a performance...
chance in a bit.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, in the sense, you're 100% there, and if you're not 100% there, then the audience is not there with you. So a part of it is, like he said, mastering the technique of it. And then once you have mastered the technique, to be able to rise above that, because art is not in how neat your hand gesture is or how clear your footsteps are. Art is, that would just be technique. Art is in that one step beyond that you're able to take, and also being able to take everybody in the audience along with you. Because otherwise I might as well just dance at home and just take myself wherever I want to go. But the whole thing is that when all of you are sitting here, that I'm able to take you along with me, go through the same emotions that I am going through, and be convinced of the perspective that I am taking. And so if I'm talking to Sri Krishna and I'm saying, how dare you do this? You may be a great Sri Krishna Bhakt, but in that moment you must be angry with him the same way that I am angry with him. Or you must be in love with him the same way that I am in love with him. Because only then there is that kind of ethereal quality to the art form. Because otherwise it's just hands and legs moving all over the place.
Do you want to show us what getting angry with Sri Krishna is like?
So, because you had mentioned it to us before, the piece that I had asked him to learn a few lines about is all of these sweet and beautiful words that you're saying, enough. I've heard them before. So then she goes on to praise him, and she says, you are, of course, at the end of the day, Padmanabha, lying down, in the ocean of milk and under a hooded snake. But enough of your trickery. I have heard enough words out of your mouth. And the thing about our art form is that you have this freedom with even the divine, to be friends with him, to speak to them with such intimacy that you may not even be able to speak to your spouse with. That you can tease them, you can be angry with them, you can be friends with them. All the minor fluctuations of the heart and mind you can express to them 100%. And this is a freedom that I think we have mostly in Indian dance and music and poetry. That everything that I feel is ultimately for you, so I'll offer everything. I'll offer my anger, I'll offer my love, I'll offer my hate, I'll offer everything to you. Everything is in your feet. And whether you believe in a particular God or you don't believe in a particular God, that's not it. The point is that you have a certain intimacy with something that is larger than yourself. That you have a certain freedom with something larger than yourself. It is, it's a very private love affair that you do on a very public stage.
Sandeep must be, I would be jealous as her husband.
Why?
I mean, it sounds such a passionate affair.
But finally, I have to sing now. So.
So she needs you, right?
So in this first she says enough, and then she says, please listen to my request. At the end, ultimately you want him to listen to you because otherwise it doesn't work.
సారమైన మాటలెంతో చాలు చాలు రాసామి సారమైన మాటలెంత చాలు చాలు రాసామి సారమైన మాటలెంతో చాలు చాలు రాసామి సారమైన మాటలతో చాలు చాలు రాసామి మనవి వినరాసామి నిన్ను మనవి వినరాసామి నిన్ను నమ్మియున్నామరేని మనవి వినరాసామి నిన్ను నమ్మియున్నాను మరేమి ఘనుడైన శేషునివై ఘనుడైన శేషునివై వెలయు శ్రీ పద్మనాభ ఘనుడైన శేషునివై వెలయు శ్రీ పద్మనాభ సారమైన మాటలతో చాలు చాలు రాసామి సారమైన మాటలెంతో చాలు 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 చాలు
That's really wonderful. I mean, it sort of transports you, doesn't it? And I mean, how does it affect you? I wonder. You see her as a performer. She's also your spouse. Ditto with you. I mean, as artists, you're two different entities. And yet, is there an element of competition? Is there an element of...
Luckily, she's a dancer and I'm a singer, so there's no competition. If we were both singers or both dancers, that might be a different story.
I wonder how you dance, though. Have you tried to teach him something or no?
I don't make mistakes like that in my life.
She sings better than I dance. You can ask her to sing instead of asking me to dance.
No, but I wonder, as artists, is there any competition? Do you ever feel any sort of... Or even just plain, I wish I could do that.
I mean, I wish I could sing like that, for sure. I used to sing when I was younger, and then I got married and I stopped singing. It's very difficult to sing with a musician like this in your house. But no, there's no competition for multiple reasons. One is he's been performing for a lot longer than I have. And he was much further in his career than I was when we met. And I think it's going to stay like that at least till we cross a certain point. But there's also no competition, I think, more because actually it's much easier to have an artist for a spouse when you're an artist, because the kind of schedules we have, if I had somebody who was at home all the time and I had to come back home all the time, then I wouldn't be able to just be away from home for months together and do what I have to do. And same for him. He also complains that I am his biggest critic, because a show will go really well and the entire audience will be fawning over him after the show is done and everybody wants pictures with him, and he'll come home and he'll be like, oh, it was so good and this happened and that happened. I'm like, yeah, but you know, and then I'll go into all the things that I feel were not as good as they could have been. It's not a criticism of how he is as an artist. It's just that when you're a performer, if you don't have somebody to really give you honest feedback, it's very easy to become delusional on stage. And then your art is what suffers. You may then still get onto bigger stages and you may still do well, but the quality of your art form suffers. And I'm not trying to be critical. I love his music. I really enjoy his concerts. But it allows me to take kind of I sit a little bit away from it and I look through it with a slightly more critical eye. And he does the same for me. So sometimes I've chosen pieces that I wanted to do just because I like the emotion or I like the story of it. And he'll say, but this song and that song, it doesn't gel well on stage together. And also sometimes when I'm performing, it actually helps that my training in classical music was quite minimal, and he doesn't know that, or he didn't know that much about classical dance, because then we're really looking at it from audience perspective. Because if he doesn't understand what I'm doing on stage, or if he can't relate to something I'm doing on stage, then I know immediately that it's not working. And then it's up to me to make sure that it's changed, either the way I present it or the way it's been choreographed. Then I have to restructure it in a way that it's much more relatable to the audience.
I think both sides of it, it's kind of a stronger feeling if we don't like it or something doesn't work and we say that, or if it really something worked, then you know that's really truthful and that some, you know, I was going to say that it's not a complaint that she's my biggest critic. It's more of stating a fact. Yeah. It's just factual because that's what it is. And it's a good thing actually at the end of the day.
You're a good man.
Yeah, no. In fact, on the subject of competition, I would say absolutely not. In fact, we're more supportive of each other. As she said, having an artist in the house, you understand. Right. So I can understand now she's traveling a lot more, but I have gone through that. I'm still going through it, so I can completely understand it. And we just try to meet somewhere in an airport or whatever we can do. But it's exactly what she said. I would see a performance sometimes and I'd say, this piece was so good or the program was so good, but that piece did not work. And I don't know what about it didn't work, but I'll tell her that didn't work. And she'll say, oh, okay, I had a feeling. So things like that, we actually can give each other that honest and open feedback. And I would say that because, as she said, probably I've been performing longer and kind of going through all of those obstacles, the hurdles, the ups and downs, I sometimes tell her, don't make some of the mistakes I made or don't do some of the things I've learned already, I've gone through it. In the dance field, it's a little different than the music field, but as much as you can, just why do you want to go through the same stupid things that I did? I can't, we're sitting in the middle of Chennai. If I start complaining about Chennai music scene and Sabas, I won't have any concerts next week.
I don't want you to.
But we all know there's so many ups and downs in any field you get into. So having gone through that, I sometimes tell her, you know, if you navigate this way, it'll be slightly easier. Why do you want to go through the same, you know, headaches that I went through? So I think that's probably the biggest thing, which is about the management of the career path.
Do you guys have performance anxiety ever?
Sometimes, but I think having performance anxiety at this point in my dance is only if I'm not prepared for the show. Like if I haven't, and because our schedules are all over the place, and because at least me, I'm involved in more than just my personal career, so many different projects that I have my hands in.
Such as?
We have a school in Isha called Isha Samskriti. It's called Sadguru Gurukulam Samskriti, where we have students that come to us at the age of 7 or 8, and they learn only classical art forms. So they learn classical dance, classical music, a variety of instruments. They learn Kalaripayattu, they learn martial arts. They learn Sanskritam, and then they learn Siddha Ayurveda, they learn Tamil, and then they learn pure math. Oh. So they have 6 or 7 subjects that they do, and after about 4 years, then they drop 2 subjects. and then another 4 years they drop 2 more subjects, so that by the time they graduate, they are only doing 2 subjects. So I help them kind of run the school, and I run the dance department. He runs the music department. And then there are a lot of other like social work that we do. So I'm very involved in a project called Kaveri Calling, which is now under the umbrella of Save Soil. And also in the ashram itself, we have about 5,000 people who live there. And so a little bit of getting involved in those activities and making sure that some things are running smoothly. I'm not in any way, before anybody misunderstands this, I'm not in any way, shape or form in control of anything there. I'm there as a volunteer and I get instructions and I fulfill those instructions.
I have to clarify that with all the media.
So you're a volunteer as well?
Yeah, we both volunteer. So like as she said, she's involved in more projects than I am. I'm primarily involved in Isha Samskriti. In fact, I wanted to mention, because she brought up Samskriti, you'll find one thing in common between both of us, me and Radhe, is that both of us would rather have been in the arts than in school, than in the academic school. So when I was 11, as I mentioned, I moved to India. You asked me, what did everybody else think about it? But actually, everybody else was fine. The question I get asked is, how did you agree to it as an 11-year-old to move to India after growing up in America with, you know, your American friends and TV shows, music, etc., etc. For me, the most attractive part of moving to India and learning music for 1 year is that my parents said you don't have to go to school. This is how they convinced me to do it. And I think we should say this in an education conclave because I'm getting to it. Because even Radhe was in a similar situation. Like she said, she was just kind of all over the place and wanted to do different things. And finally, when she went to Kalakshetra, there was more routine actually. But she found that discipline, and I found the most discipline in my life and focus only with music. School was something that I just did the bare minimum to get through, get a degree, get through it, finish it, because I have to. Music was where I actually wanted to excel, where I actually wanted to become better and become as good as I could be. So I had that discipline and that focus of spending 5-6 hours a day, which is where the importance of institutions like Isha Samskriti, it's not the only one like this. There's so many schools, even Kalakshetra is another institution that focuses on the arts, but that's kind of this alternative educational approach to education rather, that I think people need to consider and value much more today. Because looking back, of course, schooling and getting a degree, I'm not saying that I regret it, but probably I could have been here a lot sooner and doing this a bit more. And I see so many students today that I feel that, okay, like you could just push yourself more into whatever you're doing. And not just always arts, it could be sports, it could be so many things that, especially the typical Indian parent, if it doesn't fall into the engineer, the medicine or the lawyer or IT, something like that, then it's always, they're very hesitant, right? They're very scared, they're very worried. Rightfully so, but sometimes there's individuals that need to be pushed in those directions and supported that way as well.
So this is not just about arts education. Like if we look at Isha Homeschool also, it's a slightly different way of teaching. They teach regular subjects. Regular means you do math and science and physics and chemistry and everything. But the thing is with children, once they get interest in a certain subject, whether it's physics or dance, their kind of enthusiasm to learn something, once they realize that I don't know and I want to know everything about this subject, if you do 1 hour of physics and then they have to wait 2 days before the next hour of physics, by then their interest in the subject is gone. But if you have a slightly more fluid structure where the minute a child shows a certain amount of interest and a certain amount of self-discipline in a particular subject, if you can give them the time and the resources to explore that subject, I mean, they go into it and they ask the most interesting questions and they actually look at the subject with a completely different perspective than any of us who have gone through maybe a slightly more formal education. And I think that's what sparks their intelligence, that's what sparks their sense of focus, that sparks their sense of discipline. They may not be disciplined about everything else, but that one thing that they like to do, it doesn't matter. I'll wake up early, I'll sleep late, I'll do whatever, but please let me do this, please let me do this. And you have to encourage that because that's learning and that's not just going to school and kind of getting through it. And that doesn't mean every child is going to be sparked by some magical subject, but if you expose them to enough things, then, I mean, any human being will find something that they're interested in.
And I think more often than not around the world, you find that just taking a very simple example, you have a student who is more interested in, say, physics or some science or math or English, and not so interested in music or sports. The parents, the teachers, the school, they are very quick to cut out the music, cut out the other extracurriculars, and okay, that's perfectly fine, and as she said, you should support. But when it's the other way around, that a student is so into sports or music, some art form, dance, it could be anything, they don't cut out the physics and the math and the science and the English and all that stuff and give you more time. So if you're in a traditional school, you've got 1 hour of physics and 1 hour of math and 1 hour of English, and maybe if you're lucky, you have a 1 hour of music, but even all the arts programs are getting cut, in all of the schools around the world, unfortunately. So that gets cut first. You have 1 hour of everything, but when you have that interest, it's like they're ready to say, oh, I'll give you 2 hours of physics and cut the music. But they never say, I'll give you 2 hours of the music and cut the physics, which is sad. I wish that they start doing that also.
You want to end by doing something more for us? Since we're very greedy people.
Sure, no problem. Probably I can
Both
just
of
sing
you?
some. I wanted to even just touch upon this, and I'll give a quick example, and we'll end with a very small, just a bit of a song. That the power of music is not just to entertain. There is, of course, an entertainment factor, but there's this emotional connection, and it can have an impact on the people listening. You kind of asked me about the impact on me when I sing and get into a certain zone. But it can also have an impact on the people that you're performing for. And as she said, that's kind of the whole thing. You connect with the people around you. And a few of our friends have babies who they play my music, some of the songs, and they fall asleep only to those songs. And so when we take music, especially specifically Carnatic music, the power of the ragam, the power of the music, the melody can be so much, and it can go in all different directions. It can be soothing, it can be kind of energetic, and so I always say that, of course, there's a variety of compositions, and a variety of ragams, but even within one ragam, the same ragam, you can evoke so much different emotion in people. And so just to kind of show a quick example of that, and we can probably, yeah, go ahead.
Just before he sings very beautifully and then all of you forget that we're here to talk.
Sure.
The other aspect of this is also, especially around COVID, I think a lot of people were asking this question. So many people are ill and doctors are so important, and all of these very crucial careers are so important. And people would ask, but why art? Like, what are you going to do with dancing? What are you going to do with singing? It's not important to us when we're in a crisis situation like this. But I think anybody who has experienced art, and it's different for different people, whether it's dance or music or poetry or painting or whatever it is. And I don't mean that you have to do it. But if you've really had an experience with art, whatever it is, the question disappears. And I think it's very important that people don't look at performance as a performance that happens and then you just go to watch it for entertainment. That if you relate to it in a very deep way, the question why art just kind of disappears, because it enriches your life in really indescribable ways.
I'll just sing one line.
Yeah.
I know we're running late, so I just wanted to show what I was talking about, the emotion. Mera gadura, ika maha, mera gadura, ika maha, merudira shikara, merudira shikara, cherarava de mira cherarava mira ramaya cherarava nannu vidachi kadalakura ramaya rama Kodandarama Patabhirama Kalyana Rama Lakura Ramaya Vada Lakura Ramaya Vada
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
It
so
was
much.
wonderful.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so
As we draw the session to a close, if I may request Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend a token of our appreciation to our speakers this session. Ladies and gentlemen, divine art in all its glory, and of course, a fantastic session that featured both the art within the artist and also the divinity that surrounds them everywhere they go. A round of applause for actually our speakers going the extra mile and of course performing as well here on this very stage. Thank you so much. That was also the closing session. And with that, as we draw to a close, ThinkEdu Conclave 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that it's been a fantastic journey. We've explored an array of topics, and we close on this fantastic note of divinity. From spirituality to history to empowering ourselves as informed citizens, we've had a host of topics taking to the center stage. So as we close, let's also take back these wonderful lessons that we have learned and see how we can incorporate them in our day-to-day lives. Along with that, we'll also be beginning a very, very special celebration, the Devi Awards, shortly, and we cannot wait to celebrate those wonderful, unstoppable forces of our Devis. Before we begin that, let me place on record our heartfelt thanks to all our speakers and our attendees here in person and both virtual platforms as well. Thank you once again. We'll see you at the next edition of